The Hidden Princess. A young adult Cinderella romance. Book 1 in the Princess League series. Written by Mira Crest. Read for you by Ashton Haugen. 1. The princess no one knew. Penny was a princess nobody knew. One who never saw her castle until she was 9. The underground cellar was her home, or lair, as some called it. Her residence wasn't the only thing unfitting of a royal, though. She was born ugly, being the one feature that opposed her bloodline's defining trait: beauty. Penny slipped out from the thin sheets of her cellar bed, drawing her little toes against the chill of the stone floor. Outside, she heard the crack of a whip as someone drove a horse and buggy from the castle stables, cantering toward town beyond the castle walls. The sound brought the promise of a new day. Always, Penny could allow herself a moment of daydream, wondering what the yonder town looked like this time of year. Wasn't it autumn? Midway through October. Wouldn't the trees be blossoming in oranges and reds, tossing their leaves through the air? A thin slice of sunlight eased through the tiny window in the cellar corner. In that light, Penny put on the onyx dress and presented herself before a dusty mirror standing at the corner of her cell. Maybe today she would meet others who looked similar. Everywhere else she stood out like a black sheep. She tilted, trying to even out her asymmetrical face, but lost her balance and crashed onto her bum. Upon seeing her improper reflection, she dragged the frock over her clenched knees. Finally, a tuft of scraggy hair fell. Sweeping it away didn't work. Her hand just snagged inside. Stunned by the series of mishaps, Penny suddenly leapt up, brushed off the frock, and sighed. The girl was only 9, but she knew she was nothing like her beautiful mother and her 2 sisters, who were what a royal should look like. Her little heart thundered at that thought. Remaining opposite her reflection, she curved her attention away from her big nose, squared jaw face, and plump build. She focused on the fabric instead. It was the dress she loved most, the one she'd chosen especially for this day. Fortunately, there was no dirt on its back from her fall to the stone floor. Penny wanted it to look perfect for the day, but peering down at the dark fabric caught sight of her plump feet again. At least her shoes could cover those. Her big nose was another story. Quite inexplicably, the girl twirled, arms outstretched, head thrown back. She paced around the cell, danced almost. In her mind, she imagined those autumnal leaves she'd read about in books. The hustle and bustle of commoners chatting as carriages passed. Felt free wind on her back. Encountered all the animals and buildings that she'd read about. She saw them with the clarity of a diamond in the clearest light. The girl hummed calmly, and the tune became fine. It was always the way with her. Sometimes her voice was clear and gentle, probably the only thing about herself she was most proud of. Other times, she found notes so fine that they might tremble into nothingness. She hummed with the texture of wind pouring over silk. Her fingers rolled across the bars of the cellar. Those bars were the border of her unusual world, housing her in a small corner of the cellar. Yonder were the stairs. There was no way of continuing on, so she turned back inside her simple abode. There wasn't much to avoid on her adventures. The 3-legged stool was one, which she hopped over, like a giant stepping over mountains. The stone floor was what the sea might look like. In the pale glow of twilight, she swooped across it like a bird through the air. At one side of her cell was the half-timber bed. It had thin, gray sheets. At its foot lay a bunch of stacked books. To her daydreaming mind, they glowed a deep yellow, like thick bars of gold gleaming against sunlight. Those were her treasures. Penny would have sold her bed and slept on the floor if it meant keeping her book collection. It was growing nicely, piled in 3 rows, reaching her waist in height. She imagined being an explorer, a pioneer, or a princess on foreign diplomatic duties, seeing new worlds, winning spoils from quick-witted negotiations and trades. As she waited, she grabbed a book from her collection, one that told a story about one of the 7 fairy kingdoms said to exist at the distant borders of the world. It was about the tales of Dragon's Rift, the kingdom of dragons. Opening it, her eyes trailed along the first page. 2. The Black Plague. A dragon soared across the once hopeful sky, letting out a fierce roar as it landed on the grassland. Before it stood the magnificent dragon castle, whose walls glowed like huge dragon scales under the last light of the sun. The dragon transformed into a tall and stout-looking man. Kron, the dragon shifter, wore a pained expression as he limped towards the castle gates. The doors of the castle flew open, and the dragon guards hurried towards the visitor, their eyes grave as they saw the look on Kron's face.
"There's mist at the borders. It killed several of our men,"
Kron said to the castle guard, Dumore.
"Hurry! The king must be warned!"
With that, Kron turned silent and froze. His entire body turned to stone as he remained standing in his final posture. At once, Dumore hurried to the king's chamber. Following him were several other guards, along with the stone body of their fallen comrade. Atop the dragon throne sat the Lord of the Dragons, the wise and mighty Hideout, who had ruled Dragon's Rift for centuries.
"My lord, Kron has brought ill news of an evil that has invaded the borders,"
Dumore told the king Kron's last words. The king's eyes narrowed as they glowed a fiery orange.
"Kron was one of my strongest warriors. He had braved many wars with me and fell countless fearsome opponents. What could it be that fell him?"
Hideout touched Kron's motionless head as he spoke, his hand clenched into a fist.
"Gather the men. We are going to the borders."
"Let me go with you, my lord," Dumore said.
"No, if this evil is as powerful as I reckon. We need some of our best warriors to defend the castle,"
Hideout said, patting Dumore's shoulder.
"Understood."
Hideout stood like a regal king of old, peering up at the tall vertical banner of his kingdom behind his throne. It was a 3 days' flight to the borders. They were close now. Far ahead, the mountains lining the borders expanded, the sky above it plagued by unfamiliar darkness. Hideout and several dragon warriors descended at the mouth of the mountains, making their way through the mountain path. Whatever had attacked Kron and his men must be here somewhere. Thin tendrils of black mist hovered as the dragons traveled. Hideout led the way, treading on the rough stones, the sound of each step breaking the grim silence. As the path turned, he saw the body of a fallen dragon warrior. Then he came across more bodies of stone. One of them was still breathing. As he bent to listen to what the warrior tried to tell him, the warrior's eyes widened and his hand pointed behind Hideout. A shadow loomed before Hideout.
"Incoming!"
A dragon warrior shouted, and one after another, dragon roars trembled the heaven and earth. Bursts of orange flame shot out at intervals. The darkness grew as the black mist thickened. The mist was gathering. Hideout stood and, with his sword upheld, headed for the mist, Dragons fell from above, crashing down like large stone statues as he ran along the rocky path. As he reached a point where the path turned, he waited as an eerie hiss approached. Long arms of black ink spread across the rocky walls at the turn as the enemy approached. The mist scaled the high walls as it grew before the king. With a battle cry, the king charged forth into a desperate battle. 3. Beyond the Cell.
Good morning.
A gruff voice echoed down the cellar, snapping Penny out of her reverie. Boots clattered down the steps. Putting back the book, she ran to the bars and pressed her bent nose against their cold surface. A moment later, the speaker appeared. Penny smiled, showing a bit of teeth. She suddenly felt ridiculous for acting like a child. Wasn't 9 years too old to be prancing about? Mother always said it was improper for young girls entering adolescence to get so excited. However, she couldn't help it. Thomas appeared out of the corner of the cell. He was the guard assigned to watch over her. Penny's pitch-black eyes dilated at the sight of her guard's blonde hair. She was always astounded by the color. It seemed majestic, like the lions she'd seen in illustrations. It wasn't quite as mysterious as the princes that she tended to gravitate toward in her imagination, but blonde hair had a regality to it. This morning, however, Thomas's hair was black, mostly black. There were faint wisps of blonde in it. Also, he was dressed rather shabbily. Rather than his typical leather vest, which usually had golden buttons and a crisp white shirt underneath with a belt around the waist, he wore fingerless gloves, and his tunic was worn-looking, slightly grayed. Her eyes gleamed with wonder and anticipation, despite her embarrassment, and her stubby little fingers trembled on the metal. With her mottled locks of wild dark hair, she could resemble a caged animal. Sometimes she thought she must seem that way to most who encountered her, though not to Thomas. "Good morning," Penny said quietly. It always took her a moment to warm up to visitors. Currently, she felt rather shy and perplexed. "You look funny," Penny said.
"King's orders. Need to get prepared for the big day today," he explained. "You'll be next, Your Grace."
He frowned at the skinny girl dressed in her favorite outfit. It was a jet black frock dress that fell to her ankles, as was apparent fashion. She smiled sheepishly as she began checking the wicks of the lanterns, which were affixed to the wall outside the bars. Though sunlight penetrated from the rough windows, it was hard to tell if it was sunny or cloudy. Thomas often wondered whether Penny's sight would be affected if the dungeon grew too dim. Other than her pale skin, everything about Penny was dark. Thomas was a good man, perhaps a little irritable and curt, but good. Often he seemed even coldly stern, but it was only because he cared.
"We will be eating in town. I hope you've saved an empty stomach for it,"
he said now, then bent to his knee to be at Penny's eye level. At his waist, he carried a sack and went to open it.
"Your clothes are inside, courtesy of the Queen herself."
"It's from Mother?" Penny nodded, gritting her teeth. She'd hoped to wear her onyx dress. If the Queen had ordered this, there would be no arguing against it. Mother wasn't ruthless like Father, but that didn't mean Penny could directly disobey her. Mother had a way of reprimand with just a disapproving look. But if it weren't for Mother's plea, Penny wouldn't have this day out. The king had caved in simply as he agreed it would be worse to have Penny be both insane and ugly. Prolonged incarceration could break a person. And what's more, thanks to Mother, she was going to have this privilege to visit the outside world once for a few short hours every month. Just then, Thomas paused, eyes squinting at her legs, probably noticing how Penny's meager knees shook. Grappling with a mixture of pain and indignation, which he tried to mask from his face, he sternly asked whether she'd been eating enough these days. She pressed her lips together, considering a lie, but said, "It's not more food than I need, Sir Thomas." Didn't he understand? She was excited, not malnourished. Behind her, a clumpy bowl of porridge sat on a worn three-legged stool. Thomas eyed it, unimpressed. Penny's mouth trembled, clearly ready to break into a pout. She could have tucked the bowl away in the corner, but in this stuffy cell, that would have been useless. There really was nowhere to hide anything, and Thomas always asked to look at her bowl to ensure she was eating enough. Apparently, the king, the father whom she hardly saw, was quite strongly against the idea of assigning extra expenses on the monstrous offspring. And so, the cook made her very simple meals. Honestly, Penny probably would have looked meager regardless, even if she had been fed fine bread, meats, as much wine as she could drink each day. The morning concoction wasn't particularly tasty, but nutritious enough, and her lunch and supper were similar. She just always looked ill, and painfully small for her age. Opposite her sat the mirror. It was perhaps the most lavish thing in the cell, as tall as Sir Thomas himself. The circular face stood on 4 thick legs. They curled to the stone floor and up again like a surf. Each had grooves carved into its wood. The little girl gazed at her reflection curiously, ran her little hands through her stringy hair. "Will father be there, Sir Thomas?" she asked, looking away from her reflection. Thomas's mouth fell an inch. She caught it from her peripheral vision. There were advantages to being shy. People often assumed you didn't notice the small things about them. She did, however. Always. Even when she appeared not to be listening, Penny paid attention to every word, and Thomas was certainly acting ominous again. No, it had been her question about father.
The king has matters to attend to, so...
"So he won't be coming with us," Penny said.
Hey, you have me. I'm sure we're going to have a really fun day outside.
Taking off the bag, he presented her with a dress. It was grayish, with traces of amber hue. Rather faint traces of amber hue. It might have been the brightest yellow when still new, but the sunny color had long ago faded. The seams were also ragged in places. Penny frowned, her eyes narrowed. "Are you sure?" she asked. "I've never seen my sisters or mother wear this color."
It might be a tad exaggerated,
Thomas said in his gruff voice.
Her Majesty believes this will be more appropriate for blending in. Oh, I almost forgot. There are rules to follow when you are out there.
Rules?
Yes. Rule number 1, you are not to tell anyone your real identity and where you live. Out there, both of us are father and daughter, and we are commoners. Rule number 2, you are to be at my side at all times with no exception, so no wandering off on your own. Rule number 3, do your best not to initiate conversation and talk to people only when absolutely necessary.
Why?
The world's a complicated place. You never know what a person can be up to.
Don't worry, I can if I want to.
I was afraid you'd say that. To avoid trouble, it's best to stay out of it. Not to forget, your power only works through touch, and that's not advisable on strangers.
All right, and if I have to, I promise I'll do it discreetly. Thomas sighed and then smiled. He folded his arms, leaning against the bars. "How am I going to change with you here?" Penny said.
Oh.
Thomas turned and walked out of sight, up the stairs.
Call me when you're done.
No lights lit the stairs where he would be currently standing, waiting with no lanterns and windows. Penny called a while later after taking longer than he'd likely expected. When he returned, she was examining the sack's remaining contents, having pulled it between the bars. A small glass container held atop her palm was filled with something resembling grit. "What is it?" she asked, unscrewing the lid and sniffing.
"Foundation," he replied. "Well, technically, coal. Ordinary coal."
"What other kind of coal could there be?" Penny asked.
"You'd be surprised," he said.
Well, at least it explained how he dyed his hair mostly black. "You want me to put this on my face?" Her voice was incredulous. The little girl pinched it. She rubbed the silt between her finger and thumb. A layer of stain resembling dirt remained.
"Just a bit will do," Thomas said. "A few light dabs around your cheeks, forehead, arms, and legs. It's a common look among the common folks," he added. "I suppose."
Personally, Penny thought it was excessive. The dress already looked unkempt. And from her research, commoners were a mixture of well-to-do, common, and poor. The next item was a pair of used slippers. These were rather mismatched with the dress, an ocean blue color. "Will Tatiana and Sarah be coming?" she asked. Thomas clanged the dungeon bars open, keys jangling.
"No, Penny, it's just us," he said. "Now, remember the 3 rules.
Thomas reached his hand out, which she took hold of before springing to his side in one jump. The action surprised him. Little children were often surprising. He should know that. Sometimes it was funny to see how easily adults were surprised. She felt a thought pass through him, warm to the feel, as she glowed inside with excitement. The thought transferred to her mind. It was always that way with her. Touching a person, she would hear their thoughts as clearly as if someone was speaking into her ear.
I can't wait to see the joy on her face when we explore Manelands. Now, where would be a good place to take her?"
Penny smiled. Thomas whistled warmly, slamming the cell door shut. "4. The Manelands." They took a path Penny had never taken before, entering a secret passageway rather than the steps leading up from the dungeon into the main castle. The passage entrance was behind a slab of stone to the left of the cell. As it sat inside an arched alcove, shadows masked the door. To the casual eye, it would look like a depression in the wall, and nothing more. This way, no one in the main castle would know their comings and goings. Penny suspected that was the reason for its design. And it allowed her Grace's visits directly from her upper chamber. The air in here was rather dank and cool. But it hadn't rained for several days, so no stream or puddle presented across its entire length. Their footsteps echoed. Thomas was quite a tall man, so he had to duck slightly. This kept his head from brushing against the tunnel ceiling. Penny's heart climbed. She half expected to be led into her sister's tea room. Speaking of which, their bi-monthly tea session should be approaching soon. Sometimes they did an activity together, where Tatiana took the opportunity to demonstrate one of the womanly arts she was being tutored in, while Penny and Sarah watched. Mother always insisted that the sisters maintain relations. Then, the new section of the passage became unmistakably wider than usual. At the far end were more bars. Beyond it, bright sunlight poured in. She beamed, hand tightening in Thomas's. For the first time, she was so close to leaving the castle. A few paces further gave them their first glimpse of yonder. She grasped his hand tighter, if that was possible. Poor Penny. She should not have missed out on so many things. If she were born like her sisters, I wonder how different her life would be. If so, we would not be having such conversations together. How funny life is. It warmed her heart to know how much Thomas cared for her. To a point which far surpassed most of her family. Except for the Queen and Sarah. They were in a shoddier section of castle ground that she'd seen before. During the rare times that Penny had been allowed up to her sister's chambers for tea, she'd seen Lionsgate Castle's grounds from their window, lit by the serene moonlight. Here, the woodlands were wilder than those neat, pruned grounds. Much more so. And the secret tunnel itself resembled an overlooked gutter carved into the castle's belly. Moss and vines constantly threatened to overgrow its mouth, blocking it completely. Broken branches had fallen, brown leaves were scattered across the area. Tall, dense trees hung all around, hiding her and Thomas from any windows overlooking the ignored area. The gates locked with a lingering, rusty clang.
"On we go,"
he said. The mainlands were populated by cobble paths with common folks idly traversing them, wearing a variety of garments from utilitarian to wretched-looking. Stiff-backed booted travelers passed on horseback, and thatched houses on each side, chimneys smoking. Or farmhouses. Some dwellings were surrounded by small, lazy fields of livestock or crops. Some of those dwellers stood watching passerby in between fieldwork. One field of workmen, with jet black hair, like Penny's, hunched over crops, digging and picking, while an attendant, who had streaks of blonde in his otherwise blonde hair, stood gazing at Penny and Thomas passing on Ariana. Penny watched hesitantly, cheeks burning from all of the eyes and traffic. Each time she looked, there were a dozen people or more. Well, perhaps that wasn't a great deal, considering that 2,000 people lived in the town. A whole 2,000 people. It was a marvel. Where the fields thinned, opening up to residential buildings, they came to a hog pen. Penny stood on her tippy toes to get a view of the animals. There wasn't much to see, exactly, though she still found it fascinating. A thick, slimy layer of mud filled a good portion of the pen area, with soil and twigs in the other portions. 11 pigs, she counted, lay about in the muck. Some had snouts painted in mud, which they must have been sniffing around in.
"Taste better than they look,"
Thomas said, placing one hand on the railing.
"Or smell."
"I do enjoy pork, too," Penny said, looking at them curiously. "But it's odd to see them close up and know that we eat them. Look at those tusks on that one. Those look dangerous."
"Aye,"
Thomas chimed distractedly.
"Only way to house them safely is inside a strong pen. Being food's pretty much all they're good for."
The pigs were dark brown or black. The one had white spots like a cow. How strange to think, to be destined to live and die in a cage, to be of no other use. Is that her fate? She cast that thought away. Today was not the day to think about death and sorrow. A pretty, long-haired girl approached, her hand running through her hair. 5. Canyon and Yuriah. "What is that?" she said. 2 other boys around her snickered. "Not so loud, Yuriah. I think she heard you," one of the boys said. "Who cares if she did?" she said. Penny turned to see a group of children about her age. They glared at her. Mixed looks of awe, mirth, stupefaction, and delight coated their faces. There was only one girl in the collective, so it was obvious who made the comment. She had the brightest complexion due to her bright head of hair. They backed away, as though Penny was a plague. The girl, Yuriah, wriggled her nose. "Are you all right, Canyon? Did she frighten you?" She laughed at her own joke. "Who?" the tallest boy said. He did seem like a canyon, considering his tall height for his age. "That," another boy said, eyeing Penny's direction. "If you guys are done, let's go," Canyon said after looking in Penny's direction. His glance did not carry disgust like the others. His was merely out of curiosity. Thomas flashed the children a stern glance, and they dared not continue looking at Penny. Penny thought she could sense a quiet light surrounding Canyon. He spoke like a dark cloud, ready to drench anyone who argued against him. Penny felt herself blushing. The boy, Canyon, seemed so fearless. His dark eyes seemed to burn with strength and conviction. Yuriah seemed like a good match for Canyon in terms of appearance. From those full lips, her tight, clear, lightly tanned skin, and the nearly fully blonde waterfall of hair. Her neat eyebrows were dark at the ends, but blonde in between. She stood out amongst the darker-haired group like a light. Most of the others had only cuts of blonde in their otherwise black hair. "Come," Yuriah said. "I can't stand being here another second." She flashed Penny a malignant grin. That earned Yuriah her first set of sniggers. Canyon wasn't among them. He just frowned and walked away, and the others followed. "I'm stupid," she thought irritably, looking back at the idle hogs. She discarded all thoughts of that flame. He would never be interested in a girl like me. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Thomas tried to console Penny to little avail. People cast Penny looks of disdain. Some even pointed and whispered in each other's ears, probably spouting bad things about Penny. But none bothered her. Though Thomas wasn't in his guard's uniform, he still looked imposing. They came to the area called Eve Street and passed a shop window with a lifelike mannequin. It was a ballerina with a beautiful body and face. Her arms were overhead, curly hair blowing, and she had one leg raised mid-spin.
"Let's have a look inside,"
Thomas said, hoping to cheer Penny up. Penny was reluctant, but the tall man was already stepping into the store, so she followed. 6. The Eerie Face. It smelled of incense and sanded down wood. There were reams of shelves with dolls of every size. Some were no larger than Penny's thumb. Others were as tall and doubly wide as her. One figure was a squat gnome with a serious expression. "Can I look around by myself?" Penny asked Thomas. Thomas nodded, not wanting to deny her such a simple request after all the horrible things she heard at the hog pen. As Penny marveled at the collection of dolls, one in particular caught her attention. This one had been painted perfectly, so that Penny found herself looking at the doll like it was a living, breathing thing. It was the size of a regular-sized doll, much like some of the ones she had seen her sisters play with. Like her, it had dark hair. Penny stared into that pale face, those dark eyes. She thought it was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. Before she could help herself, she felt her little hands reaching out to touch it.
"See anything you like?"
said a man with a red-flushed face. Penny hesitated for a while, remembering the second rule, not to initiate conversation or talk to strangers, unless absolutely necessary. Penny shook her head.
"Haven't seen you around. Where are you from?"
"The castle in the underground cellar?" Only she didn't say that. "I am from out of town."
"Ah, that must explain your unusual charisma. These beautiful dolls are great companions for young and beautiful girls like you. Would you like to get one?"
Penny's eyes widened at those words. No one had related her to the word beautiful, much less called her that. This day was becoming more and more like a dream, filled with wonders she could only dream of. Penny then nodded and pointed at the dark-haired doll. Thank you," Penny stuttered.
"This one."
The shopkeeper grabbed the doll from among the top shelves.
"Here you go."
He handed it to her. Just then, her fingers met his, and she heard the shopkeeper's voice.
"Where did this hideous and filthy-looking girl come from? Good thing I noticed her fast, lest she would get my dolls tainted with her hands. Let's hope she leaves soon."
She gazed at the shopkeeper, whose mouth remained closed. Those words stung. Even though the shopkeeper never said them, Penny knew they held more truth than those he said. These were his thoughts, and she was reading them when she accidentally touched him. Then she felt dizzy, and a gloom fell over the store as if something had suddenly blocked out the sunlight from the windows. But it wasn't the windows. It was the shopkeeper. His form emitted an ominous light, and right above his head, she saw black mist rising, forming the shape of a face with eerie, glowing eyes. It stared straight at Penny.
"Penny, Penny."
Penny heard an insidious voice calling her. "Stop! Stop!" She willed her mind to look away.
"Penny, Penny."
A force pulled her back, and she almost crumpled to the floor if Thomas had not held her firmly.
"Are you all right?"
he asked. "There's someone." Penny pointed to the shopkeeper, who was frowning at her. The eerie face and black mist were gone.
"What is it?"
Thomas asked. It took her a while before she spoke again. "I don't know. It was there a while ago." She looked down. She saw the doll lying on the floor. She picked it up and slowly stroked any dust off of it, as if it were a real girl.
"How much is it?"
he asked the beleaguered keeper.
4 silver pieces."
Thomas handed the silver to the shopkeeper. A look of relief appeared on his face as he took the money. The horror of the black mist weighed heavy on Penny's mind as she made her way out. She recalled the mean thoughts of the shopkeeper. For a moment, she had believed the outside world was different, and she had finally found a place she belonged. Penny blinked hard as her eyes began to water. Suddenly, the streets seemed less joyful than before, and the sounds of people and activities seemed drowned out by the memories of the black mist. That voice, it called her name. She knew for certain it was no hallucination. It was the first time such a vision had occurred. She never saw it when she touched others before, although there weren't really that many to begin with. There were only a few who could tolerate standing within inches of her. She must have drifted off in her thoughts because the next thing she knew, she had fallen behind Thomas, and someone bumped into her from the side.
"Watch where you're going, you,"
a rough-looking man said.
"Hey, little girl, are you lost?"
"No."
"Don't be afraid. I just want to help. Let me take you home."
He grabbed her by the arm. "Stop it! Let me go!" Penny tried to pry his fingers free.
"This must be my lucky day. I wonder how much this girl would fetch."
She heard the man's voice, yet his mouth remained closed. She stared at the man who stood there, frozen in time. Not just him. The entire town had come to a standstill. A ball was floating in the air as the boy who threw it waited an eternity for it to fall back down. Then the surroundings turned black, and the black mist appeared around the man's frame. The eyes of the black, misty face shone a pale white.
"Penny, Penny,"
spoke the insidious voice. "No!" Penny screamed and forced her eyes shut. At once, the darkness lifted, and the sounds of reality replaced the heavy silence. "Get away from me!" she screamed with her real voice audible.
"Hey!"
a familiar voice said, and the rough-looking man turned around, his face meeting head-on with a big fist. The man fell to the ground before Penny.
"Touch her again, and you will never touch anything for the rest of your life."
The man crawled to his feet and bolted.
"Penny, didn't I tell you not to? Penny?
Penny! Penny ran off before Thomas could finish his sentence. Penny kept running. All she wanted then was to get as far away as possible from this place, from the prejudice, the black mist. She didn't know how long she ran before Thomas finally caught up with her.
Penny, it's all right now.
He wrapped his hands around her head, and she tucked her head in his tummy.
What happened, Penny? Please tell me.
Penny told Thomas about all that had happened. The black mist, the eerie face. Although Thomas understood little of it, he listened, for he knew there was always much truth in what she said. The world wasn't as great as Penny thought out to be. It broke his heart she had to learn this fact on her first outing. The outing had come to an end, and they returned to the castle. The one happy thing the outing brought her was the doll she bought. She gave her a name, Cinder, and she became Penny's companion ever since. She thought of the boy named Canyon and how he was the only person without disdain for her, though she wondered if it would be the same way if she touched him and read his mind. But most of all, she wondered about the black mist. What was it? And that eerie face. Who, or rather, what was it? What disturbed her most was the fact that it called her name, like it was reaching into her mind. Seven years later. 7 years had passed since that day Penny first set foot into town. She had wished during the following outings that she would run into Canyon. But she never saw him again. Although she was still fascinated with the outside world, it wasn't quite the same. Most of the time she would just keep to herself and avoid interaction, especially physical contact. When accidents happened, she would pull herself away before reading further into the thoughts of the person she touched. She couldn't risk facing the black mist again. There were times she couldn't pull away fast enough, but, luckily, the black mist did not appear at those times. Much was the same at the castle, at least for the cellar. She had accepted that this was her permanent home. "Face it, darling, you're simply not like the rest of us," her sister Tatiana had said when Penny had been 5, maybe 6. Twice a year, her sisters Tatiana and Sarah arranged for her to come to tea with them. Her sisters were frequently heading to balls in other districts where they were treated like the princesses they truly were. Today was, incidentally, one of their arranged tea days. Penny waited with bated breath until the time when Thomas bumbled against the cellar door and opened it with clanking keys. Thomas offered his elbow, as he always did. "Thomas," Penny said, eyeing him with an annoyed look she was used to faking.
"Sorry, old habits die hard. I'll never forget the days when you were still a little princess."
"Me too, Thomas. Me too," Penny said with a faint smile that looked almost sad. Thomas knew things were never the same again for Penny after that first outing. It made her a more solemn person, despite her best to hide it whenever she could. Penny hadn't spoken aloud to anyone for days, and she ached to practice before she had to perform in front of her sisters, especially Tatiana. She couldn't help but believe that if she said the right thing, if she was funny enough, perhaps her sisters would say the proper thing to her father, something that would allow her to be freed from the cellar. Anything to be free, she thought, though freedom now had a slightly different meaning to it. Not so much to marvel at the wonders of the outside world, but rather to find a place where she truly belonged. If there was such a place. Running through the forest, feeling the wind in her hair. Her time outside had only given her more of a thirst for the free life. She didn't need to be a princess in name or in function. And she could even keep her distance, live in a faraway town, take on a different name. Nobody would ever have to know that she was, in fact, the daughter of the king. Thomas led Penny up the curling staircase toward the first floor of the castle. The first floor was largely a foyer, with a gleaming marble floor and a domed ceiling sparkling with decorative tiles. Penny hadn't been allowed out of the cellar in the previous 3 weeks and she blinked at the incredible colors, each with such contrast to the gray and taupe colors in her bedroom. She'd been allowed nothing more than a few simple gray, black, and tan dresses since birth, and today was no different. She knew she looked akin to a peasant. Yes, the king didn't want her to be looking anything like a princess. Thomas led her up to the 3rd floor of the West Wing, where Sarah and Tatiana had ordered tea for the 3 of them. Penny quivered as she approached them, feeling strangely apprehensive. She drew her hand over her stomach, her nostrils flared. Thomas gave her a shark-like grin, asking, "Are you ready?" Penny tried to calm her expression. She nodded, lifting her chin. She remembered those first few years of princess training. At least that's what her sisters had called it, in which her sisters had been taught to walk like a lady, stand with pride, and speak with precision. Although Penny hadn't received the training, she had observed their etiquette during the tea sessions. Thomas knocked on the door. After a bit of muttering on the other side, Sarah yanked the door open to reveal the large sitting room, lined with bookshelves and gleaming with light. From this sitting room, Penny could make out the ocean just about a mile away, glittering with the afternoon light. It was an impossible turquoise color, tossing with an autumn wind. She suddenly ached to dart into the waves, to dunk her head beneath and float deeper and deeper. "There she is," Tatiana said, her voice bright and false. She was wearing a deep red gown, slit deep at her breasts. Her blonde hair curled wildly around her ears, cascading down her back. Always, when Penny saw her for the first time, she was reminded of old visuals of angels her mother had shown her as a child. "Good morning, Tatiana," Penny said, her voice coming out small and anxious. "Good morning," Tatiana replied in a flat tone. "Penny!" Sarah hugged her, kissing her lightly on the cheek. "At last, someone I can truly talk to." Penny's heart warmed hearing Sarah's thoughts. Penny felt oddly nourished, even after this momentary touch. She blinked up at her taller, beautiful sisters, feeling in awe of everything they were, of everything they represented. For if only she was just a bit taller, if only her nose hadn't been so snubbed, if only her hair had been blonde, she might have had their lives as well. "How have you been?" Sarah asked, flipping the door closed behind Penny. She gestured toward the set table, where a tall platter of cookies awaited her. "Would you like to have something to eat?" "Would kill for that," Tatiana said, cackling. "Although the way you've whittled yourself down like that, I must ask, are they feeding you down there?" Penny perched at the edge of a chair that had the best view of the sea. She placed her hands on the fine tablecloth, trying to memorize its texture. Tatiana reached down and patted her hand across Penny's hair, frowning. "Never could figure out why you have this hair, could we?" she sighed. "Perhaps father had some kind of affair." "Don't be so mean," Sarah said, eyeing Tatiana darkly. "Penny's our sister, and father would never." "Whatever you think, Penny is blood, and that's a fact." Sarah moved to the far end of the table, reaching across to pour Penny her first cup. The tea poured out from the spout, spreading steam. "Help yourself to some tea and your favorite cookies." Tatiana sat in the other seat, reaching for a thick chocolate chip cookie. She tore into it with her thick, white teeth, chewing slowly. Her eyes looked bored, glazed. But Penny continued to stare at both of them, completely rapt. They'd changed a bit since their previous visit. Sarah wore a brighter shade of red lipstick this time, and Tatiana's breasts bulged out further over her dress. Penny had watched them grow older after every tea session, for only a few hours at a time. Now, Penny was 16, Sarah 18, and Tatiana 19. Anything interesting happened these past 3 months?" Penny asked. She reached a quaking hand toward the cookie tray and took one, bringing it to her lips. The taste was absolutely stunning. A rich chocolate that oozed over her tongue. She closed her eyes, lost in the flavor for a moment. "Not really," Sarah said. "You know how interesting the life of a princess is. Balls, lessons, boring conversations with important people." Sarah spoke softly, and Penny smiled. "Those events are wasted on you, dear sister. Balls are anything but boring. They are the perfect occasion to show the world the gracefulness of being royal," Tatiana said, going on to share a recent tale of their trip to a mansion along the moor, where she danced the night away with incredibly charming dark-haired suitors. Sadly, most of them fell below expectations by the time they spoke their 5th sentence. "Ugh," she sighed. It was rare to see Tatiana inject humor in her words. Penny and Sarah couldn't help but chuckle at the unlikely occurrence. Imagining these men at the ball was akin to imagining faraway lands, the dragons rumored to rule up north, fantastical things like fairies and dwarves and gnomes, all things Penny knew existed far outside the bounds of the Lion's Gate Kingdom. Things she knew she would never see with her own eyes. Much like these men, these handsome suitors. They weren't real, at least, not to Penny. Most of the time, Penny could hardly keep up with the conversation. Sarah would always try to steer it back to something of Penny's knowledge to avoid her being bored to death. Tatiana continued on, telling story after story about men who wanted to marry her, about their interactions with their father, the king. Penny had eaten another cookie, and then another, and her stomach sloshed strangely, filled up to the brim with sweets. Her ordinary diet of scraps from her family's dinner, as well as rolls and potatoes, never prepared her for this kind of fare. She made a mental note to store some cookies in her pocket as she left, if she could distract her sisters. "And how is Mother?" Penny asked, midway through a small gap in the conversation. She hadn't spoken much at all, and Tatiana gaped at her for a moment as if she didn't recognize her voice as English. "Oh, Mother? She's marvelous," Sarah said, sweeping her fingers through her curled hair. She twirled toward the window, moving her hand across the pane and gazing out toward the water. "She said she might stop by this afternoon to see you, little sister. Now, wouldn't that be a treat for you?" Penny's heart hammered. Always she felt anxious in front of her mother, for she knew her mother felt the most guilt for her having to be lodged away in the cellar. Her mother's brother, who was from a faraway land in the mountains, had committed treason in his family house, and her mother had frequently wondered aloud if it was due this treason that Penny had been born so wretchedly ugly. Penny's mother herself was an absolute beauty, just midway through her 40s and still looking like a delicate flower. Often, when she saw Penny, she burst into tears, wondering if there could be another way. Penny paused, her teacup at her lips. She heard shuffling outside the room. Seconds later, after a light knock, her mother appeared in the doorway, her eyes turning toward her youngest daughter. Immediately, Penny flung up from her chair, racing toward her mother. She felt her heart fluttering in her chest. Within seconds, she was wrapped in the warm embrace of the woman who birthed her, of the woman who sent her endless amounts of books and little snacks and painting supplies, even while her husband forbade her from visiting the cellar. "Darling, you must be strong throughout this terrible time," she'd written once. "Perhaps one day we will find a solution." Immediately, with her cheek atop her mother's shoulder, Penny felt tears escape from the corner of her eye. It wasn't anything she'd planned. She hadn't wanted to make any sort of fuss about her existence, had only yearned to show her mother just how much she loved her. Tatiana had begun to cackle in the corner. She pointed at her younger sister, gesturing for Sarah to see. "She can't control herself, can she? It's like Father says. She looks more animal than human." Penny flashed her eyes back toward her older sister. a girl she treasured for the majority of her life. Now, she saw just how haughty she truly was. She flicked a tear from her cheek, feeling strange. Inner anger grow in her stomach like a storm. Her mother saw that rage echoing out from her eyes. "Tatiana, that's enough," her mother said, her voice firm. Tatiana continued looking at her polished nails. As the king's oldest daughter, she had a bit more power than the queen, her mother. "You're looking unwell, darling," her mother said, drawing her toward the far end of the room. She swept her hand through Penny's dark curls, exposing her face. Penny tried to calm her racing thoughts. Whenever anyone looked at her too hard for too long, she felt like she was flying too close to the sun. "Unwell?" she asked, her voice soft. She wasn't entirely sure what she meant. She felt just exactly the way she always did. "Yes, too pale," her mother said. Again, she placed her hand on Penny's forehead. It was so rare that Penny felt this much attention, she was unsure if she could remain upright. She tried her best to keep her stance without falling backward. "She literally sees the sun once a month," Sarah said. While her sisters were able to live their lives above ground, Penny spent her days pacing the edge of her cellar room. She pressed her lips together. She told herself not to let it dampen her spirits. "Silly dear, show me your smile. You have a long day ahead. Be careful out there."
"She is in safe hands, Your Majesty,"
Thomas assured the Queen. Oftentimes the Queen had yearned to accompany Penny on her outings. But her status made that impossible, as people would easily recognize her or suspect who she was from the company of guards protecting her. A Dangerous Destiny. The sky was turning gray when Thomas and Penny left the castle. By the time they reached the town, it had started to rain.
Of all the time to rain, why must it be now?
They ran and took shelter in a pastry shop nearby. The heat and aroma of the shop warmed Penny's spirit. Penny gazed at the colorful pastries, some of them decorated with jam of various flavors. They were different from the ones served in the castle, but looked no less delicious. "Can I have one?"
"I thought you'd already eaten,"
said Thomas, amazed by her appetite, even though it wasn't the first time.
"If you insist,"
he joked and took the pie the shopkeeper handed to him. They found a table along the windows and sat their wet butts down. She always loved the window seats most, for there was a certain calming feeling to watch the people passing to and fro on the other side of the windows. And when it rained, it felt even more calming, watching the wild raindrops flowing down the window panes under the safe shelter of the store. Penny's long bangs flowed down the sides of her face as she munched on the hot, mouth-watering pie. It sent a rush of heat through her cheeks, as always. It had that nostalgic and happy feeling of being free, but with that happiness came along the sadness that it could only last a few hours. Just like the pie, Penny knew she had to savor it as best she could while it lasted. Suddenly, a woman in her mid-30s wearing a strange pirate outfit entered the pastry shop. She let out a volatile yelp before drawing herself over for a bow. Penny paused, her eyebrows furrowed. "Hello, hello!" she cried. Her voice was vaguely foreign, lilting. Penny couldn't possibly imagine where the woman had come from. "It is I, the incredible, majestic Margaret Worlington. For those of you who know me, you know already that I'm one of this town's premier magicians. Would anyone like a prediction of fortune, love, or something else? For a pretty little penny, I will tell you what you desire to know." The magician named Margaret's eyes drew across the room and landed on Penny. Penny was absolutely captivated. At the mercy of her childlike lack of inhibitions and her excitement at all new things, she sauntered toward Penny. Closer up, Penny could see the purple glow in her eyes. Perhaps. The woman's hair coiled and curled a deep brown, much like Penny's. As she walked, the curls bounced as if they had a life of their own. "Well, miss," Margaret said when she reached Penny, "your eyes tell me you are searching for something in your life." Penny turned her eyes back towards Thomas, who rolled his eyes. But Penny didn't care. She righted her posture, tilted her head, and said, "Can you read my fortune, please?" "With pleasure," Margaret said. With a flash, she reached into her pocket and drew out a selection of tarot cards. She began to shuffle them, speaking quickly in both her language, whatever it was, Penny couldn't understand, and English. She drew the cards across the table, making several stacks. My, it's not every day that I get such readings. Your world will open before you like a window." She paused, arching her thick black eyebrows. Margaret began analyzing the cards, turning them up and flashing various images, one of a woman carrying a baby, another of a dragon, and another of a castle and a handsome man dressed like a prince. "I have this sense about you. I have never felt it in anyone I read. It seems you are hiding something. An important secret, perhaps? Let me see. Something big lies ahead of you, a great but dangerous destiny." Margaret focused as she glanced at the cards. "This dragon, it tells of darkness coming your way," Margaret said. "It seems you will have to go through an ordeal and face a deadly threat. A choice of life or death. No matter what you choose, you will end up losing something dear." Margaret continued reading and suddenly gasped. "What's wrong?" Penny asked. "I'm sorry, dear. I'm afraid I must stop here." Margaret retrieved her cards from the table and stood up to leave. "May I ask your name?" Penny hesitated. "Penny," she said, seeing no reason to keep her name a secret when she officially did not exist. "Penny, I shall remember that name," Margaret said. Before Penny could get some coins from Thomas, Margaret sauntered toward the door and swung out. The rain had turned into a drizzle as Penny stared out at the shiny and slippery cobblestones. A wave of anxiety passed over Penny, pondering over the fortune-teller's words. Penny ate the rest of her pie in silence, knowing that Thomas was staring at her, nonplussed. When she finished, she stood from her chair on rickety legs. She smoothed her hands over her shoddy dress. "Let's go." Outside, Penny drew her hood from her long cloak to shield her head from the rain. Thomas walked closer to her, muttering.
"You know that woman made all that up, don't you?"
Thomas asked. His voice was warm and friendly, as if he was trying to lend her comfort. "I don't know, Thomas. She was right about the fact that I was hiding an important secret," Penny said.
"Well, that might just be a coincidence."
"What if it's true? About the ordeal she mentioned?"
"Ordeal or not, I will cut down whoever tries to harm you. Now, do not let words of prophecies and fortune trouble you."
Penny sighed. "Thank you, Thomas. I guess you're right." Thomas and Penny walked several blocks in silence as the rain continued to patter down around them. Penny hadn't felt the rain upon her shoulders in years. The encounter with Margaret had been one of the most interesting events these many years. But she knew that this was most likely one of those instances where she was hinted there was something more to her life, only for it to lead nowhere. It didn't take long for Penny to return to her usual mood after those troubling words at the pastry shop. She was sizzling with adrenaline, watching all the passers-by as they sauntered through the city, each holding umbrellas over their heads, carting their groceries, stretching long legs across the cobblestones. Behind every person lies a hidden story, it seemed to Penny, as she ached to yank each one of them to the side and demand of them who they were, what they wanted in this life. She would never be allowed to craft a life of her own, and the best she had was learning about others. Other people's dreams. Thomas and Penny returned to their eager banter from before. Penny shuffled alongside a boutique, and her eyes fell on a gorgeous blue dress visible through the window. It was glimmering faintly under the gloom of the store. For some reason, seeing it evoked emotions in her. Maybe she saw some commonality between the dress and her. Both of them were like shadows that existed only in the background, hardly visible to anyone. "Will you ever shine?" she spoke to herself, her fingers resting on the window glass. She paused at it, gaping, wishing to reach her hand beyond the glass and touch the texture of the fabric. It reminded her of a dress her mother had worn to a ball when she'd been a girl. Then she had come to the cellar to visit her after the ball. Penny had wept at her mother's beauty, saying, "I can't imagine anyone more beautiful than you, Mother." At the time, she felt sure that beauty was the only important facet of a person's personality. Of course, her life thus far had given her no indication that this wasn't true. There were 2 young men and a girl standing outside the store. The girl was around Penny's age and had flowing blonde hair with deep green eyes. She was turning her body around, showing her new dress to her male friends. One of them, who showed Penny the least interest, was looking about when his eyes met Penny's. "Canyon?" Penny thought to herself. The memory of that day in the hog pen came rushing back, except he'd really grown into a street-smart and fit teen. His head had way less black in it. It was almost fully blonde. But he wore modest clothes that told Penny he still lived a moderately poor life.
"You know her?"
the girl Yuriah exclaimed. Then she looked at Penny up and down before exploding in laughter.
"Wait, isn't that?"
Who?
the other boy asked, puzzled.
"No one you need to be concerned about,"
Yuriah said curtly. He and Yuriah walked off. Canyon followed, not before turning to Penny, and nodded apologetically. Penny shook her head to express silently that she wasn't angry, but he had already turned away. She wondered if he'd actually remembered her. He'd been the first of all of them, and he'd consoled her when the others had derided. She saw Yuriah slip her arm into his as they walked off into the distance.
"That brat. Who does she think she is?"
Thomas said, and was about to walk toward them when Penny held his arm. "Never mind her."
"But she—"
"Time is short. I would like to look inside." Thomas peered at the darkening sky above.
"All right."
"9. The Brutes."
"Good afternoon."
The owner of the boutique spoke and looked up, beaming at Penny.
"I'm Marvin. What can I do for you today? Oh, look at you. You are drenched. Dry yourselves with these before you catch a cold."
Marvin handed a pair of dry towels to Thomas and Penny. "Thank you." Penny was tempted to express more gratitude, but she reminded herself to resist the urge. She just couldn't take things at surface level anymore. "It's beautiful," Penny said, peering at the blue dress.
"It's unusual to hear someone say that."
"Why?"
"Most customers here prefer fancier dresses. You know, something that's beyond my comprehension, to be honest. Simple is better. Less is more, in my opinion."
Penny was a bit surprised to hear someone agree with her taste, though the shop owner might have done that to please her.
"But I might not have the size that fits you. I sincerely meant no offense."
"None taken," Penny said. "Thank you for being frank."
"Though you might not be able to wear it now, you may one day. You never know. I will gladly sell it to you at a discount. I don't know how much longer this store can last. If you really like it, it might be a good idea to buy it now."
Marvin said.
Is business that bad?
Thomas asked.
It's not that, it's...
Just then, 2 wide-shouldered men dressed in black entered the shop. They blotted out the sunlight for a moment, as the last to enter was massive. He continued in, while the other 2 stood near the door, preventing anyone else from entering.
Speak of the devil,
Marvin hissed in a whisper.
Well, old man, where's my money?
Said the rude, massive thug who seemed to be the leader of the group. He walked toward the counter, and Thomas moved Penny aside for her own safety. The massive thug was a powerfully built man with a square face and red hair.
You came only last week,
Marvin said.
Yeah, so? Didn't you also eat last week?
Now, cough it up, old man.
Marvin bit his lip. He looked like a trapped animal. Then he sighed and went over to the cashing desk, pulling out coins and notes. A few minutes later, after going over the sums several times, Marvin handed the massive thug a heap of cash. A gold coin dropped, clinking to the floor. Penny reached down without thinking to pick it up. The massive thug wrinkled his nose at her. He snatched the coin from her hand. Their skins brushed momentarily. The thug's motion came to a halt.
Stupid old man. This is not for the tax. You'll pay me whenever and whatever I want.
She turned towards Marvin, but he too was frozen. None moved. Their skins and clothing had turned a gloomy color. Penny looked around the dress shop. The massive thug's beard looked the same, every fiber of hair more visible than it had been before due to his unmoving body. He had his hand still outstretched. She saw a fly hovering in the air. It looked to be fixed in one spot. Penny felt dizzy, sick. A ghostly mist filled the air. In horror, she looked up at the thick clumps of black mist oozing down like teeth, gripping, forming from the ceiling. The stalactites centered closer to the brute. They felt like fiendish jaws pressing down on everything, closing, ripping. The pure black mist from the ceiling swirled about, leeching its tendrils into the room. Slowly, she began to make out figures on the walls. Slowly, she began to make out figures on the walls and ceiling itself. Then, the sinister pair of eyes she had been seeing in her nightmares all these years appeared right above the thug. It's that Eerie Face. It chanted her name over and over in a hiss. Penny tried to cover her eyes and ears, but no matter what, she could still hear it. "Thomas!" She cried for help, but Thomas stood there like the rest, frozen and staring into space. No, he couldn't hear her. No one could. In this bizarre world she never wanted to return to, and yet couldn't escape from. Haunting pale white light gleamed from inside those eyes, watching her. It knew she could see the mist. A fang of black mist fell from the ceiling, pooling beside her, and then more black mist pooled to her other side. From inside the vicious gas, shapes took form, reaching from the floor. She closed her eyes, screaming in fear, willing herself away from it all, pulling from the grasp. The shadow of the black mist lifted, and the world sprang into action again, with the massive thug trying to snatch the gold coin from her hand. She pulled her hand away. She tore her gaze toward the ceiling, the floor. There were no claws, no red eyes or grasping arms, no black mist. Her head spun slightly from the sudden switch in position. "He's lying," Penny breathed, staring at the massive thug. "This is not for the tax."
"What are you babbling about?"
the massive thug said. "You said it yourself. Stupid old man, this is not for the tax. You will pay me whenever and whatever I want." The thug looked stunned for a moment. He wanted to react, but did not speak. Instead, he eyed Penny like she's an insect.
"Nonsense! Are you delusional or what?"
The thug closed in on Penny. Thomas stepped forth, hand on sword hidden beneath his tunic.
"Stop! Take these, please," Marvin said, reaching to the money desk.
He pulled out another gold coin.
"She doesn't know what she's saying. Just leave it be, please."
The massive thug scowled, eyes locked onto Penny, whose gaze was locked onto his as well. He swiped the coin.
"Make it double."
"But—" Marvin caught himself.
"Okay, fine."
"No," Penny said, but the shopkeeper shot her a glance, a frightened, stern glance. Penny kept silent. The massive thug spat on the ground right in front of Penny before leaving the shop. They watched him leave with the other two men near the door chime rattling to a stop. Marvin heaved out the breath he was holding for so long. You didn't have to submit to his demands. He was lying to you.
"The brutes are merciless. I can't stand by and watch them harm you."
"The brutes?"
"Yes, they are a most dangerous gang. Their influence has grown over the years, and they control pretty much the entire town now. Oh, they collect money from anyone who runs a business here and make hell for those who refuse to comply."
"That's terrible. There must be something you can do."
"There is. Just do as they say if you value your life. By the way, how did you know he was lying?"
"It's just a little ability of mine. I can read the mind of the person I touch."
"Are you serious? It's rare to witness magic in this kingdom."
He scratched his chin, studying Penny anew.
"But magic or not, the brutes are not to be trifled with. Please don't meddle in their matters from now on."
He sounded stern now, worried.
"Your father won't be able to protect you if you get on the wrong side of them. Do you understand me?"
Marvin, like many others, had assumed Thomas to be her father. "Yes, I do."
"Still, I owe you a big thanks for standing up for me. That was a brave thing to do. Foolish, but brave."
"I am sorry for making things worse."
"Don't worry about it. It is only a matter of time before this place falls," Marvin says. "What's your name, by the way?"
"I'm Penny."
"Thomas,"
said Thomas.
"Nice to know you."
They shook hands, and as usual, she heard a voice speaking. It was Marvin's voice.
"What a brave and righteous girl. Please don't let anything happen to her."
Penny could hear the waves as they crashed along the boats docked in the harbor. The brutes were already out of her mind by then. The darkness. The water splashed white before arching back into the sea below. Penny paused, feeling the day was part of a daydream. If she thought about it too hard, she might fall back into a dream that she was having back in the cellar. This might be no more than a fantasy. At the edge of the dock, Penny paused, gazing out across the wide-bellied port ships. Thomas remained beside her, coughing at the sudden, chilly air. "What do you think it would be like?" Penny began, her voice low. "Just to jump on one of these ships and head out to the next village, to the next continent?"
"I don't know, honestly. I'm not the traveler type. But I reckon it must be pretty fun." "It is your wish to travel across the sea?"
Thomas said. "Maybe. I just wonder if there's a place out there where looks don't matter as much, where people can see you for who you are, inside."
"Oh, Penny."
Her feet itched to march out onto the ships. She imagined herself demanding the captain to take her with him. She could scrub the floorboards, could make the stews that the men would gobble up on chilly nights at sea. She imagined herself becoming their stowaway, worlds better than her position as just the girl in the cellar. As they continued staring off into the setting sun, they saw a ship approaching.
"It's getting late. We should head back,"
Thomas said. They turned and walked away from the docks. When they reached the castle, Penny was shocked to see her father, the king, standing at the entrance, at the very top of the stone steps. As Thomas and she entered from the side gate, her father didn't see her, nor would recognize her, she knew. She kicked her legs the minute Thomas closed the gate behind them, whispering, "Please, Thomas, let me see him." She stumbled slightly, moving toward the mighty king. Like her sisters and mother, he was blonde, regal, and incredibly handsome. His shoulders were husky and muscular, and his stature was many inches over 6 feet. He stood with his hand atop the hilt of his sword. It had been over 10 years since she'd last seen him up close. Despite what he had done to her, Penny had to fight her every reaction to run to him, to hug him close. She turned her feet back toward the side entrance of the castle, passing beyond the carriage and toward the stone walls of her prison. Throughout her life, she hadn't allowed herself to call it a prison. She had thought that the term was inappropriate, since she was still living in the same walls as her family, a family that was supposed to love her. But now, having tasted freedom, she knew the truth. Her father had trapped her, had shown little care for her well-being, and she would be stuck in the castle walls forevermore, except for the occasional free days. It was a fact she had to accept.
"It's been a long day. Have a good rest, my lady."
Thomas closed the cellar door behind him, leaving Penny locked inside her underground bedroom. She took tentative steps towards the edge of her bed, and then collapsed upon it, cuddling Cinder close and sharing the accounts of her day out with her. All the way beneath the castle, she couldn't hear any of the chaos up above. 10. The Magical Visitor. While Penny was talking to Cinder about her outing that day, a ship approached the dock. At the very tip of the ship stood a voyager from a land that existed only in legends. The voyager felt the waves rocking the massive vessel to and fro beneath him, and the wind rushing through his long and layered maroon hair, curling it wildly around his ears. His name was Everett, a young man in a deep blue cloak whose eyes seemed to convey wisdom far beyond his age. His cheeks were salty and wet from the long journey. He'd been aboard the ship for several weeks, tearing across the wild seas to the majestic land of Lion's Gate. Everett's men, who also wore deep blue cloaks, scurried from the ship, latching it to the docks and anchoring them alongside the other slighter ships that belonged to the village and greater kingdom. From atop the ship, he could see the little villagers scampering away from the ship, seemingly anxious. They moved like rodents, hunting for shelter. Some other younger villagers approached the ship with curiosity, their lips parted in wonder. But it wasn't morbid curiosity that had forced the Dragon Prince from his kingdom. He had come to seek the origin of the dark mist, the deadly plague that had spread across his kingdom, and the way to end it. It was rumored that Lion's Gate had never seen the sort of magic that existed in Dragon's Rift. To most, the fairy kingdoms only existed in fairy tales.
"What is it, my lord?"
one of his men asked, noticing the intent look on the prince's face.
"The darkness. It's here. I can feel it."
"We must find her before it does," Everett said. Everett moved from the top of the ship, sauntering across the top of the deck as his crew prepared to dock. His right-hand man, or dragon, Hector, burst up from the lower deck, his dark blonde hair tossing behind him. He grinned sheepishly at Everett. They'd been best friends since birth, as Hector's father had been the king's loyal carriage hand. Both of them were 17 by Dragon's age, yet neither had ever left Dragon's Rift. Behind his impossibly green bright eyes, Everett sensed in Hector a blip of anxiety. They hadn't discussed it much, but both knew there was much uncertainty in their meeting with the King of Lion's Gate. Doubt still gnawed at him that the one they were looking for resided in the castle of Lion's Gate. But the oracle had never been wrong.
"Are you ready?"
Hector asked. Everett's face was stern, stoic. He bowed his head slightly, his eyes turning toward the Lion's Gate castle. The stone building burst into the sky, with 3 towers that rivaled his own kingdom's castle in height.
"I hope so,"
Prince Everett murmured. He thrust himself against the side of the ship, reaching for the ladder and moving down, down until his boots squished into the sand below. His men, loyal ship dwellers who'd ensured their easy passage, formed a line along the ship. He passed them, looking ahead, like one bent on an important mission. Hector and the dragon guards ambled up behind their prince. Everett moved to the dock and walked past curious onlookers. Despite their best effort at disguising themselves as commoners, the people could sense a unique stature about them. Furthermore, they were several inches taller than the average man. He heard them muttering to one another as he approached. He and his men strolled through the town in the direction of the castle, sparing some moments to observe the lives of the people. The streets of the mortals were more dilapidated than he expected. As they passed, some people paused what they were doing to stare at them, while most couldn't be bothered. This was what Everett wanted, to blend in. The last thing he wanted was for his whereabouts to be made known. Finally, Prince Everett and his men were nearing the gates of the castle, where a group of guards stood waiting.
"Greetings," Everett said. "I come from Dragon's Rift to convey a message of utmost importance. I require a conversation with the King of Lion's Gate right away."
The man stepped forward, his boots scuffed against the cobblestones.
"Where did you say you come from again?"
he demanded.
"Dragon's Rift, one of the 7 great fairy kingdoms,"
Everett stated, his voice booming.
"Dragon's Rift," the man said, looking to and fro at his comrades before bursting into a laugh together. "And these are people dragons." "Indeed." "I appreciate the humor, but dragon or not, we won't let you past these gates."
Everett sighed and looked down.
"Just as I expected. Then I'm afraid you leave me no choice,"
Everett said, and the guards' grip on their weapons tightened, poised to strike. Without warning, the prince leapt over the guards and latched onto the walls of the gates. Up he went and vanished over the gate within a few seconds. His men followed. The guards stared at one another, dumbfounded, before rushing through the gate to the castle frantically.
"Intruders! Intruders in the castle!"
the head of the guard shouted. The sound of the horn thundered across the castle grounds. At this point, Everett was already making his final jump and landed on the balcony of the throne room. He peered down at the tiny, scurrying soldiers far below. Everett strolled through the archway into the hall where the king sat. The soldiers on either side readied their weapons, eyeing the intruder with disbelief in their eyes. King Exquiros was as foretold to Everett by his father, regal and strong-looking, despite his 50-some years of age, with billowing blonde hair that swirled around his shoulders. King Exquiros glared down at Everett, his blue eyes flashing with fear and anger. Everett surveyed the human king's soldiers and stopped at the base of the steps.
"King Exquiros, I come in peace and to relay a most important message and request from Dragon's Rift." "Do you take me for a fool?" "What man intrudes a castle and expects others to believe he comes in peace?" "I apologize for my intrusion. But there would not be any need of such dramatic entrance if your men had taken my words seriously." "If you want your words taken seriously, state your identity and propose." "Very well. I am Everett, son of King Hevion of Dragon's Rift, and I have come to seek the help of one of your offspring." "Ha! Dragon's Rift. Do you mean the same Dragon's Rift from the fairy tales told to silence children to sleep?" I wouldn't know of that.
It's no wonder my men refused your entry to come to my doorstep demanding my audience and spouting such nonsense. You'll be lucky if you can walk away alive. Seize him!
The soldiers advanced towards the dragon prince and stopped when a wall of fire rose out of the ground. The mortals stared in awe at the unwavering intruder, whose eyes began to glow a fiery orange.
What the devil?
The king cried. More soldiers came running to the king. Everett noticed, and the wall of fire began to comb toward the soldiers.
Stop!
King Exquirios exclaimed.
If I do you promise to hear what I have to say and take my words seriously?
Fine.
King Exquirios relented. The glow in Everett's eyes subsided. So did the wall of fire. The soldiers then relaxed a little, and the king let down his robe, which his hand had grabbed onto in an attempt to shield his sweating face from the heat.
Now, what is it you wanted to speak to me about, Lord of the Dragonland?
He asked in a more cordial tone.
A dark power has spread through Dragon's Rift, killing dozens by the day. None can stop it, not even our king. The only solution is to find the one foretold by the oracle. The only one who can help us defeat the evil. And this person is a royal descendant of Lion's Gate.
Prince Everett said.
Hence, I need an audience with your royal descendants right away. My descendants? Help you defeat the evil? How could this be? I mean, this is absurd. Well, I'm not saying I don't believe what you said, but my daughters are all gentle, elegant souls. They aren't made for battle. The oracle is never wrong. What about your sons? I have none, only 2 daughters. Have you ever noticed anything peculiar about your daughters? Any special abilities they possess? Yes, they are smart, beautiful, and kind. I don't mean that. I'm asking if they possess magic of any kind. Magic? Absolutely not! Before today, I have never witnessed magic. You are the first. In any case, I need to talk to your daughters. Wait, what are you going to do with them? Don't worry. I have to talk to them to make a better judgment of who the chosen one is. Time is running out. Every second lost hastens our defeat. This evil you speak of, what is it exactly? It's a dark power that turns whatever it touches to stone, even dragons. It takes the form of a black mist and has no known weaknesses. Only by finding its origin can we stand a chance to defeat it. Can't you find it with your powers? No. Its power exceeds that of the dragons. But your daughter might be able to. We just have to find out who. Speaking of dragons, why do you and your men look like common folks? The king cleared his throat. We are on a secret quest. We didn't want to draw too much attention, lest we risk alerting the evil. That is why we take human form. So, dragons can take human forms? The king said. But you can't expect me to send one of my daughters to fight this evil with you. This is madness. We need not a warrior, but one who possesses the power to defeat our enemy, whatever it is. I know it is hard for you to accept, but if we don't act fast, the darkness will continue to spread to the rest of the world. Nowhere will be safe.
The king thought hard and kept silent at length. He knew he could not refuse Everett's request without risking his wrath. But He couldn't let him come and take his daughter on this crazy quest without getting something in return. Finally, he thought of a proposal.
I can allow you to see my daughters and take whoever is right with you on this quest. But I ask one thing in return. What is it? You, the Prince of Dragon's Rift, will marry my daughter. You can't expect me to risk my daughter's life unconditionally.
Agreed, Everett said, taking the king by surprise. It was a fair trade. Nothing mattered more than the survival of his kingdom.
Good. I will arrange a meeting. But I will need to make preparations. Seeing the hour is late, please come back again at noon tomorrow. You and your men will be welcome.
Exquirios erupted into his private quarters, still shivering. How much could he truly trust this Prince Everett? He rubbed at his blonde beard, feeling the crisp edges of the thick hair, and turned at the second room in his private wing.
Peter, send for my daughters, the king said. It's entirely imperative that I speak with them immediately. Absolutely, sir.
Peter hustled to the doorway before disappearing, moving away as quickly as a mouse. The king collapsed back on the couch, his hands shaking. The queen rushed to the cabinet in the sitting room, leafing through the many bottles to draw out a stiff whiskey. She poured and passed him the drink, 2 inches of stiff booze. He accepted it and dropped his head back. It burned the back of his throat, coating it. Within seconds, his racing mind had calmed. Tatiana and Sarah remained in their day gowns, looking pretty and prim and fresh as they sauntered into the sitting room. Light from the candles flickered against their blonde curls. They stood tall and regal before the king, their cheeks rosy and youthful, their eyes alight. "Is there something we can help you with, Father?" Tatiana asked. Even she, the cold, sharp-tongued one, spoke with an air of elegance before the king.
My girls,
the king began, his nostrils flared.
I've brought you here this evening to tell you the news that's both worrying and joyful. We have received a rather special visitor earlier today. One Prince Everett of Dragon's Rift. Ah, how crazy I sound. He's a dragon who can take the form of a human, he continued. He claims a dark plague has spread through his kingdom and will soon spread to the rest of the world.
What does this have to do with us, Father? Tatiana demanded, her lips drawing into a tight line. Is he taking refuge here from some sort of plague?
He has mentioned that one of my descendants, meaning one of you, is the chosen one, capable of defeating this evil. Hence, he wishes to seek an audience with both of you to decide who is the chosen one.
Sarah's face was a collection of bewilderment and disbelief. Tatiana seemed to almost sneer.
For this reason, we will arrange a meeting for you to meet the Dragon Prince, during which time he will speak with the two of you. He will then decide which of you is the chosen one. And last but not least, the chosen one will marry the Dragon Prince and become the Queen of Dragon's Rift when this is over.
Marry the Dragon Prince? Said Sarah, a look of worry on her face. But we don't even know him. What if he's not the right one for us?
This is not about finding the right one. It's about leverage. If one of you becomes Queen of Dragon's Rift, we would forge a strong alliance with the dragons. No one would dare question the might of our kingdom,
King Exquirios said.
Furthermore, didn't you two always tell your mother that none of the princes you have met suits your taste? I believe a dragon prince will meet your expectations.
Are only the two of us meeting the prince? Sarah asked.
Of course, you are my only daughters.
Sarah appeared slightly disappointed.
"Do you have something you want to say?" the king asked, his brows furrowed.
"Nothing."
"Good. It's done then."
"The chosen one," Tatiana said, her eyes glittering with light from the candles. The king excused his daughters after that, exchanging a final, long gaze with Tatiana, the sharper of the two. In his heart of hearts, he felt sure that Tatiana would be the chosen one, for she was quick-witted and a fast learner of the ways of the world. The next day came swiftly, and Everett returned from his ship to the castle with his men. This time, the soldiers greeted them politely and let them in. Once inside the palace, an incredibly pale, mustachioed man with a long maroon coat hobbled toward them from behind a pillar in the foyer. Once he reached the prince, he bowed low so that his forehead nearly brushed against Everett's stomach. Then he popped back up and gave the men a strange, ominous grin, showing gray teeth. "Greetings," the man said. "I am Baltic, one of the king's top servants. I have been instructed by the king himself to introduce you to your quarters, where we have accommodations for you and your warriors."
"Much appreciated,"
Everett said, a curious look in his eyes. The dragons followed Baltic to the west wing of the palace, where they marched down a long, wide hallway. Their boots scuffed against the marble floor, making noises that echoed out through the hallway before collecting in the foyer behind them. After 10 minutes of quiet walking, Lord Baltic rapped his knuckles against a 2-story-tall wooden door. It cracked open, revealing a slight woman, a maid dressed in pale blue robes. She bowed her head and gestured, sweeping the massive door open with an impossibly thin arm. It was clear that King Exquirios had made necessary arrangements for the dragon's stay, ensuring that the bedrooms for them were clean as the sheets gleamed in the flickering candlelight. "Lord Everett, the princesses await. Please follow me," the maid said. She then led Everett up a flight of stairs to the west wing, and then a large door. 11. Choosing the chosen one. There was an awkward silence about the luxurious-looking room as Everett remained seated, facing the 2 royal descendants of Lion's Gate. Where should I start, he thought, as he wasn't good at situations like this. He was a prince of the dragons, born to be on the battlefield, not socialize with the opposite gender, especially those of another race.
Ahem.
He cleared his throat, the 2 princesses staring at him, anticipating him to interview them.
"I believe you already know that I am here to seek out the one foretold to be able to aid my quest in defeating the evil that has plagued my land," he repeated for the 3rd time. Only his words were phrased slightly differently. "As you are the only royal descendants of Lion's Gate, it means one of you is the one I seek. The only problem is, I don't know which one." Hector cringed, embarrassed by the prince's unusual, awkward presentation. The Everett he knew had always been decisive and versed in speeches. "Perhaps you can tell me more about yourselves. Who would like to start first?"
Tatiana turned to look at Sarah. "Maybe you should start first," she said in an unusually polite tone.
Sarah looked at her sister, wondering if she was possessed, or the dragon prince had cast some spell on her.
"It's all right. You first," Sarah said. "Thank you." Tatiana broke a demure smile on her face. "My name is Tatiana. I am the eldest princess of Lion's Gate. My hobbies are—"
"Eldest?" Everett said. "I thought the king said he only has 2 daughters."
Tatiana stayed silent for a while before she added, "I'm sorry. I meant to say elder princess. Please pardon me. I'm a bit nervous.
No, please continue.
Tatiana breathed in relief, unable to believe that she nearly exposed the existence of her youngest sister. I am Tatiana, the elder princess of Lion's Gate. My hobbies include cooking, kneading, reading, and sword fighting. It is my firm belief that a good leader is one who puts her people before her, and every action and decision made is made with the welfare of the citizens in mind, because only when the ruler and people are in harmony will a kingdom prosper.
That was a rather impressive introduction, I would say. Have you ever had any unusual experiences? Or do you have any special ability that puzzles you?
Let me think. I'm not sure if you could call it a special ability.
Anything you know, please share it with me.
I have had strange dreams of dragons when I was young, of myself soaring through the sky across a majestic landscape, one that I have never seen before. The dragons seemed to call to me.
These dragons in your dreams, did they say anything to you?
I couldn't hear them for some reason, and soon after, I woke.
Fascinating. Thank you for the introduction. Would you share with us about yourself?
Everett turned to Sarah, asking. Sure. Sarah took in a deep breath, turning to Tatiana and then to the prince before she spoke. My name is Sarah, the younger princess of Lion's Gate. My hobbies are spending quality time with my sister Tatiana and the king and queen. I love cookies and animals, and I think that is all.
What type of animals do you like?
Cats, dogs, birds.
Why is that?
Because they are small and cute.
Interesting.
Everett nodded. Tatiana struggled to control herself from laughing out loud.
Have you ever had any strange things happen to you? Anything you can't explain?
There's something. No, it's nothing.
Are you sure?
Everett asked. Yes, Sarah said.
I see. Well, thank you. It has been very interesting hearing about both of you. I will inform you about the outcome when I'm ready.
Tatiana's hopeful expression deflated a little. May I ask something?
Ask away.
This dark plague you speak of that's spreading across your kingdom, how is it related to Lion's Gate?
I wish I could answer that. Right now, the only thing I know is that its origin lies somewhere in Lion's Gate. The plague can only be ended if its source is destroyed.
Everett stood and bowed as he took his leave. Hector followed after the prince, making his way through the tall, exquisite doors.
What do you think? Which one's the chosen one?
He asked.
What about you? You look like you have the answer.
It's pretty obvious. The elder sister seems more likely. The way she carries herself. What's more, she has beauty, knowledge, and battle skills. And didn't she mention the dreams about dragons?
So she's your type.
Well, the younger sister isn't so bad. She's more mellow and gentle, Hector said.
But looks can be deceiving. Truly, it would seem the elder sister is the more likely candidate. But strength comes in more forms than just physical. Also, I was hoping one of them would say something about the black mist, but none did. Let's consider further before making any decision. For now, I need some time alone to think.
Hector bowed and took his leave. 12. The Fairy. Penny awoke to the rapping of Thomas at the steel bars of her cellar dwelling. She rubbed her eyes, flashing him a sure smile.
I'm sorry to wake you, Penny,
Thomas said, his voice warm.
But it seems you are in for another tea session.
Penny's eyes became wide orbs. But I just went to one a few days ago.
I know. It's Lady Sarah, Thomas said, and I wanted to make sure you had enough time to prepare.
He paused for a moment, rubbing at his thick beard.
I know these days mean a lot to you.
Penny saw a yellow dress in his hands. Is that for me?
Yes, but only after you take a bath.
That goes without saying. By the way, there's a man who came down here last night.
A man? How's that possible? The only man who's allowed in this cellar, apart from the king and the chef, is me.
I was surprised too. He said he was the servant of the Dragon Prince.
A dragon found his way here? Oh dear.
Thomas seemed worried.
Did anyone else know he was here?
Yes, Penny said, and Thomas looked even more grave. Cinder.
You nearly scared me to death.
Penny laughed, and Thomas joined in.
But wait, how did he get out? The door was locked when I came in today.
I don't know. He was gone before I knew it. Perhaps he flew out the window?
The window? Makes sense. I heard the Dragon Prince's magic is very powerful. By the way, can you promise not to tell anyone that a dragon came in? I will be in deep trouble if the king finds out I let someone sneak in unnoticed.
Sure, but only if you let me out now.
Oh, all right, my impatient one.
Thomas opened the cell door, and Penny heard the sound of footsteps approaching. She recognized those footsteps. Thomas turned to his side and bowed.
Lady Sarah.
Sir Thomas? She returned his stern expression with a gentle smile. Sarah, Penny called. Good morning, little sister. Did you sleep well last night? Sort of, Penny grinned. Have you been dreaming again? What fairy tale is it this time? I dreamed I was riding a huge dragon on a quest to a faraway land to defeat a most powerful villain. And how did it end? Sarah asked.
I woke before I could reach my destination,
Penny yawned. If you ask me, I'd say your greatest villain is your wild imagination. Sarah chuckled. To tell the truth, I didn't find much sleep either. A lot has happened lately, but more of that later. Come, let's get you cleaned and dressed up in my room. Penny peered at herself in the yellow gown with stitched pink roses. It was Sarah's, and a bit scuffed and tight for her figure, but she could still manage. Now look at you. You look good in this. Really? I think it looks odd on me. Yes, everything is odd to you, isn't it, little sister? Well, that's because I am always the odd one to everything else. Unlike you, Sarah. You are beautiful, both inside and outside. There's no one who doesn't admire you. Sarah flashed a smile that faded away as she looked down. What's the matter? Is something bothering you? Penny asked. It's just... Sometimes I feel I don't belong. Like I can't seem to do anything right, Sarah said. Why do you say that? You know, a dragon prince has come to our kingdom. He said Tatiana or I am the chosen one foretold to defeat the darkness that threatens his land. I know it sounds crazy, but apparently this prince commands great magic, so we believe what he says is true. He talked to us yesterday wishing to know more about us to see who's the chosen one he is looking for. So, the one that the dragon prince was looking for was Tatiana or Sarah. And how did it turn out? Tatiana handled it extraordinarily well, detailing her strengths, which seemed so many. While I, on the other hand, not too good. I must have sounded so silly to him. That's not true. You are special in so many good ways. The fact that you can't put it down in words doesn't mean you don't have it. What am I good at, Penny? Apart from being beautiful, you are wise, brave, kind, caring, and most of all, true. But it's sad that true beauty often goes unnoticed, Penny said with a hint of empathy. Well, Penny, you are special too. Yes, I know. I am ugly, right? No, I don't mean that. I'm sorry, Penny. Penny turned away, looking down, appearing to sob. Shortly after, Sarah noticed Penny's body trembling before the latter broke out laughing. Oh, you tricked me. You are so terrible. I shall take back this dress. No way. Come and get it if you can. Don't forget, we still have a tea session with Tatiana. You don't want to keep her waiting, Sarah said, mimicking Tatiana's infamous look, and Penny burst out laughing while trying to hold her laughter back by covering her mouth, in case Tatiana heard her. Apart from the torment of having to sit through Tatiana's gloating of how handsome she thought the prince was and how well she performed during his interview, Penny had a good time that afternoon. Thanks to Sarah's company, when it ended, she felt the same sadness at the end of her monthly outing. Dressed for bed, she perched at the edge of her mattress, bouncing slightly. She was surprised at how frigid the floor was beneath her, ice cold, almost frightfully so. She thought about the matter of the chosen one, and suddenly she wondered how things would turn out if she had been born beautiful like her sisters. She would still be a princess, and joining her sisters in the interview with the Dragon Prince. However, it was a scenario that could never be. She would never be a possible candidate for the chosen one, because she was a princess no one accepted. Since she was young, fairy tales and adventures had been her only escape from the cold reality she lived in. More than anything else, she had longed for herself to be special, like those heroines in fairy tales, and tried to convince herself her story might be a fairy tale, that her miserable life was only a prelude of a great destiny that could shape the fates of all. Why must I be born this way? Why can't I be beautiful like Tatiana and Sarah and live a normal life? As if responding to her thoughts, a shadow flickered out of the corner of her eye, lurking along the wall just beyond her cell bars. Was it Thomas? No. She could recognize the rhythm and weight of his footsteps from a mile away. This wasn't him. Who's there? To her surprise, stepping into the flickering candlelight was a woman she had never seen before. She had a most unusual beauty and an aura about her, almost haunting. Even though Penny had seen some of the most beautiful women in her life, this woman really stood out. Luscious golden hair curled around her ears, moving down her shoulders and back. Her eyes were an electric green, flashing, filled with an unearthly spirit. They peered into Penny's very soul. "Who are you?" Penny asked. In reality, she was mesmerized by the woman, for she, in many ways, represented her very definition of perfection and beauty. It was like she was the woman she desired to look like. Names aren't important. What is important is what I am here for. Sorry, I don't get what you... I am here to help you, to forge you a new life, so that you can fulfill the destiny you have always longed for. I don't understand. Didn't you want to be beautiful, Penny of Lion's Gate, more than anything? How do you know my name? There's more to you I know other than your name. Are you afraid? Penny took in a deep breath, trying not to portray any sign of weakness, for she knew the weak became easy targets. Not really. You should be. The might of the fairy world extends beyond any world you know or hear about. In fact, there is a great evil from the fairy world that has arisen and will soon cover all worlds in its darkness. and there's only one way to stop it. How? You.
Me? You can't be serious. I don't even know what this great evil is.
You will when the time comes. But time is short, and I must finish my task before it is too late. I will help you become who you've always wanted to be. I only ask that you use your magic to help end this evil and save a soul. You must not fail, chosen one, or all would be lost, the woman whispered.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait!
I shall make you beautiful and grant you the freedom you've always wanted. But remember, you will return to your original form when you reach the end of your quest. May the blessings of the fairy folks be with you.
That was the last thing Penny remembered. There was a rush, a roar in her ears, like the sound of 1,000 waves crashing all around her at once. And then Penny's eyes rushed open to peer up at the ceiling of her dungeon home. The candle atop her dresser had melted nearly to the bottom, revealing that it was several hours after Penny had lit it. Penny's head felt heavy on the pillow beneath her, stuffed up and strange. She brought her fingers to her forehead, rubbing at the skin, trying to knock out the cobwebs of her mind.
What a dream, she said to herself.
Penny swept her feet to the side of the bed, placing them against the cement floor. She gaped at the dark hallway that led to the dungeon steps, where she remembered spotting that strange, beautiful, golden-haired woman. It felt like it really happened. Yet, at the same time, it was like it took place in another reality. And since Penny wasn't accustomed to many actual events happening in her life, she had to believe that the woman had been nothing more than a flickering dream. She reached for her robe and drew it over her shoulders. That was when she paused. The feeling did not seem right. She peered over her shoulder, and her heart froze. Her shoulder was slimmer. The curvature was strange. And her hand, too. As her eyes trailed down her arm, in the place of bulky and coarse fingers were thin, long ones. Such slender hands, she thought to herself. Not only that, from her bosoms down to her feet, everything was abnormal. And abnormal to her meant normal. She must still be dreaming. She breathed in deep, ready for the moment of truth as she turned to face the mirror. She almost tripped when she saw the girl in the reflection. She had long, luscious, dark brown hair, and her features were, for the lack of a better word, perfect. She resembled the mysterious woman in her dream, except for her hair color, which was preserved. This can't be real. Wait, didn't she just have a dream? If so, does it mean that this is a dream within a dream? She looked at Cinder. She was at the same spot she had left her last night, which was right beside her pillow. She picked her up. Cinder, is that you? Her voice was the only thing that remained the same. She heard the familiar echoing of Thomas's boots as he clunked down the steps. She put Cinder back down, wondering what to tell Thomas when he saw her like that. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. Soon it will be all over. Keep calm. Rise and shine, Thomas said shortly before he stopped outside the cell, gaping at her, hand on his sword. Who are you? He demanded. Thomas. How do you know my name? And how on earth did you end up in there? It's me, Penny. All I know is that I woke up this morning and suddenly this, Penny said, dropping her hands to her side. This what? I look totally different. Thomas surveyed Penny's clothes. It looked exactly like the one she wore the night before,
only now it was flabbier.
Do you take me for a fool? I have seen Penny every day for more than a decade, and you are nothing like her.
I know, but I'm not fooling you.
If you really are Penny, tell me something only Penny would know.
Penny stood and thought for a while, and then walked to the cell bars. Gently, she reached her hand out and touched Thomas.
Where is Penny? Did something happen to her? What should I do if the king finds out she is missing?
You don't have to worry about Penny or the king, Thomas, because nothing happened to Penny. She's standing right before you.
How do you know what I'm... Penny? It's really you?
Penny nodded. Thomas looked into her eyes. He knew those eyes, the same ones he had seen for a decade. And her voice, too, though he was too panicked to notice its similarity to Penny's.
What happened?
Penny told him about the strange dream and the woman who came to the cellar in the dream. It was foolish to believe that the dream was the cause of her sudden transformation, but there was no other explanation. And after the magical events of late, nothing seemed impossible. "13. The Secret of the Cellar." Everett wandered around, taking his time to explore the castle and the royal dwellings of the mortals. The castle was more extravagant looking than his own, though he preferred the more ancient and majestic kind. There was much difference between the ways of the mortals and the dragons. Since he came here, he noticed mortals were more concerned and uptight over trifles. Also, they indulged in pleasures and seemed to judge people based on their appearance and status, as the king had so boldly demonstrated in their first meeting. He was beginning to miss his hometown despite it was laden with black mist and stone. After all, it had been a long voyage from his kingdom. He missed the hard-won peaceful days of his kingdom, days before the black mist. Throughout his years in battle, he had fought countless enemies, but he had never seen one as formidable and deadly as the black mist. One touch from it, and even a mighty dragon would turn to stone. Would he be able to lead his people to victory? Or face the same doom that had befallen his fallen comrades? So much responsibility now rested on his shoulders, yet he hadn't the slightest clue where the origin of the black mist was. Taken along by his hopes and fears, Prince Everett came to the center of the hall where he heard the sizzle of pots and pans nearby. He made his way down a side hallway and found himself before a large kitchen. Inside, a chef curved over a black pot.
I miss the days when I was needed for royal affairs and important events,
the chef said, speaking to himself.
Now only that thing in the cellar gets to eat my delicacy. Of all people, why must it be me?
The words rang through Prince Everett's mind. That thing in the cellar, he whispered to himself, his heart thumping. What on earth is he talking about? Then Everett heard another talking, and he peeked again. Someone was standing beside the fireplace.
Mind your words,
the man said in a gruff voice. By the armor he wore, it was apparent he was a castle guard. His beard was dark and curled tight against his cheeks as if he'd recently been out in the rain and chill.
Oh, Sir Thomas, when did you come in? A while ago, but you didn't notice as you were busy muttering your dismay. I was just... Don't you know you were not supposed to talk about the cellar?
Thomas said in a softer yet stern voice.
What if someone hears it? Sure.
The chef reached for a ladle and drew out several scoops of the stew before him, dropping each with a plunk in the bowl before him, and handed the plate of hot, smoking food to the guard named Thomas.
Here you go.
The chef sprung toward a room Prince Everett could no longer see. Ducking his head down, he watched as the guard named Thomas walked carefully from the far corner of the kitchen towards the steps. In fact, within moments, Thomas marched past the spot the prince had stood prior. From the height of the moldings near the cellar where Everett now was, he watched Thomas march toward the double doors exiting the west wing. Everett dislodged from the wall and found himself scurrying up behind the guard, his mind burning with curiosity. He kept a safe distance from Thomas as the latter led him toward the center of the castle. Thomas disappeared down a flight of steps. Everett reached the door in a nick of time, thrusting his shoulder against the wood. Down below, the staircase continued into a darker part of the castle. Moving on, Everett arrived upon a cellar stone floor. Everett had to walk lightly, so as to match his steps with Thomas in front of him. As they walked, he spotted a hazy, smoky light far down the hall. And shortly, he heard the sound of giggling. It sounded like a girl. He halted, his eyebrows falling low over his eyes. Was the chef referring to this girl as the thing? Everett heard Thomas's voice ringing out a rather friendly tone. It seemed to match with the girl-like giggles Everett had heard previously, sounding strange and echoey in his ears.
"How's Cinder today?"
Thomas said, sounding a little uneasy. "She's doing fine, aren't you?" the girl said, seemingly talking to another person named Cinder. "I'm not fine, I'm hungry," said a girl's voice, probably the one called Cinder. "Are you all right, Thomas?" the girl said.
"It's just, I still find it hard to... Never mind. You must be hungry. Eat. I will inform the king about this,"
Thomas said. "Thomas, do you think they will believe it?"
"I don't know, Penny. Can't say I do myself. But I have to try." "How funny to have so many strange things happen lately,"
Thomas said. As Everett came closer to the source of the voices, he became certain it was coming from the cell down the corridor. Why are there girls kept in the underground cellar? Strange things? What other strange things do you mean? The girl named Penny asked.
"I don't know the full details,"
Thomas continued.
"But there's talk that a dragon prince from a distant kingdom has come to our castle. I don't know his purpose, but it sure got the whole castle riled up."
"A dragon prince? Is he from Dragon's Rift?" Penny said.
"Not too sure about that,"
Thomas said. "Where is he now?"
"As far as I know, he's inside the castle,"
Thomas said. "How is that possible? A dragon is too big to enter the castle," Penny said. "Well, at least that's what I imagine."
"Seems they're not much different from us. They can shift into human form. The king even prepared rooms for them to stay in."
"They? There's more than one dragon?" Penny said.
"Apparently. A prince ought to have bodyguards, I guess,"
Thomas said. "The dragons never leave their land in such numbers. Well, they must have been driven by a desperate need."
You do know quite a lot about dragons, don't you?"
"It's all thanks to these books Sarah gave me," Penny said.
"So, the fairy tales are true, all this time,"
Thomas said.
"Anyways, I've got to go and inform the king about this."
"Thomas," Penny said, "I hope this turns out well."
"Me too."
Thomas suddenly appeared in the hallway once more. Everett darted behind another pillar. Thomas sauntered past, his eyes revealing that his mind was a million miles away. Unspotted, Everett snuck by, walking toward the light at the end of the tunnel, hearing the cellar door shut behind him. His nostrils flared, curled up alongside the edge of the doorway, peering into the cellar room before him. Behind the metal bars sat a most captivating young girl with dark hair and fair skin. Her beauty rivaled even the princess's. Her luscious dark hair curled wildly in clean and glimmering whirls down her back and shoulders. And her light pink face was smooth and mildly glowing under the faint light. Her eyes were like those of a cat, seemingly capturing every surrounding detail. If not for her shabby residence and the ragged clothes she was wearing, She would have been mistaken for a princess herself. As he watched, the girl turned to the corner of her little barred-in room and talked to the wall. "Did you hear that? A foreign prince has come to our kingdom." "What do you think it's about?" Penny said to the wall. "Could it be to discuss some state affairs?" Penny animated Cinder into a pondering gesture. "But the whole castle is all worked up about it. It must be something important, don't you think?" Penny said. Makes sense. Do you want to see me sneak out and check it out?" Cinder moved closer to Penny, whispering to her ears. "No, I can't risk you getting caught. If that happens, our next outing might be forfeit. Or worse, we won't be able to go out anymore," Penny replied. All right, I will stay here." Cinder looked intently into Penny's eyes, noticing her troubled look. "A penny for Penny's thoughts?" All this is too weird. Am I dreaming, Cinder? The prince grinned to himself. It was such a rarity that he spied on anyone. Ordinarily, everyone knew where he was at all times. It was difficult for someone of his caliber to get away with being invisible. But now he crept a bit closer, wanting to catch every idiosyncratic thing that this strange girl did. Perhaps, forced to hide in the cellar, she had to build a reality of her own. Of course, he stepped just a bit too far. His footstep rang out from wall to wall, echoing. Immediately, the girl cast her eyes toward him. Her eyes bright and wide. She shrieked, nearly dropping Cinder. Backing up toward a particularly sad-looking sunken bed, she stuttered, Who are you?" The stranger was tall, regal, his shoulders broad, and his eyes firm and dark above his thick beard. He peered at Penny as if he'd never seen anything like her before. Perhaps he was dumbfounded by her ugliness. She was used to it. "I'll ask you again," Penny said, her voice growing stronger. "Who are you?" Perhaps the man didn't initially sense how frightened Penny truly was, for he took another step forward, then another. As he drew forward, the light from the torches flickered across his cheeks, making his eyes glitter. The man took a small step back, bowing his head. "I'm terribly sorry," he said. "I lost my way. This castle is really huge." Lost? Penny knew the entrance to the underground cellar was kept locked at all times. No one but Thomas and her family had the key to the cellar. And seeing Thomas just left and this stranger appeared, she reckoned he must have snuck in, uninvited. "No one enters here because they lost their way. Who are you? What do you want, really?" she said. "Very well. My name is Everett. You guessed right. I did not lose my way. I was brought here by sheer curiosity. But rest assured, I mean no harm." "My name is Penny." "So that's Cinder," Everett said, and Penny stared at him bewildered. "I overheard you talking, or rather overheard Cinder talking." The man looked at Cinder, which Penny placed against her chest, and chuckled for a moment before scrubbing his large hand across his chin. "What's so funny?" "It's just, I have never seen someone talk to a doll before." She gaped at him, shocked. "She's not just a doll. Cinder's my friend." "Understood." The stranger held a warm smile. "What are you and Cinder doing in this cell?" Everett asked. Penny's heart fluttered wildly in her chest. She wasn't used to being visited by a total stranger and asked about her situation. She admitted a part of the reason was related to how strangely attractive he was. He was around her age, and unlike most people, he didn't scan her like she was an abomination. It seemed that her horrific looks had initially fascinated him, but he remained peering in without looking fearful. "I am a prisoner." Penny thought of the most convincing lie as soon as she could to avoid suspicion. Then again, it wasn't that far from the truth.
It's unusual for a place to only house one prisoner. What unusual crime did you commit?
Being born ugly and different. This was the instant answer that came to her mind, but she couldn't say that. Penny hadn't had anyone ask her that before. What should she answer? Maybe she killed someone? No, it's too easy to find loopholes in such a lie. At last, she thought of the most direct answer. I am forbidden to talk about it.
Forbid? By whom?
By the... Like I said, I am not supposed to talk about it.
Fair enough. Have you been here very long?
Yes, several years. I don't really remember. Penny lied. Anyway, you shouldn't be here, Penny said, noticing the stranger's weird stare. And you haven't told me what your purpose is.
I am a visitor of the castle.
Visitor? So, you are with the dragon prince they talked about. Everett knew she was talking about himself.
Yes.
Really? So, you are a dragon? Penny said.
Yes. Why, don't I look like one?
Everett said, looking at Penny with an expression that was half stern, half curious. Not really. The dragons in the books painted a much different image in my mind.
And what is that image like?
Huge, majestic, noble, and dangerous looking, Penny said.
That would be the prince. I must say, you are a brutally honest criminal.
Sorry, I'm just used to speaking what's on my mind.
Apologies accepted. We dragons have two forms, a dragon and a human form.
So what Thomas said was right. Dragons could shift into human form after all. Can you shift into a dragon form right now? Everett kept silent.
I'm afraid I can't.
Why?
It's a long story. Perhaps I will tell you when the time is right.
Penny did not know if this stranger was telling the truth about being a dragon, or could he just be toying with her, treating her like a fool? But as she had nothing to lose, she decided to play along. So, why have you come to our kingdom? She asked.
To fight a great evil and find someone who can help us find where it is.
What is this evil you're talking about?
It's a terrifying entity that is nigh uncatchable and turns any fairy being it touches to stone. A lot of our people have been killed.
Everett's expression turned solemn as his smile faded. You said the prince is here to find someone. Has he found him?
Her, Everett corrected. Yes and no. We are close now.
Who is this person?
Why are you so interested to know?
I am just curious, Penny said.
I can tell you, but only if you tell me what crime you committed.
I can't.
Why? Because you are forbidden to?
It will do you good not to know.
All right. Then I shall tell you who it is when you are ready to tell me your story.
Everett studied Penny and Cinder intently.
We shall meet again, Penny and Cinder.
Everett walked away. There was no way out of the cellar, as Thomas would always lock the entrance after he left. Then, to her disbelief, she watched the shadow of Everett jump through the opening at the top of the wall where light entered, and was gone. Everett had heard the prisoner girl, Penny, call out to him just as he leapt to the opening. Nothing about her seemed like a criminal. In fact, everything hinted at the contrary. Yet, there was the slim possibility that she could be connected to the Black Mist, however unlikely it seemed. Whatever reason the king had for imprisoning her, he was certain it was secret from the way Penny put it. He should play it by ear and see how all this would come into play when the time came. Shortly after, he was outside, somewhere on the castle grounds. From there, he made his way back to his room. That night, Everett's sleep was filled with restless dreams. The most vivid was one of him looking out atop his castle, seeing the ominous black veil sweep through the fields of Dragon's Rift, which was littered with dead stone bodies of dragons. He stepped back from the window as the dark tendrils rose and invaded the castle, seeping through its every nook and cranny. He jolted awake in his massive bed, gasping, initially unsure of where he was. The sunlight crept in through the gap between the curtains. He blinked, surveying the massive antique mirror that covered nearly the entire back wall of the bedroom, the antique wardrobe that looked like it had been carved by the gnomes of the Yonderlands, and the massive, thick rug, patterned in red and gold, sitting atop the wooden floor. Within seconds, everything came back to him. Lionsgate Castle, the chosen one. He put on his boots, sweeping his hair behind his ears. As he marched from his quarters, he assessed the hall, noting that his men hadn't yet woken. The sun had barely woken. The day was strange and gray, with the sky spitting a spring drizzle across the grounds. From the front of the castle, the prince gazed out across the village while his mind thought about what Tatiana and Sarah had said to him during the interview the day before. He had thought hard about how to determine which of the two princesses was the chosen one. Of all the options, only one had the highest chance of success. But it was also the most dangerous. "14. A Chance at Freedom."
This place is so filthy. To think you really believe such nonsense, Sarah.
How can someone ugly turn beautiful? Said a sleepy Tatiana, yawning.
It's true. You have to see it for yourself,
Sarah said, pulling Tatiana's hand. Tatiana was the last to arrive at the cellar, whining at the fact that she was called by Sarah to the cellar at such a late hour. Earlier that morning, Thomas had informed Penny's family about her situation, briefly saying Penny's appearance had changed entirely into someone absolutely stunning. To avoid being seen entering the cellar, the king and queen picked midnight, when most of the people in the castle had gone to bed, and ordered Thomas to keep a lookout near the entrance of the cellar to ensure no one would come near and notice their presence at the cellar. Tatiana and Sarah arrived outside Penny's cell, joining the king and queen.
Who is this?
Tatiana's half-opened eyes looked at Penny with growing interest. It's me, Tatiana. I'm Penny.
I'm in no mood for jokes. You look nothing like Penny. Who are you? Did Penny put you up to this? Wake us in the middle of the night to listen to your nonsense?
Tatiana said. Penny remained behind the bars of the cell, silent. Knowing Tatiana's character, there was no way to convince her that she's Penny. The king studied Penny intently, like he was studying an enemy of the state. Penny realized she hadn't taken a breath in perhaps 30 seconds, and now forced herself to. The king had never once spared more than a glance at her, but now he couldn't stop looking at her, mainly because she had become another person.
You claim yourself to be Penny. What proof do you have besides those clothes, and that you and Penny sound alike?
The king said, his voice authoritative, yet showing a lack of interest. Penny had expected the king to ask this. She also had the answer, thanks to the episode with Thomas. I can read people's minds like Penny. The king turned to look at the queen, for she had told him on several occasions about Penny's gift long ago. But he had never taken her words seriously.
Well, the Penny I knew never had this gift, said the king. Pardon me for intruding, my lord. It is true. I have witnessed her gift firsthand through the years, said the queen. It could just be coincidence. If it's true, how come it's only you who knows about it?
Mother isn't. Sarah spoke in a soft voice.
What's that?
I have witnessed her powers, too. I didn't tell anyone because I didn't think anyone would believe me, Sarah said, looking down as the king kept his gaze fixed on her, like she had said something unforgivable. Please, father, let me prove it to you, Penny said. For a moment the king inched forward, but stopped.
I'm no father of yours. I see what you are trying to do. You're in this with Penny. She has always wanted to be one of us, but she's not, and neither are you. No matter how convincing her ploy is, I'm not falling for it.
I'm not trying to trick you or anyone. You have to believe me, Penny said, trying hard to control her emotions. It's really me. Mother, please, Penny cried, looking to the queen standing next to the king. You have to believe me. I think a spell has been cast upon me. I want to believe you, but it's just all too hard for me to believe that it's possible for someone to change into someone else entirely. Unless you can somehow prove it, the queen said. Penny shook. Her thoughts felt frozen, inarticulate. She hadn't been allowed much time with any of them since birth, yet they were pretty much the only people she knew in her life. For this reason, she remembered nearly every moment they'd shared with her, though it was hardly the same case for most of them. Her mind searched through her memories for something private that could prove her identity. Then, a song came to her mind. Finding her breath, Penny drew up the lyrics, parted her lips, and began to sing. When you're weary and tired, and the light can't reach your face, remember I hold you close in my dreams. We dance in lace, dresses that whirl around us in fields of green, and I know we'll be together again. Do you still remember this song, Mother? You taught me to sing it whenever I feel scared and alone. Then I begged you not to leave me alone, and you stayed with me until the next morning. Penny's mother stopped in her tracks, turning back. I'll never forget. You were only 6 back then. Penny? Her mother took another step closer. She placed her hands across Penny's cheeks. Her blue eyes glittered with a strange mix of fear and intrigue. Penny, is that really you? Penny nodded, reaching up and latched her hands around her mother's. There is no mistake, the queen said to the king. She is our daughter, Penny.
Then so be it, said the king. The hour's late. I still have matters to attend to tomorrow.
Wait, you're not leaving just yet, are you? Isn't this what we have always wanted? For our Penny to be beautiful like us?
That was what I wanted when she was born. It makes no difference now.
But, Father, now that Penny is beautiful, shouldn't she at least be allowed to live with us? Sarah said.
And risk the wrath of the Dragon Prince? Do you have any idea what could happen if the prince finds out I have been lying to him all this time about having a third daughter? No. Her existence cannot be known.
But...
Silence! I will not hear of this again. If you ask me, she should count herself lucky to have this cell to live in.
The king said and walked away, followed by Tatiana, who tore her gaze away from the tearing Penny. Only the queen and Sarah remained in the cellar in disbelief and sorrow, sharing the sting of the injustice of Penny's plight. Yet, there was nothing any of them could do to improve the situation, except to stay silent while Penny's tears streamed down her face. Before, she knew she meant little to the king. Now, she knew she was wrong. She had meant nothing at all to him. 15. The first lead. There wasn't much to go on with what entailed at the interview with the 2 princesses. Everett had spent the past few days thinking of a way to reveal who was the chosen one.
Are you sure about this?
Hector asked, watching his arm as it glowed orange.
It's the only way. What about the safety of the princesses? You do know this quest is fraught with uncertainty and danger, right? All the more reason to go ahead with this plan. Danger might just be the trigger we need to reveal the Chosen One's hidden powers. Of course, I will need you to lead the dragons to protect them when the battle breaks out. Understood. In that case, we should waste no time. Each second the mist grows stronger, our powers grow weaker. Yes, but before that, I have something I need to do. What is it? Does it have something to do with that girl in the cellar again?
Hector asked with a mischievous look. It's a mystery why she's down there. She said she's being punished by the king. I wonder what crime she committed to land her in a cellar all by herself. Shouldn't she be locked up like other prisoners? There must be something special about her. Dangerous, even.
Are you saying she might be the source of the black mist?
Hector demanded, his voice cutting.
I don't know, but I can't rule out the possibility she's somehow connected to it.
Almost without thinking, Prince Everett exited his room, retracing his steps toward the castle grounds, and then the window leading to the cellar. It was barely big enough for him to squeeze through. When the prince reached the cellar, he strode past the flickering candle perched on the stone wall toward the barred-in area, where he'd found Penny before. When he approached her, he did not hear any sound from the girl or her doll Cinder. It was silent. Upon spotting him, her beautiful button mouth opened. It seemed she was preparing to say something.
Excuse me,
Everett offered, realizing that he'd allowed the silence to stretch on far too long. Penny allowed a crinkle to form between her perfect eyebrows. She strutted slightly, righting her posture. As Everett approached, he recognized that she'd been crying. Tears glimmered on her cheeks. "Who is it?" Penny asked, her voice catching. Her voice was lilting and delicate, yet burning with a firm personality. The prince's eyes were steady upon her.
You are troubled. Did something happen? He asked.
It doesn't matter.
It matters? I want to know if you know anything about the Black Mist.
The Black Mist?
Yes. The evil that is spreading across the land.
This Black Mist. What is it? The haunting vision of the eerie face and shadow came back to her mind. Everett eyed Penny. She wondered if it was because of her expression.
No one knows. It came out of nowhere and spread like wildfire. One day, our men saw it appear in Dragon's Rift. Many were killed, and it became more powerful day by day. Some said they saw the shadow of a face with white, glowing eyes. Not even the mightiest of our warriors could hurt it.
A face with white, glowing eyes, Penny mumbled to herself.
Yes, you know something of it.
Nothing.
If you know something, please tell me.
Everett's hands pressed against the bars of the cell. I'm not sure if it's the Black Mist you speak of. You see, I have a strange ability. I can read people's thoughts when I touch them. And sometimes when that happens, I see black smoke and an evil shadow. Penny told him about her encounter with the Black Mist and the eerie face in town.
This is no coincidence. You have to take me there, to where you saw the Black Mist.
No, I can't.
Why?
That thing. It seeks to trap me. It was only by sheer luck I managed to break free in time.
Break free? How?
Penny didn't want to let slip the truth about her powers. In any case, I can't go with you. It's too dangerous.
I will do my best to protect you.
But you said it yourself, that it is unbeatable.
No matter what, I have to try. I have not traveled all this way from Dragon's Rift to bend to the will of fear. If this Black Mist is not destroyed, the world will be doomed anyway. Better to die trying than to do nothing.
Dragon's Rift?
Yes, that's where I am from, and what I am trying to save from annihilation.
Isn't that one of the 7 lost fairy kingdoms? Everett nodded. So, that means you are a dragon?
Yes.
Are you telling the truth?
Every word.
Penny stepped forward and touched Everett's arm. In that instant, his face and the bars of the cell faded, and Penny saw another landscape, one she could only imagine being from the book she'd read. It was a majestic scene, but darkness rose in the distance. She heard screams of furious beasts. Mighty warriors fell at the onslaught of the dark terror. The scene faded away, and she saw the body of a lordly elder lying on the ground, breathing his last breath. The scene faded away again, and this time she found herself in a dark place lit by a glowing oasis. A voice echoed and spoke. "The heart of the evil lies at Lion's Gate, and only the chosen one, a royal descendant of Lion's Gate, can find and destroy it." Penny pulled away as her mind grew weary with all the visions. "I can take you there. But I am not supposed to leave the cell until 2 weeks from now."
"There is no time. Where is the key to the cell?"
Everett asked. With the help of Thomas, Everett snuck Penny out of the castle. Penny took Everett back to Marvin's shop, where she met the brutes. 16. The Eternal. They'd begun to snake into the edges of the village. It was mid-afternoon, easing into early evening, but the sky above them continued to burn bright with the sun and blue sky. Penny recognized several of the sights they passed during her previous sojourn with Thomas, which felt like several years ago. She knew it had only been a few days, but the world had shifted greatly since then. She inhaled the cinnamon scent of mulled wine as they passed a wine stand. The door opened to reveal the boutique, the one place in the whole of Lion's Gate Penny felt most at home. Marvin was behind the counter. Penny smiled and greeted him, but he looked at her in mild confusion. "Good evening, Marvin."
"Good evening, miss. Have we met before?"
That's right. Penny looked different now. Hence, he wouldn't recognize her. Yes, it was some time ago. I guess you don't remember." Penny chuckled to herself.
"Are you interested in a dress?"
"Actually, I'm here for another reason. The brutes that came the other day, did they come by again?"
"The brutes? How did you know about them?"
"Oh, I heard it from a friend of mine that they came looking for trouble."
"That's right. It was terrible. But why do you want to know about them?"
"It's nothing. There's just something I'd like to ask them."
"Those guys are worse than terrible. A lady like you should stay as far away from them as possible, especially one as beautiful as you."
"Thanks for your advice and compliment. But there's something I need to check. Do you know when they will be back?"
"No idea. But they seem to come more and more frequent these days in the evening, as if they own the place. If you ask me, I hope they never return."
Penny turned to Everett. "Maybe we should wait here." Everett nodded. While they waited, Penny glanced around, looking at the dresses, particularly the one in blue. To her, she never dreamed she could one day fit into any of those dresses. Now it was a reality. She ran her fingers against the soft fabric.
"Do you like this dress too?"
Marvin asked. "It's beautiful."
"It is, but I am afraid it's not for sale."
"Why is that?"
"I was planning to give it to someone as a gift, like you. She loves this dress. You see, she helped me out the other day when the brutes came demanding tax. It was such a brave thing to do for someone her age."
Penny smiled sweetly. That's all right. I'm sure she will love it." Sometime later, the door of the store opened, and an ominous-looking, sharp-nosed man strutted in. It was him, the head brute. His thick finger was pointed directly into Marvin's face, only about an inch away from his lips, and he spoke with horrific anger. Then came another brute, twirling a hammer around and around in one hand through the loop in its handle. "It's them," Penny said to Everett. These brutes were half-crazed. They reminded Penny of wild animals.
"How are you doing, old man? I believe it's time you pay what you owe us."
It's not that I don't want to pay, but I don't have enough yet. If you can just give me more time, I will—"
"Do you take me for a fool? We've given you long enough. Either you pay up or we'll beat the hell out of you."
"I really don't have enough money."
The brute leader grabbed Marvin by his hair with one hand, lifting his other hand into a clenched fist. He moved to strike Marvin, but stopped as another held his back from behind.
"So, you are the leader of the brutes."
"Who the hell are you?"
"If you want to know, let the man go."
The head brute released Marvin and threw a punch with the other hand at Everett. Everett grabbed him by his attacking arm and slowly twisted it back. The head brute's face tensed as he struggled to break free of Everett's grip. The other brute came from behind, but the dragon prince dodged right at the last minute. The prince struck him on the chest with one palm, and the brute flew back, crashing onto the ground a short distance from Penny. The head brute, seizing his chance, took a dagger from his belt and aimed it at Everett. "No!" Penny grabbed his hand.
"I will kill you, and then it's your little girlfriend's turn. Or better, I'll make her beg for mercy."
As time stopped, Penny heard these words. They were the head brute's thoughts. She couldn't let the dagger stab Everett. She tried to move the head brute's hand away, but it wouldn't budge. She moved to touch Everett, too, and it was the same. They were like unmovable statues fixed to the ground. The head brute's face grew shadowed and dark, his form framed by black mist, and right behind him above his head was that eerie face. "Penny!" It called. Penny backed away, hitting a stone sculpture. Pain shot up her arm. Wherever she was, the pain was real. When she looked again, the eerie face was gone. Everett, Marvin, and the brutes were all standing there in the store, frozen in time. Walking up to Everett, Penny called his name, but he didn't show any reaction. It was exactly like last time. What was happening? Penny turned to look at the door of the store and wondered if the entire town outside was frozen as well. Carefully, she turned the knob and pushed the door open. There before her lay the streets of the Manelands. Yet, something was not quite right about them. The streets were entirely empty. Not a single soul was in sight. And the sky looked ominous, painted in a grayish-purple color. She blinked hard and rubbed her eyes before opening them again. The streets and the sky were still the same as before. She wasn't seeing things. Curious, she began walking down the street to her right. As she passed the rows of houses on either side, she noticed they had a sinister feeling to them. The windows were dark, and she could not see the interior at all from the outside. The doors were tightly shut like they hadn't been opened for ages. As she walked away from a store that used to sell pots and stuff, she heard the sound of a door opening. She turned around and saw the door she was checking moments before open, and a young lady stood in the gap. "Hey, you!" she said, looking at Penny. "It's not safe outside. Come, quickly!" She signaled for Penny to come to her. "What's happened to this town? Where's everyone?" Penny asked. "Gone," she said. "It's a long story. I'll tell you all you want to know, but get in before it sees you." "It?" What was the lady talking about? Did something horrible happen to the townfolks, which explained why they all disappeared? Did any of this have something to do with the eerie face with white glowing eyes? It seemed the only person that might answer her questions was this young lady. The lady pulled the door open slightly more to let Penny in. When she got in, she closed it shut carefully. She locked the door before turning to Penny. "This way." She led Penny further in, moving past the shelves of pottery. From the outside, the store seemed small, but inside, it looked more spacious than she expected. The lighting was dim, with candle lights placed atop the shelves being the only source of illumination. Small photo frames hung along the stone walls near the shelves. Penny found herself entering a second room, situated deeper in, where longer wooden shelves with more expensive-looking pottery stood. The lady stood behind one of the shorter shelves at the corner and turned around, waiting for Penny, who was still surveying the fascinating objects around the store. "It's been a long time since I've seen a living soul here," the lady said. "What happened here?" Penny asked. "It came here, bringing death with it. The black mist." The image of the eerie face shrouded in black mist flashed in Penny's mind. "You have seen it, haven't you? It's a most evil entity that calls upon terrifying demons." "So, these demons are responsible for the town folks' disappearance?" "Yes. They killed everyone." "Everyone? Who are you, by the way? And what brings you here?" "I'm Penny. Honestly, I am not sure I know how I got here. It's rather bizarre and hard to explain. I was in a boutique with a friend. There were these thugs that came in. I touched one of them, and the next thing I knew, the world seemed to have stopped. When I walked out of the boutique, everything was different. So, you are the one," the lady mumbled to herself, looking at Penny with a strange look in her eyes, and it unsettled Penny. "Sorry, what do you mean by that?" Penny asked. "It means the time has come. Don't worry, this will be over sooner than you think." The color of the lady's face and body suddenly grew dim. Like a shadow was cast over her. Wisps of smoke appeared out of her silhouette. Black mist. It was all over her body. Her height shrank, and the mass of black mist that was formerly the friendly human lady widened and morphed into a black wolf whose entire form seemed to be woven from mist. Penny watched in horror as the wolf's sinister white glowing eyes fixed on her. Without warning, it lunged for her. Penny ran, knocking into the shelf beside her. A pot fell off and shattered on the floor as the wolf stepped on the broken pieces as it went after Penny. The wolf pounced, and Penny turned around the corner as she reached the edge of a shelf. The wolf was now in the way between her and the door. Not sparing another look at the wolf, Penny turned around, running between the shelves. She stopped at the edge on the side of the shelf, seeking cover behind the dishes and pots that lined the shelf behind her. She stood perfectly still to avoid alerting the wolf of her location. She could hear the snarl of the wolf getting closer on the other side of the shelf right behind her. She wondered if the wolf would just crash through the pottery to get to her. The wolf was approaching. It just needed to make a turn to the other side of the shelf to reach her. She ran along the shelf, back in the direction of the door, only to find it locked. Her trembling fingers unhinged the lock and pulled it open. The wolf ran from the shelf, darting toward her. As she swung the door open, the wolf slammed against the opening door as she squeezed her way through the gap. She closed the door, panting. Just as she thought it was over, she saw movement along the streets. People were coming out of the stores. Like the lady who just turned into the wolf who tried to kill her, they all looked like normal townfolks. Weren't the townfolks supposed to be dead? No, something was wrong. They weren't really the townfolks. for they wore a strange look on their faces, and they were all staring at Penny as they walked along the streets toward her. Some of their bodies began to distort in black mist in the same way she saw happen to the lady. She started running down the street, keeping a distance from the town folks coming for her. If she continued running down the street, she would be surrounded by the town folks waiting for her up ahead. So she turned into an alley, and then turned into another, and then another, until she came to a dead end. No! She looked around at the houses on either side of the alley. Surely one of the doors would open. She was wrong. She peered through the windows, but the interior was totally black. With her back pressed against the wall, she eyed the alleyway. It was the only way in and out. The wolves would come any time now. A short while passed, and she could hear a noise down the alley. Louder and louder it grew, and something protruded from the corner of the wall. Alas, the wolves had come. Penny readied herself for a seemingly desperate escape. The narrow alley meant there was no room to dodge if the wolves came charging. Before she could imagine the very scene of her death, the protruding shape emerged out of the corner, revealing a weirdly shaped carriage. "17. Lady Fond. Its body was shaped like a gold-colored giant shoe with large blue petal-like objects resting on it. It was like a big blue flower atop a golden shoe. The petals encircled the carriage. Its door opened, and a lady with dark, long hair emerged, eyeing Penny with a curious glance. "Come," she said. "It's not safe here." Penny made her way over to the carriage. "Hop in," the lady said, before disappearing into the carriage. Penny climbed onto the carriage, and, to her amazement, she found herself in a large room, somewhat like a store. She turned back and saw where she entered. It was a relatively small door compared to a usual-sized one. She wondered if she was hallucinating. "Have I gone crazy?" she thought. The interior of the carriage, or rather store, was decorated with a fine taste, filled with hues of dark brown and bright gold. "What is this place? And who are you?" Penny asked. "Welcome to Hilltop. And I am its keeper, Lady Fond, or Fond for short. It's been so long since I last had a visitor. Tell me your name, lovely." "Nice to meet you, Lady Fond. I'm Penny." "Now that we have introduced each other, I'm sure you have lots of questions. But time is precious. Ask only what's necessary." All right. Where am I exactly?" "You don't know. How can you not? This place is the eternal. It has existed since the endless beginning. It is the world of the mind. More specifically, the mind of the person you visited. What you see in this world are manifestations of that person's mind, and I sense that it's very dark and dangerous." "Visited? I touched that brute guy. Does this mean I'm in his mind?" Penny muttered. "I can't hear you if you keep mumbling." "My turn to ask the questions. Tell me, Penny of the world, why have you come?" "The world?" "Yes. Looking at how well you know about this world, I believe you are from the world, or the real world, or reality, whatever," Lady Fond said. "Actually, I didn't mean to come here. I was investigating something and I ended up here by accident." "Investigating? What could you possibly be investigating?" An eerie face with glowing eyes shrouded in black mist. An eerie face with glowing eyes shrouded in black mist, Penny said, and Lady Fond's eyes widened. A thin and ominous face with a pointed chin that looked like a devilish goat? "Yes. How do you know?" Everyone knows the Black Conjurer. Who is this Black Conjurer? Well, in a way, you can't really define who the Black Conjurer is. It's the entity behind the defilaments of the mind. Anger and fear are her deadliest power. Those wolves you saw, they are manifested from anger and hate. What happened to the townfolks? One moment I was talking to this lady and the next, she turned into a wolf. Penny said, everything and everyone that exists in the eternal is manifested from the mind of the host. Those townfolks you saw, well, they aren't really the townfolks you thought they were. They are anger demons disguised as townfolks. You are saying the wolves that attacked me were manifested by the anger inside the mind of the brute's leader? Lady Fawn nodded. But I don't understand. Why do the demons look like townfolks? The demons take the form of the subject that triggers the related emotion in the host's mind. In this case, whoever or whatever triggers anger in the host will be in the form of demons of anger take. So, you are saying the brute's leader is mad at the townfolks? Most likely, but he's not just mad. Those wolves were brimming with the Fade. This is no mere anger you are talking about. This Black Conjurer, what does it want? You. Me? But why? Because you are a transcender. It's not by accident that you entered the eternal. Only a transcender can travel between the two worlds. You are the only one who can stop her from fulfilling her reign of terror. All she needs is to fill the minds of the people with darkness and enslave them from within. It has already begun. This place wasn't always like this. It used to be a normal place, thriving with joy and peace before the Fade grew stronger. For everyone's sake, you must stop the Black Conjurer. But I just came here. I know nothing at all about the Black Conjurer or the Fade or the demons. Haven't you been listening to me? I already told you what you needed to know. What? What about you? You know more than I do. Can't you stop the Black Conjurer? I can only act as your support, your backup, if you will. Speaking of which, why are you here? What are you exactly? It's a long story, one I would rather not talk about. Perhaps I will tell you in the future if we have the chance. For now, there are more important things at hand. Come. Lady Fawn led Penny to the center of the store. When Penny did not follow, she turned back and said, "What are you standing there for?" The last time someone told me to follow her in this world, I nearly ended up getting killed, Penny said. I won't kill you, young lady. Only if you don't follow what I tell you, Lady Fawn said. Penny walked up behind Lady Fawn and stopped at a vertical, cylindrical structure made of crystal, rotating on its own. On it hung various exquisite-looking shoes of different colors at different levels. At the base of each pair was a label. One read joy, another sorrow, and then another kindness. So on and so forth. It's so beautiful. What is this? My most prized creation. Each of these shoes represents a different element and requires a different emotion in order to be wielded. Take the shoes of joy, for example. To harness its fire magic, you have to think of something that makes you happy. Fire magic? I can do magic with these shoes? Yes. Come, have a try. Lady Fond reached her hand through the crystal surface and took a pair of red shoes tagged with joy, placing them on the floor. Penny took a deep breath and carefully slipped her feet into the shoes. All I need to do is just think of something happy, right? Penny asked. That's right. Okay, Penny said. Wait! Not this direction! Lady Fond grabbed Penny's shoulders, turning her to face away from her. Aiming at the floor will do. Penny fixed her eyes on a spot on the floor, closed her eyes a bit, searching her mind for a happy memory. It was hard, as there wasn't much happiness left in her life. But because of that, any happy moment that existed was easier to recall. She thought about the first time she was allowed out of the cell, when Thomas took her to explore the Manelands. Suddenly, she felt a surge of energy coursing from her feet through her body. Her hands began to glow. She stretched her right hand out, aiming at the floor in front, focusing on the memory and the emotions of joy on that day 7 years ago. A small circle of orange glow spread across the floor, bursting into orange flames. Not bad for a first-timer, Lady Fond said. But out there, a single misstep or hesitation might be your last. So be careful and always be in control of your emotions, lest they will control you, Lady Fond said. But how am I supposed to find this Black Conjurer? Your only clue lies in the midst. The midst is the source of the host's dark emotions. It is also where the deepest fear and attachment of the host lies, where the Black Conjurer is concealed. If you find it, use the wisdom magic on it. It's the yellow pair. I don't mean to whine, but I don't know where this midst is. And the demons, there's way too many of them. There is someone who might be able to show you the way to the midst. He's the soul of the host. Every eternal has one. The soul of the host wanders in his or her own eternal, hiding from the demons that seek to enslave it. You should be able to find out more about the origins of the demons in this eternal from it. I will drop you off near the tavern. That's where he frequents. Lady Fond raised her hand and waved it across the door. Our destination? Tavern. Penny went to the windows and looked outside. She could see they were driving down an alley and emerging onto the street. The carriage turned and wheeled down the street. The town folks the carriage passed on the way did not seem to react to the carriage's presence. The demons can't see or feel the carriage, Lady Fond said as she joined Penny in viewing the surroundings. Penny then thought about Everett and Marvin at the store. Would she make it back in time? Are you all right? Lady Fond asked. I'm worried about my friends. We were in the middle of a fight when I came here. What if I'm too late? You won't be. Time in the world does not pass the same way as the time here. What might feel like an eternity here is less than a split second in the world, Lady Fond said. You're saying that right now the time in my world has stopped moving? No. Time doesn't stop, only moves slower, much, much slower. That's because the workings of the mind far surpass that of physical matter. Do you know how many processes, emotions, and thoughts occur in the mind in less than a second? No, Penny said. Countless, Lady Fond said. Here, take this with you. Penny looked down at the object Lady Fawn held in her hands. This is? With this shoebox, you can access any pair of shoes you want. See these buttons here? Lady Fawn pointed to each little colored gem lined at the front of the box. Each button corresponds to a different pair of shoes. If you wish to access the red shoes, press the button, and so on and so forth. What are these gray buttons? These are the shoes that correspond to emotions you have not yet truly unlocked. When you are ready, the relevant button will light up, and you will be able to use its shoes. Penny took the shoebox from Lady Fawn, which could easily be mistaken for a treasure chest owing to its beautiful and intricate design. Penny pressed the red button, and the lid sprang open, revealing an empty box. Needless to say, the red shoes wouldn't be in the box as she was wearing them. She pressed the green button next to the red one, written with the tiny word love below it, and the lid closed by itself and opened again to reveal a pair of green shoes. This is so fascinating, Penny said. Thank you, Lady Fawn. You are most welcome. What felt like only minutes passed before the carriage slowed and came to a stop. We are here! Lady Fawn moved to the door and opened it for Penny. Penny alighted from the carriage. Make sure you don't break any of my precious shoes. Oh, if you leave the shoes out in the open without wearing them, they will be returned to the box in due time, so no worrying over having to put them back. Understood. I will take good care of them, as best as I can, Penny added. Wait, Penny said. How do I return to my world? Ah, how forgetful of me! Just tap the ground with either shoe while you are wearing it. Thrice will do it. Best of luck, Penny. With that, Lady Fawn closed the door, and the carriage drove away. Penny was at the mouth of a dark, narrow alley leading into an unknown part of the town. The walls on both sides were a dark blue, stretching up high above and blocking out most of the purple sky. Nailed to the wall on her right was a sign that read, Crow's Haven. She walked, looking down at her red shoes to make sure she was still wearing them. Flicking her eyes between the path that lay before her and her back to look for signs of wolves. Luckily, the place seemed quiet. And still, despite the suffocating sense of dread that lingered at every inch of its space, here and there the walls of the alleys broke away and led to dark, unwelcoming spaces. As Penny peered into one of the glass windows beside the old wooden door of a store, she felt a shadow slide along the walls. She turned around, but saw nothing amiss. She quickened her pace, and soon the alley opened up, and she saw small orange lights from hanging lamps at the structure ahead. It was a tavern, a building larger than most of the stores she had seen thus far. Walking quietly up the wooden steps to the entrance, she peeped through the dirt-stained glass and saw plates left on tables and some chairs scattered about and tumbled over. Her gaze moved to the right and saw the tavern counter and another table. This one, however, was taken by a few rough men that looked like members of the Brutes. One of them turned, and Penny ducked out of sight as he saw her. To the left and right were alleyways branching off further into Crow's Haven, and she ran into the right one. She rounded the first corner she came across in the alley and peeked from the wall's edge to see if anyone followed her. Seconds went by. Suddenly, she noticed movement, but it wasn't where she was looking, but behind her. She turned around just in time to see a shadow jump down from above. He struck out at her. She backed away and, in that instant, reached her hand out to block the attack. Fire burst out of the emptiness and burnt the shadow's effects. He dropped the stick he was carrying, which caught fire. Disarmed, he stared at Penny as if fearing she was going to attack him any time. She saw his face illuminated by her fire spell. He was a young man, an ordinary townfolk, but unlike the other townfolk she had met in this world called the Eternal, there was fear and uncertainty in his eyes. Penny stood there, her palm facing the shadow in self-defense. "Who are you?" The man did not speak at first, taking a step toward Penny after observing her under the light.
"You are not one of them,"
he said. Penny wondered whom he was referring to, but could only guess. "Them?" she said.
"The monsters. They have taken over this town. Did they capture you too?"
"No. I was sent here to find someone."
"Sent? By whom? And whom do you want to find?"
"I am trying to find the one behind the black mist. Lady Fond told me the person who might know more is here at Crow's Haven."
"Lady Fond?"
"Do you know her?"
"No. The only people I have seen here all turn out to be demons. You are the first person who isn't. Who are you?"
"I'm Penny."
"I'm Leonard."
So the brute's leader's name was Leonard. Penny could see a rising resemblance between the brute's leader and his younger self standing before her. If Lady Fond was right, the younger self was the soul of Leonard, the part of him not yet tainted by corruption.
"You said you were sent here. If you can make it here without the demon seeing you, it means you can leave here too? Can you show me the way out?"
"Sure, but wait, you mean you don't know the way out?"
"The demons won't let me get out. I've been trying all ways, but they never fail to find me."
"Why did the demons capture you?"
I don't know. All I know is that they are evil, and they torture me whenever they get the chance."
As Leonard's expression grew fearful, Penny realized the scattered black marks on his arms and neck. They looked like scars, and some like wounds that had been inflicted only recently. "Are these marks from them?" Leonard nodded, looking up as he heard noises nearby.
"They must have known you are here. We must leave now!"
Penny had hoped there was more time to get information from Leonard, but it seemed she might only get her chance if both of them could get out of this bind alive. Penny tried to recall the way back to where Lady Fawn dropped her. She couldn't go back the same way she came, as she would need to pass the tavern on the way, which would make them exposed to the demons. Penny led Leonard further down the alleyway, turning into another at the first junction. She took a peek at the end of the alley to scan the surroundings for demons and saw a man approaching. It was one of the brute's lookalikes she saw at the tavern. She ducked back into the alley and waited for him to pass, hoping he would not notice them. Nonetheless, she prepared herself for a confrontation should things go south. Her heart pounded hard against her chest as she had never used magic on an actual demon before. It was a female voice, same as the lady from the pottery store. "Are you sure you saw her?"
"Yes,"
the man said. She was right outside the tavern. "And yet you let her escape!" The lady's voice was menacing.
"It will not happen again. We will find her," the man said.
The conversation between the two ended, and the man did not walk by the mouth of the alley Penny and Leonard were in. When Penny saw they were gone, she emerged with Leonard. Up ahead on the wall she saw two signs. One said Tavern, while the other said Eve Street. The latter was the way out of Crow's Haven, so she took it. Going through another alley, she recognized the area. It was where she passed when she entered Crow's Haven, which meant the exit was just up ahead. As both of them ran toward it, a figure walked out from the corner of the wall in the front. She stopped at the corner of the path, turning to face them. "You are not going anywhere this time," she said. "Think of a happy memory," Penny said to herself as panic rose in her, making any effort to think of something happy increasingly hard. She recalled the same memory she had used at the hilltop. Fire burst out of the ground a short distance ahead of where the lady stood, and she flinched, even though it had missed her. At this, The lady wasted no time transforming into her demon wolf form. They turned around and saw the man from the alley before walking toward them. Even if they ran back into the alley, they would be outrun before they could make it to safety. No, running away was not an option. Penny must face the demons. She took deep breaths and focused on the lady, because taking her out would clear their path of escape. Quietly, she let the joy of the first time she was allowed to go to town seep through her senses. The black wolf charged, and Penny waited for it to come close enough and willed her magic at her enemy. A bright orange covered the wolf's black form, and the lady screamed, though her voice sounded monstrous now. As the black wolf rolled onto the ground to douse the burning flames, Penny and Leonard ran for the exit. Behind them, the man pursued. They made it out to the street. There was little chance they could outrun the demons. Hiding was the better option. The man ran out of the Crow's Haven, turning left and right to see where they had gone. Penny heard his footsteps approaching, but she remained perfectly still, holding her breath in the darkness around her. She peeped through the thin gaps of the barrel wood and saw a glimpse of a shadow nearby. The man was probably standing near the barrel she was hiding in. He stood there for nearly a minute before going away. Then Penny let out the breath she was holding. To play it safe, they remained a little longer. Unlike the real world, there was no day or night in the eternal. The sky was a perpetual, sick, grayish purple, and the surroundings looked no brighter or darker, despite how much time had passed. Penny was the first to come out of her barrel. She moved over to Leonard's. "I think they are gone," she said, noticing the hysterical look on her companion's face. "Are you all right, Leonard?" He looked up at Penny with shocked eyes before easing gradually out. "I am fine. I was just disturbed by how much all this resembled the incident back then." "What incident?" Penny asked as Leonard stood and exited his barrel. "How all this began," he said. "It was a long time ago. I didn't think I could still remember it. There was a group of town folks. They were running after someone, a man and a little boy, his son. The town folks had weapons in their hands, and death was written on their faces. Knowing he couldn't outrun his pursuers, he hid his son in a barrel, like the ones we just hid in. The town folks caught up and beat the man while his son watched through the thin gaps of the barrel, wanting to cry out but not daring to, for he promised to stay there and wait for his father to return. But he never did. Soon after, the town folks left and the boy climbed out of his concealment. The head and body of his father were filled with blood. He was dead, beaten to death by the town folk. They were the first monsters that appeared. The leader was a man, the owner of the antique shop." From Leonard's account, it seemed the very first demons, and the black mist appeared after the man was killed. Could the source of the black mist in Leonard's Eternal be related to that incident somehow? Who were those town folks, and how were they connected to Leonard's demons? Penny had a feeling if she found those town folks, she might find the answer, including the mist Lady Fawn talked about. And the Black Conjurer. Apart from the desire to help Prince Everett save his kingdom, she also wished to put a stop to the visions that had haunted her all these years. The town folks that killed the man. Where are they now? "Same as ever. Main Street is where they dwell. But I wouldn't go anywhere near that place. The power of the black mist is very strong there, and the monsters are incredibly powerful." "Leonard, do you know why the townsfolk look like demons to you?" "What I mean to ask is, do you remember anything the townsfolk did that made you hate them so much?" Penny asked. "They tortured me and turned my world to hell. I have every reason to hate them." "I don't mean that." Penny thought of another way to ask her question. "Do you know anything about the Brutes?" "The what?" "The Brutes. It's a notorious gang feared by the town folks." The guys at the tavern are one of them.
That name sounds familiar. I might have heard it from the demon's own mouth before,
Leonard said. It seemed pretty clear to Penny that this Leonard did not know he was the leader of the brutes in the real world. This seemed to sit well with what Lady Fond said. If he was the soul of Leonard, he must be the state before all that hate, violence, and corruption took over. I must get to Main Street. Can you bring me there?
No way. Why do you want to go there anyway?
Leonard asked. I need to get to the bottom of the black mist. Please, you're the only one who can help me.
I didn't get out of the frying pan just to jump into the fire. I'm not going.
Leonard turned, running several steps before a voice broke the silence.
There they are!
It was the man from before. Several more men came up behind him down the street, running towards them. Penny turned around and saw town folks closing in from the other side of the street. They were surrounded. Penny then heard hideous growling coming from the alley of Crow's Haven. The lady, still in her wolf form, stared at her with hungry eyes. The wolf dashed towards Penny, and right then, Penny tapped her right foot against the hard ground. The wolf lunged and was within an inch of her face when she tapped the third time. The Extraction. The surrounding walls and grim atmosphere faded at once, replaced by the familiar view of dresses. As before, her hand was still grabbing on to the brute's arm. Something jumped out of the head brute, and Penny stumbled back. Everett turned, looking at Penny and the black, misty wolf with an intense look. How is it possible? The wolf is in their world.
How is it possible? The wolf is in their world.
Penny was even surer now that all that had happened in the other world wasn't a dream or a hallucination. It was real. The other brutes held their ground as soon as they noticed the black wolf, too scared to move. As the wolf lunged at its feast, a wall of fire separated the brutes and the wolf. It was Everett. The wolf turned to face the magic caster, examining him cautiously. It came for him, and he jumped right over it, switching positions. Like a mad wolf, it swerved and came for Penny. Penny raised her hand to conjure her fire magic, but nothing happened. She peered down and realized she was no longer wearing the red shoes. Her attacker charged forth, and Everett stood between them, waving his arm and punching right at the side of the wolf's head, sending it flying across the store. The wolf recovered right after it hit the wall and pounced on one of the brutes, pinning him to the ground and gnawing at his back. The poor brute screamed in pain and soon fell silent. The black, misty wolf now turned its gaze to the remaining people in the store, contemplating who to feast on next. The brutes had already run out of the store by then, so Everett and Penny were left, apart from Marvin, who was nowhere to be seen, probably hiding behind the counter. The wolf fixed its eyes on Everett while he stared back with unmoving eyes. Without warning, the wolf jumped toward him. But a sudden blast exploded in the air, and the wolf yelped as it flew toward the counter. Getting up, it leapt onto the counter, leaping across the furniture around the store. Penny sidestepped out of the way as it approached. However, it wasn't her the wolf was after.
The window,
Everett muttered before shouting,
"Get down!"
Penny did as told. The wolf jumped through the window glass, and the horizontal blaze drove above Penny's head at the window. There was another loud cry, and the wolf vanished, scattered into evaporating black mist. The blaze then retracted from the window back into the grip of Everett's hand and disappeared. Is it destroyed? Penny asked. Everett walked over to the window, looking out to check.
Yes,
he said, turning around. Thank you, Penny said, noticing the gash of blood on his hands.
You're welcome,
he said. Your arm.
It's just a scratch.
Until now, the dragons were perceived to be formidable. Everett's cut had proven otherwise, and that the black mist, the fade, or whatever this darkness was called, was capable of hurting even the dragons. Looking around, they saw the head of a dumbfounded Marvin slowly emerging from behind the counter. Marvin looked like a scarecrow as Everett helped Penny to sit down. Marvin asked Penny and Everett what on earth just happened. Penny told them her story about the other world known as the Eternal and the mysterious Lady Fond.
So there's another world where this black mist and that demon came from? If this is true, it means the root of the evil we are looking for lies there,
Everett said.
And you said you cast magic in that world with magic shoes?
I know how this sounds, but yes.
And that time moves differently in that world.
Penny nodded.
I do not doubt your words. It can only mean one thing, that it is not by chance you possess such powers. Why didn't you tell me you can read people's minds?
I wasn't sure if you were
a bad person.
Penny didn't answer, but Everett knew her concerned.
Why aren't you concerned now?
When I touched you at the cellar, I saw a glimpse of your thoughts. Usually I only hear words, but your case was different somehow.
And what did you see?
A foreign land. A dark mist had spread and people were killed and dying. There was an old man lying on a stone platform, and then there was an oasis. It was speaking.
Those were my memories. The old man was the king of Dragon's Rift, my father. He was killed by the mist. We were at our wits' end. The only way was to seek an oracle, the only one who could guide us out of this ordeal. She told me that the one who could end this ordeal lies in Lion's Gate, a royal descendant of the kingdom.
Your father is the Dragon King? That means that you are
the Dragon Prince. I am sorry I did not tell you before. I guess that makes us even.
Even?
For hiding your mind-reading powers from me, Everett smiled. Well, the hour is late and there is much yet to be done. To carry on this quest, I will need your help.
Me? I think you must be mistaken. I am not the chosen one. I can't help you defeat the demon.
I didn't say you are.
That comment hurt, and Penny's gaze flicked away.
I meant no offense. You are the only one I know who can enter the other world.
None taken. I nearly died last time I fought that wolf in the Eternal. It was a pure miracle I survived.
Let me do the fighting. I only need you to get it out of the Eternal. Once it's out here, my men and I will take care of it. Like what we just did.
Getting it out is like the hardest part, Penny thought. This is crazy. I need time to think it over.
The one thing we do not have is time. Even as we talk now, the power of the mist grows. We have to find the evil that is driving the mist and destroy it before it's too late.
You don't understand. Even if I agree to this quest, the king won't let me. I am a prisoner.
Let me worry about that. There is also one other thing I need your help with.
19. The prince's assistant.
I won't permit,
the king said.
What crime did she commit to deserve such a sentence?
Everett said in the authoritative tone he used when he first arrived.
She's dangerous. That's what she is. Don't be fooled by her appearance. She is not what she seems. I have witnessed her magic firsthand, and I must say I have seen nothing as incredible. She has done what even we dragons could not. It was with her help that we found the black mist today. You what? You see, Penny can enter the world where the mist dwells, the world of the mind, and it is there our foe lies."
"You must be mistaken. She is nothing but a lowly prisoner. She doesn't possess any powers."
"Didn't you just say she's dangerous?"
"What I meant is she is deceitful. Don't be fooled by her beauty. She used to be an ugly girl, but recently modified her appearance with dark magic."
Everett looked at Penny surprised.
"I bet she didn't tell you, did she?"
"It matters not. She has powers that prove useful to my purpose. Her assistance is of utmost importance. Hence I need her to be freed."
"Freed? That's impossible."
"Why is that?"
"She's a witch."
"Are you implying those capable of magic deserve imprisonment? That we dragons should be locked up too?"
The king's lips trembled as he tried to debate, but he could find no words.
"That is not what I— Fine, she shall be free, as of now."
He did not want to risk Everett's wrath.
"I appreciate your cooperation," Everett said. "As I am unable to determine which of your 2 daughters is the chosen one, I have an idea. I will bring them with me to town tomorrow. It's more likely the power of the chosen one will reveal when the situation calls for it." "Where do you intend to bring them?" "To find the leader of the brutes. Yes, we believe the black mist festers within him."
"The brutes? This is madness! You can't expect me to send my daughters to those thugs! Those lowlifes are capable of anything!"
"Don't worry. My men and I will protect them. We had a deal, didn't we?"
"But—"
"Fine."
It all felt so sudden to Penny. It was only hours ago she was nearly killed by a dark entity, and now she was finally free from the cold bars of her cell. The scariest and happiest moment of her life had just happened within a single day. As she went back to her cellar that night, she shared the events of that day with Cinder. Despite all the excitement, one thing troubled her. Who is the chosen one? More than anything, she knew it was Sarah. There was no way it could be Tatiana. But the fairy had told her she was the chosen one. But she couldn't tell Everett that without exposing her real identity. She was a princess that was supposed to be dead during childbirth. Also, Sarah seemed to fancy the prince. How then could she proclaim herself as the chosen one and steal her sister's prince? She had a big day tomorrow. She would do all that she could to protect Sarah. 20. The quest begins. No one said anything about disguising ourselves as commoners, Tatiana whined while Sarah and Penny snuck a giggle. How is this funny to you? She stared at Sarah, ignoring Penny beside her. Everett had told them moments ago to dress up as commoners to avoid exposing their real identity. I guess the prince has a point. We can't go into town in our usual dressing, Sarah said. People would know we are royalty right away. I wonder if they even wash this thing. Tatiana picked up her tunic with as few fingers as she could, like it was a plague. A knock came on the door.
Is everything well? We will set out as soon as you are ready, said the voice of the prince. Yes, we're almost done, Tatiana answered. The tone of her voice suddenly turned gentle before rolling her eyes. Moments later, Tatiana and Sarah emerged, looking very different from their usual selves. Their hair was very simply done, and they wore little makeup, though their dresses still looked more comfortable and less shabby than Penny's. It was an unusual experience to see the princesses of Lionsgate stroll down the streets. Everett led the way, walking at the front, while 4 other dragons covered their rear, looking out for the women. Thomas stood near Penny in his usual disguise,
occasionally holding back laughter whenever he saw Tatiana's irritated expression when she accidentally stepped on a puddle of water or other filthy-looking litter along the way. Swiftly, she would force a smile back on her face to avoid the foreigners noticing, especially the prince. "Where are we headed?" Sarah asked, watching Penny talking to the prince.
"To the brute's hideout,"
Everett said, sighing slightly. "Is something wrong?" Sarah asked.
"We don't know where it is."
"Doesn't she know?" Tatiana said, looking at Penny. "I mean, does Penny have any idea where that is?" she quickly corrected. Everett was surprised for a second before turning away from Tatiana.
"Penny, did you see anything while you were in that world? The Eternal?"
Penny searched through her memory of that place and recalled that last building she saw shortly ahead of where the black mist stopped and the wolf ambushed her. There was this sign. It read Crow's Haven. Before I could get further, I was attacked.
"Crow's Haven," the prince said. "Let's ask around."
A haggard man sitting on the street reached his hand out as the group passed. Seeing this, Tatiana went forward, crouching down. "Here, take this," she said in a gentle voice that felt so foreign to Sarah and Penny. The man nodded vigorously as he took the coins from her hand. "Can I ask you something? Do you know where Crow's Haven is?" The man looked at Tatiana and then looked down as if he didn't hear her. Penny could sense Tatiana was restraining herself not to yell at the man. All her life, no one had ever ignored her before. Everyone feared and obeyed her without question. The latter was true even for the king and queen. "Did you hear what I just said?" she asked. Her voice still managed to sound friendly, though less than before. Penny walked over, laid her hand on the beggar's shoulder. "It's all right. You don't have to be afraid." The beggar shook his head.
"I don't know anything,"
he said. Tatiana smirked at Penny's failed attempt. "Let's try asking others," Sarah said. "There's no need to," Penny said. "He told me where Crow's Haven is, and what kind of place it is." "How?" Sarah asked.
"That's why you touched his shoulder,"
Everett said. Penny nodded.
"Impressive."
They passed some distance and came to a familiar alley. It was the same building she had seen in the beggar's mind. The walls of the buildings looked like those in the Eternal, where she fought the wolf. "This way," she said. Entering the alley, they came upon a sign on the wall that read, Crow's Haven. "You're amazing," Sarah said to Penny. "Well, it's nothing, really." Tatiana just kept silent, shooting an unimpressed look at her sisters while the prince was not looking. The other dragons followed behind, keeping a short distance from the princesses, so as not to look like they were protecting the girls. The stench of sweat and beer flooded the streets of Crow's Haven. Eyes of unsavory characters watched them from dark corners. Some looked like they had found their prey, as their heads gestured to their companions who turned to look at the princesses. Some of them turned away as the dragons caught their gaze, while others stared back. The girls kept going, trying their best not to look at the shady onlookers. Penny scanned the surroundings, looking for signs of the head brute. It was a while before Penny looked behind her that she realized they were being followed. The men had the same odor as those brutes at Marvin's store. Everett stopped in his tracks as two men blocked his path. Then more came from the side, and more.
"Are you the brutes?"
Everett asked, his tone composed as ever.
"No one steps in here asking the brutes questions."
"I take that as a yes."
"Seems you wish to die. Fine. Get him!"
A brute threw a punch at Everett, and he raised his arm and blocked it. The man winced in pain as his fist reddened. Everett hit the man's chest with his palm. A bright red spot glowed where he hit the man and crashed to the ground, his hand touching his chest, where smoke rose from his shoulders. Another brute attacked and was thrown off balance as Everett moved past him. They all came at Everett and his party.
"Stay close to me,"
Everett said to the girls. A brute charged toward Tatiana and reached to grab her hand. But before he could do that, a dragon grabbed the brute's arm and punched him in the face. The brute fell down unconscious. Another dragon took care of the brutes coming at Sarah from the other side. He leapt and kicked, and one after another the brutes flew back, hitting the wall. Within seconds, the brutes were down, except the man who blocked Everett.
"What the devil? Who are you?"
he asked in a wavering voice.
"That is not your concern. Where is the leader of the brutes?" I don't know."
Everett's eyes glowed as bright flame wrapped thinly around his hand.
Please don't hurt me."
"Then speak."
"Leonard is at the tavern. It's just ahead."
The frightened brute pointed. 21. Crow's Haven. The door to the tavern opened to an awkward silence within. Their arrival was expected. Mean-looking thugs from various corners of the tavern eyed the newcomers. Somewhere at the back of the tavern, they saw the head brute, seated at the center of a table littered with pints and spilled wine and cigars.
"Be careful," Everett said. "Remember, find a way to touch the head brute. We will cover you," he said to Penny. "Lady Tatiana, Lady Sarah, stay close to me. By the way, do any of you sense anything?"
Sarah shook her head. "I have a bad feeling about this place. I think we should not be here," Tatiana said.
"What else did you sense?" the prince asked.
"Nothing at the moment." The head brute looked at Penny and Everett with a hint of awe in his eyes, even though he tried hard to hide it. The surrounding men stood as their leader remained seated.
"We are only here for him," Everett pointed at their leader. "For those who do not want to get hurt, leave now."
The brutes laughed, except for their leader, who remained serious.
"Your witchcraft won't save you this time,"
the leader said. The room erupted as men charged from their positions with their weapons in their hands.
"Kill them!" "Firebrand!"
Everett yelled, and the dragons responded, and a vertical trail of fire erupted from their hands, each forming a flaming sword. As the brutes came at them, the dragons slashed at their enemies' weapons with their swords. They cut through the brutes' swords and daggers like a knife through butter. Penny found a gap in the group of men blocking the way to the head brute and ran for it. A hand grabbed her ankle, and Penny fell. It was one of the brutes lying on the ground. Penny recognized him. He was one of the two men who had come with their leader to Marvin's store. "Let me go!" Penny kicked, trying to break free of his grasp. He lifted the knife in his hand, aiming for her leg. A pint smashed into the brute's head and he passed out. Penny looked up to see Sarah standing there in shock at what she had just done. Penny crawled back on her feet, staying as low as possible as she snaked her way through the fighting crowd. The head brute was just ahead.
"Don't come any closer," the head brute said. "You win."
He said to Penny,
"I know what it is you want. I won't take money from the people again. Just leave me alone."
"Do you mean what you said?"
"Every word."
Just then, someone locked Penny's hands from behind.
"Got you,"
a voice said behind her.
"You really think you can stand against the brutes and live to tell the tale? You got guts, young lady, I'll give you that. You're a real beauty. It pains me to have to kill you. Any last words?"
The head brute stood within an inch distance, sneering in Penny's face, pointing his knife at her chest. Penny summoned all her strength to force her arms out of the brute's grasp from behind, but to no avail. As she tried for the umpteenth time, she heard a dragon roar, and the brute behind her cried out. She felt his grip loosen. In a split second, she grabbed the hand of the head brute, the same hand that was holding the knife pointed at her. "22. Finding the Midst. The noises of the tavern drained away, and a gloom fell over the place. It reminded her of what happened at Marvin's store. She was back in the eternal, though this time she was at the tavern. All the people around her had frozen. She walked across the still crowd and saw Everett protecting Sarah from several brutes. The other dragon warriors were busy keeping any hostiles from getting near Tatiana, who was laying on the ground. She had one eye slightly open to peek at her surroundings. It was pretty obvious she was faking unconsciousness. When all seemed still and quiet, she caught sight of something stirring in the darkness of the tavern's interior. Black mist. It was dripping from the ceiling, rising from the floor. Mist from different spots rushed to the center of the tavern and merged. Something grotesque was forming from it. Penny quickly hid behind the tavern counter and observed the transformation. A wolf took shape, only this time it was nearly thrice as large as the previous one. Was this new mist form a manifestation of the head brute's anger? If it was a clear indication of how much it had grown. Could this huge wolf be the cause of the mist, and defeating it would destroy the mist altogether? There was only one way to find out. Penny readied herself. She checked her feet and saw the shiny red shoes were back. She peered out from the side of the counter, but the wolf was no longer where it had stood. Carefully, she emerged and took cover under a table. Bit by bit, she advanced closer and closer. She needed to be close enough to open the portal and bring it to reality. Penny, you can do this. As she moved to the next table, the wolf turned wildly with its eyes fixed on Penny. She put out her hand and a fireball shot out, hitting the back of the wolf. Its bellow shook the tavern. More fireballs hit the body of the wolf, but they only made the demon angrier. It leaped and crashed down on the tables before Penny. It sank its terrifyingly misty black fangs into the table, concealing Penny and crushing it into debris. Penny ducked away in time. She was then lying on the floor as the wolf turned toward its attacker. Penny willed her mind and conjured as much power as she could, igniting blast after blast. The wolf roared as the fiery magic engulfed its front body. She got back on her feet and backed away, but the wolf clawed at her, slashing her shoulder. Penny suddenly felt drained, wincing at the searing pain in her shoulder. That voice, she heard it before. It was the most familiar voice. It was hers. Immense rage came flooding through her all of a sudden. Thoughts of her staring into the mirror at her ugly reflection and trapped inside a cell rushed into her mind. The wolf closed in as she crawled away and hid beneath another table. The wolf clawed under the table, barely missing her as she moved out of range. She tried to conjure magic, but every blow she delivered hit the wrong places and missed its target. What's going on? It was like her magic was malfunctioning. It must have something to do with her getting slashed by the wolf's claw. She was going to die if she didn't find a way out. The wolf smashed the table to pieces. She had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. The wolf's snout was before her. Any time now, it's going to devour her. She struggled and gathered her thoughts, focusing instead on the happiest memory buried within her. She closed her eyes. The wolf's mouth closed in, ready to consume its helpless prey. Then, immense flames burst from Penny's body, encompassing her entire form. It scorched the interior of the wolf's mouth. Penny opened her eyes, and a huge red fireball shot out from her body, right into the wolf's mouth. The wolf tumbled back, its snout pointing at the ceiling of the tavern as it crashed to the ground. Penny regained her breath, looking over the broken tables and chairs scattered around the ground. She gazed at the tavern counter and saw a pair of frightened eyes staring back at her from behind it.
"Penny, is that you?"
Leonard was in worse shape than when she last saw him, with new black marks scorched on his arm. One of them looked like a bite mark of a large wolf.
"I can't believe you killed that thing," he said. "Thank you."
"You are welcome. I'm just glad you're okay. I am sorry I left you behind."
"It was my fault. Perhaps you are right after all. I can't keep running forever. I will take you to Main Street."
A smile lit up Penny's face. They exited the tavern to find they were back near the alley where Leonard mistook Penny for a demon and attacked her. She was doubly cautious this time, wasting no time for sightseeing. After they left Crow's Haven, Leonard led the way away from the main street. Eventually, they came to a point where the rows of stores and houses ended, and a sinister-looking forest began. The tree barks were thick, colored in a black-brown. The trees were unimaginably tall with leafless and thin, crooked branches like those from the dark fairy tales she read. It seemed the entire border of the town was surrounded by this forest.
"We have to go through here. Watch your step,"
Leonard said as he treaded the black mud, joined by Penny. Not far ahead, they came to a sheer drop and a flight of wide staircases hovering in midair, leading down into the lower levels of the forest. Carefully, she descended the steps after Leonard, with nothing on either side to keep anyone walking them from falling over into the dark depths below. The stairs were afloat in midair and seemed to go on forever, winding through the emptiness. But eventually they stopped, and Penny's red shoes treaded on flat ground again. Ahead, she saw an old sign hung above them. The words Main Street were written on it. The black mist was thick beyond the street's main gate. This part of the town looked more run down than the one she had seen before. Leonard walked through the gate with a heavy expression. "Let's go," Penny urged, placing her hand gently on his shoulder. Like Eve's Street, the streets were vacant without a soul in sight. To avoid being seen by the townfolks in the stores, they journeyed through the back alleys. At a point where the alley turned a sharp right, Leonard stopped.
"We're here."
Penny looked out from the corner of the wall and saw the side of a store with windows. Beneath the window glass were crates and barrels lined along the walls. As she looked on, she saw a man running into the alley from the other end, holding the hand of the boy beside him.
"Don't let them get away!"
A voice shouted from the distance, and the man's pace quickened. The boy failed to keep up and tripped. "Papa!"
"Leonard, we have to go!"
The man turned back for his son and pulled him back to his feet. The boy's knee was bleeding. "My knee hurts. I can't run any farther." The man looked around and his eyes fell on the barrels. He lifted his son up with both hands and placed him into one of the barrels.
"No matter what happens, don't make any sound. I will be back for you."
"There he is!"
A thin man with well-combed hair pointed at the man at the mouth of the alley. Several men ran past him toward the man who ran in Penny's direction, but was caught by his pursuers. They grabbed at him, and one of them punched the man, and the others kicked him to the ground. The thin man with well-combed hair slowly walked up to the man lying on the ground.
"It's time you learn the consequence of stealing from me,"
he said, his hand gesturing to the men, who began to kick wildly at the defenseless man. "Stop!" Penny ran forward by instinct, forgetting for an instant that those townfolks were demons. The men stopped kicking, their attention turning to Penny. As they moved forward, Penny blasted at them with her magic. "I will burn you all to ashes if you dare come closer," Penny yelled.
Well, you put on quite a fight. Let's see if you can handle this,
the man said as he started to break into a run, jumping into the wall and then at Penny as he transformed into a wolf in mid-air. Penny wielded her magic, but the thin man was too fast. Before she knew it, she was pressed onto the ground, crying out in pain as the wolf sank its sharp fangs into her left arm. She grabbed at the wolf's neck, and a fiery red flame burst forth from her right hand and sent the wolf flying back a few meters. She tried to focus as her blood began to boil again. It was the same feeling as when the wolf at the tavern attacked her. But she couldn't make it in time to change shoes to use her healing magic.
Your feeble magic won't save you this time.
Wait! Leonard called out to her, walking out of the corner of the alley.
Don't hurt her.
Ah, you have been hard to tame lately. I know, it must be because of this transcender.
Let her go. I promise, I won't try to escape again. I'll do whatever you want of me.
No, Leonard! Penny winced in pain, pressing her wounded shoulder where black mist rose from it. She couldn't let Leonard succumb to the demons because of her. Then she felt the shoebox beneath her waist. It was strangely soft to the touch, which wasn't how she recalled it felt. She needed to switch to the other shoes, but she couldn't decide between the green and the yellow ones. The green ones would heal her wound, while the yellow ones would reveal the Black Conjurer if used on the midst. But where was the midst? Lady Fawn had said the midst would be something linked to Leonard's deepest fear. What was Leonard most afraid of? There wasn't time for hesitation. Penny had to act fast. Healing herself would not do much at this point, as she might not have a chance to change into another pair after that. Useful as it was, healing magic was no good for offense. She decided it would be the Shoes of Wisdom. Pressing the button under Wisdom on the shoebox's lid popped open. Then her shoulder ached. The anger within her triggered yet again, and she struggled to hold it back. The anger of being despised and judged by the owner of the doll shop. The anger of being so naive, thinking she could find respect and love outside the castle.
Do you really think this transcender can save you? No one can. You were always so powerless, just like how you watched your father being beaten to death while you did nothing. You are weak, Leonard. I will beat him to death whenever I want, and you shall watch me do it every time.
No, I killed you. I killed you!
Leonard pressed his hands on his temples as if he were going out of control. The surroundings began to twirl, and the thin man lay on the ground. Penny felt dizzy. She strained to see clearer. She saw she was inside a house. There were dead bodies all around the thin man, whose hair was loose and messy. Cried,
Please don't kill me. Take whatever you want.
There, between Penny and the thin man, stood another man, whom Penny recognized. He was Leonard, the brute's leader.
You don't remember me, but I remember you. Remember the man whom you beat to death because he stole one of your antiques.
You are...
I am the little boy who witnessed how you and your men brutally murdered his father, a helpless man who only wanted a better life for his kid.
Please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to happen.
Didn't mean for it to happen? You will say anything to stay alive.
Please, take anything you want, but please, don't kill me.
Of course we will take whatever we want, and we will kill you too.
The rough-looking men then beat the merchant until he was dead. All the while, Leonard stood there, watching.
I killed you!
Penner turned around and saw Leonard's soul speaking to himself, trying to convince himself of what happened. Then the brute's leader and his men vanished. And the body of the thin man rose and stood up from the ground. "That's it. Feel the rage. Kill me!" the thin man said, laughing, and the surroundings changed back into the alley in the pouring rain. "Leonard, don't! He's trying to trick you!" Penny called out to the struggling Leonard, whose eyes turned to Penny. "Don't give in to the hate!" "I can't. I hate him. The merchants, they think just because they are rich, they have the right to look down on us and snuff out our lives. I will show them I am not weak. I will make them shiver in my presence and bow before me. I won't be powerless again." Being fierce and violent might make you a more fearsome man. Yet deep inside, you are weaker than the boy you once were. Being abused does not make you weak. Fearing it will does. It was then Penny realized what Leonard's deepest fear was that led to all that anger and hate. It was his fear of being powerless like that little boy hiding in that barrel that rainy night. Penny pointed her hand in the direction of the barrel where the little boy was hiding and cast her magic. A stream of clear and bright yellow light shot from her hand to the barrel. The barrel shook violently as black mist spilled from it. A familiar, malicious voice spoke, and the silhouette of the Eerie Face appeared, hovering above the barrel, its white glowing eyes staring into Penny's soul. "Penny, we meet again. You are the Black Conjurer." "Indeed." "What do you want?" "The same thing you want. You will understand when the time comes, if you survive long enough." The Eerie Face vanished, and the mass of the black mist swirled wildly. The thin man turned back into a black wolf and snarled at Penny, running toward her. Something shiny appeared in the distance ahead, rushing into the alley. It knocked the thin man and his men off on its way. It was Lady Fawn's carriage. "Lady Fawn!" Penny called. "Well done, young lady. You have found the midst. I sensed the power of the black mist spilling out here. Here!" Lady Fawn made a graceful gesture with her hands, and Penny felt the pain on her shoulder and the anger within her fade away. She was healed by Lady Fawn's magic. "Don't get too excited yet. The worst is not over." The swirling mist that was the barrel grew and turned into something else. Whatever it was, it bore wings, and its features were pointed. It resembled the gargoyles she saw in her books, only those weren't made of black mist. "Listen, after you take it down, touch it and tap thrice. You will bring it into your world. Destroy it there," Lady Fawn said. Where are you going? I need your help," Penny stated as Lady Fawn prepared to go back into her carriage. "My powers have no effect on the black mist. Only the power of a transcender can defeat the demons of the black mist." With that, Lady Fawn's carriage burst into motion and was gone again. The gargoyle clawed at Penny, and Leonard pushed her away in time. "Thanks," Penny said to Leonard, who was lying on the ground. He cringed as the black marks on his skin darkened under the presence of the gargoyle. "It's burning me!" Leonard cried. Penny rose to her feet, took out the red shoes from her shoebox with a press of a button, and let them drop to the ground. Quickly, she switched out of the yellow shoes into the red ones. She took in a deep breath and closed her eyes. She lost herself to the feeling of joy building within her. An orange orb appeared, expanding into a huge fireball that flew toward the gargoyle and hit it on the chest. The gargoyle let out a piercing roar, and Penny covered her ears. but somehow she could still hear it.
I am your worst fear. None is above me.
The shape of the gargoyle blurred, as did the surroundings. No, not again, Penny said, realizing she was in another place. Where am I? She asked. This place looked familiar. It was a pigsty. Look, it's that pig. Oh, isn't she ugly? The young Yuriah said.
We better not go near her, or we'll be infected with her ugliness, another boy said, with Canyon standing beside him. Hey, don't say that. Look at her. She's pitiful enough.
Yeah, what a pitiful girl. No one likes her. Stop! Penny covered her ears, but she could not block out their voices. Penny ran, wanting to get away as far as possible. She was out of the pigsty and at another place, seemingly a dungeon. Before her stood the king, his back to her. Father? Penny called.
Hadn't I told you not to call me that?
But I am your...
My what? My daughter? I don't have an ugly daughter like you. You are a shame to our prestigious bloodline.
But I am different now. I am beautiful.
No, you aren't. Look around.
Penny turned and saw a glass mirror etched into the wall. Staring back at her was her former ugly self. Penny touched her face with her hand and the reflection did the same. This isn't me. Why am I ugly again? Penny stepped and looked away.
Stay away from me and all of my family. You belong in the cell, the king said.
The king's head turned to his right, still unwilling to risk a look at Penny. Then he walked away. Penny tried to chase after him, but no matter how fast she ran, he was faster. She turned around the corner and again saw a mirror on the wall. She turned instantly at the sight of her ugly self and continued down the dungeon path. Then, ahead, she saw another mirror on the wall facing her ahead, where a path led to the left and the other to the right. She turned around, and there were more mirrors along the walls. She did not recall them being there. As she headed toward the junction, she wanted to turn right or left without looking at the mirrors, but somehow something pulled her in, and she couldn't resist. And the more she stared at her own ugly reflection, the clearer it became, and the harder it was to look away. Suddenly, her reflection stuck a hand out to grab her neck. Penny reached just in time to evade it and fell back on the ground. The other her remained standing and retracted her now black misty arm. The gargoyle emerged out of the mirror and strangled her with its long, bony, and crooked fingers. Then the dungeon walls faded, and they were back in the alley again. Penny could hardly breathe as her thoughts raced. At that moment, she summoned the most powerful, happy thought she could think of. That was what the mysterious fairy had said to her. She was the chosen one, and she was beautiful. Most importantly, she was on a quest with a dragon prince to save the world. She was important now. A series of fiery blasts exploded right at the gargoyle's chest, and it flew back and crashed against the wall of the antique store. The dungeon was gone. The illusion must have been broken when she scorched the gargoyle. The gargoyle fell to the ground with its misty form tearing away. Penny peered over at Leonard, who was lying on the ground but no longer in pain. I have to go now, Penny said. Don't be afraid of the past. He nodded with a smile.
Thank you, Penny. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Penny darted to where the gargoyle was. She held onto its form and tapped thrice. The tavern burst into life again as the chaos resumed. The head brute, Leonard, was still pointing a knife at Penny, though he stood there in a daze. The noises in the tavern slowly settled. As Penny turned to check the cause, she saw it. The black gargoyle was standing in the middle of the tavern. Her method had worked. She had brought it to the real world, just like she did with the wolf. The gargoyle flew and bit a brute nearby, and at once, everyone, both brutes and commoners included, started to run for their lives. Bodies were thrown here and there across the tavern as the gargoyle attacked. Leonard stared at Penny, dropping his knife, aghast at the act he was about to commit. Penny looked for the others, but fatigue came over her, and she could hardly keep her balance. As she stumbled, someone caught her from the side. It felt like a dream as she stared into the face of her helper. It was Canyon. He did not recognize her. He pulled her away from the chaos to the back of the counter and laid her down, looking out for her in the case the large winged beast came near. As he peered from the edge of the counter, he saw the prince and his men waving their flaming long swords at it as it tried to attack them. The dragon warriors were trying to form a circular formation around the demon to avoid it escaping or harming the people still in the tavern. The winged demon clawed at a dragon who attempted to slash it from the rear. The dragon fell to the ground and turned to stone. His flaming sword sizzled away. Everett saw his chance and leapt toward the gargoyle. As flames cut through the thick body of the black mist, it cried and fell crashing onto the table. As the prince landed, all was silent again. The remaining dragons looked at the black carcass, which began to dissipate from the thin mist, and then nothingness. Everett regrouped with the rest. He found Tatiana first, who was lying on the ground. She came to as he called her. Next was Sarah, who was standing near a pillar.
"Hey!"
Canyon called out to Everett.
"Your friend needs help!" "Penny, are you hurt?"
Everett said. I can manage. Just a little dizzy," she said, staring at Canyon's face and then to Everett. She had never imagined she would get such attention from Canyon, whom she had never gotten a chance to talk to.
"Who are you guys anyway?"
Canyon asked.
"It's best you don't ask. You won't believe what I tell you." "You took out the leader of the brutes. I'll believe anything you say." "Speaking of the devil, where is he?"
one of the dragon guards said. Everett found Leonard in a corner of the tavern, guarded by a dragon guard with a flaming sword.
"Are you the one behind the black mist?"
Everett said.
"What are you talking about?"
Leonard said in a shaky voice that was unlike his usual demeanor.
"The mist came right out of you. How do you explain that?"
Everett said. Leonard took a broken chair nearby. As Everett and the dragon guards gathered around him. "Stop!" Penny shouted over the counter. "Don't hurt him!"
"Penny?"
Leonard's expression eased as he saw Penny, like he recognized her.
"You,"
Leonard said.
"Who are you?"
"You don't remember me?" she asked.
"It's strange. It feels like I have seen you, but I just can't recall." "Ah!"
Leonard touched his head. "Don't you remember what happened? The eerie figure? The black mist?"
"I don't know what you are talking about."
"I was in your mind. I saw your past. And what happened to your father. The black mist was inside you all this time, feeding off your fear and anger."
"You were inside my mind? How is that possible? But then again, I feel like I have seen you before. It feels like I have just woken from a bad dream. Oh, I'm sorry. I have done terrible things. Are you all here to punish me?" "We will if you don't tell the truth." "What did you do to let the black mist possess you?"
Everett said.
"I didn't know anything about the black mist until a moment ago. It's the truth."
Penny moved over and touched Leonard's arm.
"I speak the truth, but I guess they won't believe me. Perhaps this is my punishment."
"He's telling the truth," said Penny. "But he thinks we won't believe him, and that this is his punishment." Penny spoke to Leonard, who looked at her with a puzzled expression. Everett raised his right hand, signaling to his guards, and they retracted their flaming swords.
"What does this mean?" Everett said. "There must be a reason why the black mist was inside you." "Of course there is. The answer is clear," Canyon said. "He is a scoundrel who preys on the weak. This is just a taste of his own medicine.
Leonard did not respond and kept his head down.
Don't you think you can fool me too? A leopard never changes its spots.
Wait! Penny grabbed Canyon's arm as he moved to attack Leonard.
I've waited so long for this day. I won't let this chance slip.
Penny verbalized Canyon's thoughts to him. Why have you waited so long for this day? Penny said, and Canyon paused at once, studying Penny with an astounding look.
How in the world? Now it is our turn to ask. Who are you?
Everett said.
Fine, I was going to tell you guys anyway. All these years I've been seeking a way to take down the brutes, to put an end to their tyranny. If he is taken down, the brutes will be leaderless and easier to deal with.
The real enemy here is the Black Mist. It's no use hurting him now, Penny said.
Are you going to let him go? Just like that?
Canyon said.
I know I'm in no place to say anything, Leonard said. I am not afraid of death. But before that, I ought to return all the money I've extorted to their rightful owner.
Leonard said.
Here!
He handed a sack of notes to Penny.
This belongs to your shoemaker friend. Tell him I'm sorry for causing so much trouble.
Thank you. I will, Penny said.
I will order my men to stop extorting from the town folks, though I can't guarantee they will listen. You are their leader. Who else will they listen to if not you? Canyon said. It's not that simple. The brutes may answer to me, but my orders come from someone else, Leonard said. Who is that? The gambler.
The gambler? All of them, including Sarah and Tatiana, said at once. Only Canyon did not share their astonishment.
He's the most powerful person in the whole of Lion's Gate.
Second most powerful, you mean? Tatiana corrected. The most powerful person is the king.
Whatever. He's the one I answer to. How do we find him? Everett said. Fortinier, Leonard said. But even so, you won't get anywhere near him. No one can. He's a careful man, always working his plan from a distance. You do all his dirty work. Surely you know how to contact him, Canyon said. No, most of the time it's his men who came to me. He isn't one who likes showing his face. I have told you everything I know.
Fine. You may go now, Penny said. No, Tatiana said. A criminal like him should be sent to He should be sent to the king and receive his due punishment. They had expected hostility on Leonard's expression, but he remained silent and did not look up at any of them. It was like he had become a different person entirely.
Do what you want with me. I won't fight back.
Leonard looked up and turned to Penny, walking over to her. Everett's eyes tensed, prepared to act should Leonard attack Penny. Penny, however, stood still and calm, returning Leonard's gaze.
I don't know what you did or how you did it, but I want to thank you for lifting the shadow off my mind. And I'm sorry I tried to kill you.
You had such rough times. I'm only glad I was able to help. In a way, you helped me understand more about myself, too, Penny said. Can we let him go? The criminal that committed those hateful deeds is already gone.
You may go. But if you dare cause any grief to anyone again, you have us dragons to answer to,
Everett said.
Trust me, I won't. Thank you.
Leonard nodded once to the rest, and a second time to Penny.
By the way, you will need to wait weeks at least for your turn to play the Caste Game, unless you have a premium ticket. Go to the ticket booth the day after tomorrow and tell the staff your name.
Leonard looked at Penny.
He will hand you the tickets. Will 5 do?
He asked, surveying Penny's party for a head count.
Make it 6,
Canyon said.
Fine.
And with that, he walked out. After Leonard left the tavern, Penny stood there in a daze. What's the matter, Penny? Sarah asked. My head feels heavy. I guess I overexerted myself while I was fighting. Penny reckoned it's because of her traveling between worlds.
Fighting?
Canyon said, puzzled. Clearly he did not witness all that had ensued in the Eternal.
There's much I want to know about you guys. But it's not safe to talk here. Let's get to someplace safe. Follow me.
"23. Canyon's Hideout. The party exited the tavern and Crow's Haven. The surviving brutes they passed along the way didn't dare to challenge Everett's party anymore and kept their distance. It must be the first time the brutes witnessed the power of magic before their eyes, both the light and the dark kind. Back at the main street, they continued following Canyon's lead past a narrow alleyway. After several turns, they came to what seemed like an abandoned store. Canyon made rhythmic knocks on the door. It opened, and a female teen appeared through the gap, her face somewhat familiar to Penny. "Who are they, Canyon?"
"It's complicated. Let's talk inside."
The interiors were dark, lit mainly by candlelights. "Where is this place?" Penny asked.
"It's our hideout,"
Canyon said.
"Come, have a seat. Yuriah, can you get some water for this lady?"
Yuriah. That name. Penny remembered who she was. She was the girl with Canyon those years back near the pigsty. She had grown into a beautiful woman.
"Here," Yuriah returned with a mug of water. "What's with her?" "I guess her people will know better."
He looked at Everett and Tatiana and Sarah. Everett kept silent before he spoke.
"If I guess correctly, it has something to do with what happened in the Eternal."
"What's the Eternal?" Canyon asked.
"A spiritual realm of the mind. That gargoyle you saw was from that world. And it was Penny who brought it out. Mind realm, demons? And who are you guys? Very well. I am Prince Everett from Dragon's Rift, and these are my men. We have come to Lion's Gate to find the evil that is dooming our kingdom. These ladies are here to assist us. This evil you speak of, is it that winged beast? There is much about the evil we don't know, but we know a mastermind is working the strings behind the scenes." "Mastermind?" "Yes. We have to find it and destroy it once and for all." "How are you feeling?"
Everett asked as Penny finished drinking the water from the mug. "Better." But in truth, she felt a sense of indescribable worry. She suspected it had something to do with the damage sustained during her fight in the Eternal. She glanced at her body, relieved to find there was no injury. On the other hand, it worried her, as it meant the injury could be spiritual, which could probably have more severe consequences. Previously, she had felt joy from using the fire magic. But now, all that joy seemed absent, and she felt lost. "So, are you saying that the gargoyle was a demon from the mind of the head brute?" Canyon asked. "Yes. More specifically, it's a manifestation of his fear," Penny explained.
"A demon of fear,"
Everett muttered. "It seems the Black Mist was empowering his fear and hate, which led him to do all those bad things. Or rather, the Black Mist was his fear and hate." "That would explain why he became a changed person after the gargoyle was destroyed. By ridding his fear, he no longer feels the urge for authority," Sarah said.
"If what you say is true, that the Black Mist is the manifestation of one's dark emotions, then where is the root of it?"
Canyon asked. "The Black Conjurer," Penny recalled.
"Black Conjurer?"
Everett said. "When I was in Leonard's mind, I had help from this mysterious lady called Lady Fond. It was she who told me about the world of the mind known as the Eternal. She also said the evil behind the Black Mist is an ancient being called the Black Conjurer." "Did you find this Black Conjurer?" Tatiana said, pretending to be interested. "Yes, when I found the gargoyle, but it got away," Penny said.
"So, this conjurer in black, the same eerie face you've been seeing whenever you touch someone is the one behind the black mist?
Everett said. I think so.
If so, then there's a problem,
Everett said.
Only you can enter the Eternal, which means only you can find and defeat it. And you will have to do it all alone. It's too dangerous.
That seems to be the case. According to Lady Fond, a demon can only be truly destroyed if it's killed in the real world. Everett eyed Penny with a knowing look.
You are saying, if you can bring this Black Conjurer out to our world, then we can kill it?
Yes, but...
But?
The Black Conjurer is in the Eternal, and I can't enter it through Leonard anymore.
Why?
When I touched him, I wasn't transported into the Eternal like before. It's like I could no longer sense black mist in his mind.
So you can only enter the Eternal by touching someone whose mind is corrupted by the black mist?
Actually, not everyone. Before, I had seen the black mist in other people, but those I could only hear their thoughts, and I could not enter the Eternal. Leonard was the first person I could enter the Eternal from.
What does this mean?
Canyon said.
What makes that scoundrel so special? There's nothing special about him, other than his malice and ill will.
There was a moment of silence in the room before everyone, except Canyon, cast knowing looks at one another. That's it. The more corrupt a person, the stronger the black mist within him, Sarah said.
Now, who fits such a category? Who can be worse than the infamous Leonard?
Tatiana said.
The gambler,
Canyon said, almost like he was muttering to himself in deep thought. Leonard mentioned him. Do you know who he is? Penny asked.
Don't tell me you don't know who the gambler is.
Have you been living under a rock? Yuriah said.
Yuriah!
Canyon said.
Don't be rude.
Sorry, it's just, I don't really go out that much, Penny said. How about you tell us who this gambler is? Tatiana said, and Yuriah and her exchanged glares.
Don't mind her,
Canyon said.
At Fort Near, there is this game called the Caste Game. It's a game that allows people to move up the caste system and get out of poverty. Only if you win, of course. The one in charge is known as the gambler.
If so, why are there still so many poor people? Sarah asked.
And Yuriah rolled her eyes.
The Caste Game is rigged. There have only been a few winners over the last decades.
What happens to those who lost?
Everett said.
They become slaves at the mines.
Only until their debt is fully paid can they return home. Canyon suddenly seemed solemn. If there's anyone worse than that Brutes guy, it would have to be this gambler guy, Tatiana said. The Dark Conjurer must be inside him. Also, if we take him out, we would have saved the people from another vermin. We must head to Fort Near next. It was almost funny to see Tatiana getting so enthusiastic about something other than looking beautiful and handsome royal princes. Only participants can enter the building where the game is held. But only if you win the game will you get the chance to see the gambler. And if you lose, which you will, it's the mines for you.
In that case, we will have to win.
Everett stood up.
You will lose for sure, Canyon said. It's suicide. No, we won't. Not with her.
Everett looked at Penny beside him, who looked back, flabbergasted.
You're going now?
Canyon asked.
Pardon me, gentlemen. We would like to go, but I think a little rest goes a long way. After all, it's been a long day, and I can see that most of us are all tired, Tatiana said.
We are fine. No one's tired,
Everett said after surveying his guards.
You guys are dragons, but we are just mortals and princesses.
Tatiana blurted out, and all the others looked at her, wide-eyed. Penny's party reacted shocked, while Canyon and Yuriah shocked and confused at the same time. Ha ha ha! Penny let out a curt laugh. We like to call ourselves princesses. It's just a silly habit. I mean, there's nothing princessy about us, right? Everyone, including Penny herself, let out a sigh of relief, though not for the same reasons.
All right, let's call it a day. Let's meet here again when the time comes,
Everett said, turning to Canyon.
Will you take us to the Caste Game?
Gladly, Canyon said. Tatiana gave a deflated look, for she hoped the Dragon Prince would fix a later date to set out for Fortinier, so she could get more rest. It was already nighttime when the dragons and the princesses returned to the castle. A big feast was in order, and Tatiana did not hold back. I'm starving, she said, finally resuming her whiny former self now that the prince was not around. He had something to discuss with his men. There was a lot on his mind since he lost more men at the tavern showdown. Sarah and Penny did not hold back as they ate to fill their growling stomachs. "24. Sarah's Woes. That was the first night Penny didn't sleep in the cell. It took Sarah to remind her that when Penny wished her goodnight and was ready to return to her cell. Sarah let Penny sleep in her room, as the bed was big enough for the both of them. Spending the night at somewhere else in the castle felt so surreal. After taking a bath, Penny dried her hair, looking at her reflection in the mirror. The mirror had a most exquisite frame of angel ornaments. She still wasn't used to her new reflection. Allow me. Sarah helped her comb her hair. Sorry to trouble you. I must look really silly to not even know how to comb my hair. There's always a first time for everything, and this is your first time. You're right. My hair never needed combing before. It looked out of place no matter what I did to it. Wow, you're really good at this. I'm only average. Tatiana is much better than me at it. Well, one thing she's better at than anyone is her arrogance. Sarah giggled. Did I say something funny? Penny asked, frowning. It's just that it's unusual to hear you talk in this tone. I see. It's just that she can be quite a pain sometimes. But enough about Tatiana. After all that's happened today, this feels trivial, Penny said. I wonder what will happen when we find the gambler. I don't think I can sleep well tonight. What about you? Well, I won't be going with you to Fortinier. Why? I'm just not feeling too well. I think it's better for me to stay here. Did you catch a cold? Penny placed her palm on Sarah's forehead to see if she had a fever. Tatiana says she will not forgive me if I go. She's right. The chosen one can't possibly be me. It's either Tatiana or Penny. By the time Sarah realized what Penny's touch had revealed, she tried to push her hand away, but it was too late. It's not that you aren't feeling well. It's Tatiana, isn't it? How can she say such things to you? You stand as high a chance of being the chosen one as her, if not higher. It's just not right for her to threaten you like that. Penny, it's not right for you to read my mind. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. No, don't mind me. I shouldn't talk to you like that. I know you mean well, but then again, Tatiana's right. I can't be the chosen one. I am inferior to her in every respect. She's wrong. Just because you couldn't tie your hair as well as she does, just because you can't express yourself as well as she does not make you inferior. I know you're trying to make me feel better, but I will only cause more trouble and be of no help. You saw what happened today at the tavern. I can't fight. I can't do magic like you or the dragons. Maybe what makes the chosen one is something other than good swordsmanship and magic. The prince says the prophecy has never been wrong, and I don't think Tatiana is the chosen one. So that means it can only be you. No, what about you? You have had a gift since you were little. The third princess of Lionsgate died 16 years ago at childbirth. As far as the king is concerned, Tatiana and you are the only official princesses of this kingdom. Penny. Don't worry about me, Sarah. I'm happy that I can just be let out of my cellar and join this quest. But I don't know what I can do. For now, all you can do is come with us to Fortinier tomorrow. I will be rooting for you to the end. Thank you, Penny. Sarah hugged her. Well, should we turn in? We have a long day tomorrow. Sarah nodded. As Penny collapsed on the giant, soft pillow, she reminisced on the recent events. She had never been so happy in all her life. Magic, purpose, and hope had all been a pipe dream before this. As a result, it was hard to believe all the good things that had happened to her of late. Amidst all that joy, something bothered her, like an invisible weight on her heart. The sudden thought of all these good things coming to an end and her turning back into her ugly self worried her, even more so than the impact of the joy of becoming beautiful. The fairy had said she's the chosen one, which meant she was the one who would help the prince defeat the Black Mist and save his kingdom when all this is over. But what would the prince or her family think when she returned to her ugly self? Would she be forced to go back to living in the cellar? Then there's another problem. If she was the chosen one, what would Sarah think? She had promised to help her. Seeing how smug Tatiana was, and the emotional abuse Sarah had to endure, Penny could not bear to leave her in the lurch. Sarah was like the heroines in the books she read. Beautiful, kind, and gentle. In the end, she would be the one to triumph over evil and marry the Prince Charming. She was the best candidate in her eyes to be the chosen one. She had recalled that there was no way she could be claimed as the chosen one, even if she was. No one would admit she was the third princess whose death had been a lie. Everett would never know or believe she was a princess unless she told him herself. But that would mean betraying her father and risking the dragon's wrath and her family's lives. So, if the scenario of her being the chosen one was ruled out, the only scenario left was Sarah being the chosen one. But how was she going to help Sarah prove she was the chosen one? What if Sarah wasn't the chosen one? Wouldn't this quest put her in great danger? She had faced off with the demons of the Black Mist. She knew this wasn't child's play. People had been killed because of it, even dragons. But she couldn't let Tatiana win and watch Sarah suffer in silence. So many concerns and questions. A part of her hated herself for playing the hero without really knowing what she's dealing with. Guess all she could do was see how things unfurl. Closing her eyes, she succumbed to her exhaustion and fell asleep. 25. Meeting with Everett. The light lit the darkness, and Penny opened her eyes to the warm sunlight seeping through the curtains of Sarah's bedroom. It was her first time sleeping in a princess's bedroom, and such a comfortable bed. The experience was somewhat surreal. It took a while before she recalled the events of the previous day. Oh no! She sat up. The bed was so huge that she had to crawl to get to the edge. She lifted the side of the curtain, peering out to gauge the time of day. The sun was already high up in the sky. Is it noon already? She said. At her cell, she would often sleep till afternoon time, especially when she couldn't put a book down the previous night. It was part of the privilege of being locked up. No one cared what time she ate or woke up. Well, no one except Thomas, who would nag her to get up for breakfast. Things were different now. Time was against them. She wondered if the others were all ready and waiting for her. She hurried out of the bedroom to look for Sarah as she came to the stairs at the center of the corridor. She saw Everett standing near there. Good morning, she said. Good afternoon, you mean, the prince said. Sorry, I overslept. I'll get changed quickly.
There's no need to rush. The tickets for the Caste Game will only be ready tomorrow, he said.
Oh, that's right. Penny suddenly remembered Leonard had told them the premium tickets would only be ready the next day. Are you waiting for Sarah? She's not in her room.
I met her this morning. She's having a chat with Hector now. When you are ready, can you meet me at the castle gate? There's something I need to talk to you about.
When Everett finished, he turned and walked down the stairs. Not long after, Sarah came walking up the stairs. When she saw Penny, she started giggling, pressing her hand to her mouth. Is something the matter? Penny asked. Your hair! My hair? What's wrong with my... Penny suddenly recalled she hadn't checked herself in the mirror since she woke. She ran back to Sarah's room and gasped when she saw how messy her hair was. More awkward than the fact that she forgot to comb her hair was the fact that Everett saw it. Everett was standing outside the castle gate when Penny hurried down to meet him. She had triple-checked her reflection in the mirror this time to avoid any more embarrassment. One thing she preferred being locked up than free was that she did not have to bother about appearances and looking weird in front of others. She had expected Sarah to be with the prince, but he was all alone. Sarah and Tatiana were the potential chosen one, and their status was more aligned with the prince. Why did he want to meet with her, alone? What was it he wanted to talk to her about? Being isolated all these long years meant her communication skills were not top-notch. Would she make fun of herself again in front of the prince? The deep red hair of the prince shone brightly under the sun, clearly distinguished from the view. Sorry to keep you waiting, Penny said, and waited for the prince to continue the conversation, or whatever he wanted to talk about.
It's good to take things slow once in a while. It's my first time in a human kingdom, and there's still much I don't know about the ways of men. Would you mind showing me around? Everett asked.
I'm not exactly sure if I am the ideal candidate for a tour guide. Penny made an uneasy smile.
You've been here longer than me. Surely you would know much that I don't.
That's true. But I was in a cell for most of my time here, Penny thought. All right, I will try. Along the way to the Manelands, people could not help but stare at them. Mainly at Everett. Penny heard one of them uttering, "Is that the dragon that took down the brutes?" Everett's attention, however, was fixed on the structures, houses, and the people at work and play, paying little heed to the onlookers' chatter.
I have been thinking about what the king said, Everett spoke. Did he lock you up because of your gift?
What do you mean?
That he's afraid you would use it for evil means.
Oh, that. Yes, you could say that. Penny played along since Everett offered such a speculation. She wouldn't need to worry about coming up with a reason herself.
Did your parents have the same gift as you?
I lost my parents when I was a child. Honestly, when I first learned I had the ability to read people's minds, I was frightened. I thought there was something wrong with me.
Why would you think that? It's a rare gift that not even fairy beings might possess.
I don't know. Maybe it's because people have been telling me how weird I am ever since I could talk.
Weird? In what way?
My appearance?
I don't understand. You look like just any other human being,
Everett said nonchalantly. It was the first time she actually heard someone say that to her. At the same time, it had a slight demeaning effect, for it also meant she looked ordinary, which wasn't that much of a comforting notion after her recent transformation. Was it her fate never to be associated with beauty? Thank you, she said. By the way, is it true that only the Chosen One can help you defeat the Black Mist?
Yes.
But how do you know for sure?
The Oracle said it. She is a powerful spirit that has guided us since the days of my ancestors. She has seen us through some of the darkest times in dragon history. She has never been wrong.
Do you have any idea who that might be? Penny said.
The Oracle said it would be one of the royal descendants of King Exquirios. Which one I am still figuring out. You have been in the castle for a long time. You must know much about the princesses.
Well, in a way, I guess.
Can you tell me more about them? It would help me greatly.
I can try. What do you want to know about them?
Anything. Like, do they have any special traits?
Special traits? Penny said. Well, for Tatiana, her special traits are her short temper, arrogance, and her ability to yell at people, call them names, and run them down. Penny softened to a whisper as she stated Tatiana's special traits.
Pardon me? What was that?
Everett asked. Oh, nothing. Tatiana's special traits are that she is beautiful and clever. She's also a fast learner and eloquent. As for Sarah, well, she's the kindest sister one could ever have. Like Tatiana, she is beautiful, but she is also wise, despite she often sells herself short. She sees beauty even in those whom the whole world would not spare another look at. She is a true princess in my eyes.
You are close with Princess Sarah.
She helped me get through some of the darkest times in my life. But a prisoner has no right to be close with a princess, Penny said. So after hearing what I said, do you have a better idea now?
Although I am not totally certain, I think I do have a better idea now than before.
Everett gave a faint but genuine smile. Penny passed many familiar spots with Everett. One of them was the doll store where she first found Cinder, which brought her back fond and haunting memories at the same time. To begin, she introduced Everett to some of the local snacks sold at the street stalls.
This is nice,
Everett said, his eyes widening as he savored a grilled sausage.
What is this exactly?
Penny chuckled at his extreme reaction. It's a pork sausage. Just curious, what do dragons eat at Dragon's Rift? Penny asked.
We eat whatever we have. One day we can feast on natural plants and berries that grow on our land. On another day we might be feasting on the flesh of haunted beasts or even the carcasses of monsters we cut down,
Everett said. I see. Well, enjoy your meal slowly. Penny handed over some coins to the stall keeper.
Well, I'm done. Where should we go next?
Everett said as he swallowed the last piece of the sausage in his mouth. Penny continued down the street with Everett beside her, showing him the various activities and jobs of the people, surprised at how Everett expressed fascination at them, like an innocent child. It reminded her of herself on that first day in town. It was close to evening time when Penny's stomach began to growl, and she took Everett to her favorite pie shop for dinner. Having ordered some piping hot meat and vegetable pies, Penny laid them down on the table where Everett awaited. These pies are heavenly. Penny took a generous bite. Oblivious, Everett was looking at her. Sorry, I forget everything whenever I taste these pies.
There's nothing to be sorry about.
Evan took a small bite at first, and then each bite became bigger. Can you tell me more about the dragons? Penny said.
Where should I begin? Let's start with the origins. Legend has it that dragons were born from the magic of ancient mazes to serve as their protectors and companions. Hence, the dragons were bestowed with the ability to transform into the image of their creators.
Are the ancient mages in Dragon's Rift?
They died out a long time ago. I have never seen them, nor have most dragons that live till this day. They remain now only as fragments of the stories passed down from my ancestors.
There's something I have been wanting to ask, Penny said. Can dragons transform at will?
Yes.
Back at the tavern when you were fighting the gargoyle, why didn't the dragons,
Why didn't the dragons transform?
Penny nodded.
A dragon's power is merciless. If not careful, innocent human lives might have been lost. Besides, the venue wasn't so conducive. That was why they didn't transform.
Did you not transform for other reasons?
Yes. It's nothing to be concerned about."
Everett remained pretty quiet for the rest of the conversation, switching the subject to the pies. Something was troubling Everett, and it had something to do with the fact that he didn't take his dragon form at the tavern. Did he have trouble transforming? If so, why? Whatever the answer was, Penny hoped she would find out someday. "26. The Caste Game." The next morning, Everett, Hector, and the princesses met Canyon at the Hideout, and from there Canyon led them to the train station, which Penny had only seen a few times since she was a child, thanks to Thomas. The train station was situated on the outskirts of the town of Manelanders. Beyond it were vast grasslands stretching to the river and mountains in the distance. The station crowd was made up of mostly Manelanders. Penny would occasionally see small groups of rich folks walking by. One could easily tell that they weren't Manelanders from the way they dressed and behaved. They walked slow and held their heads high, focused only on where they wanted to go, sharing the same ambivalent look as Tatiana when she was at the castle. Above the crowds, they saw the word ticket. Canyon led them toward it and they joined the queue. When it was their turn, Penny walked over to a counter where a plump man dressed in the station uniform looked at her.
"How many tickets?"
"6. 6 for the train ride, and 6 premium tickets for the Caste Game," Penny said. And the man, who appeared disinterested and to be tending to his own business, looked up, eyeing Penny and her group with a frown.
"If you think this is some kind of joke, I have to tell you, it's not funny at all."
Penny's gaze turned serious. "I'm not joking. My name is Penny. Leonard of the Brutes told us you will take care of the rest."
"Did you say you are Penny? My apologies. Sir Leonard told me to hand these to you."
The ticket staff passed a stack of tickets to Penny with both hands. There were 12 in total, 6 normal train tickets and 6 other larger tickets with a glossy surface labeled with the golden words, "Fortinier Caste Game, Premium Entry."
"Seems he took care of the train tickets as well. Saves us the money,"
Canyon said, and Penny handed a train ticket and a premium Caste Game ticket to each of them. Thankfully, the train arrived shortly after, as Canyon predicted. Apart from the fact he was Penny's childhood crush, he was a good companion to have around, for he alone knew the comings and goings of the town more than the 5 of them combined. The train took them through the green fields at the borders of the town to the other part of the kingdom, located near the base of the mountains. Fortinier was known to be the territory of the upper caste. Aboard the train, they split into 2 groups, as each carriage could only hold up to 4 people. "Everett, I would like to hear more about your kingdom and the dragons from you." "We can talk while admiring the scenery," Tatiana said, flashing her sweet, seductive smile. It was obvious to Penny Tatiana wanted to have as much personal time with the prince as possible. And she didn't want Penny to disturb them.
"I'm not sure if this is a good time,"
Everett said. "This is the best time. I heard it's going to be a few hours' ride," Tatiana said.
"In that case, as you wish. I will tell you all about it," he said.
"There's only room enough for 3 people per carriage. Penny, would it be okay if you and your friend share a carriage?" Tatiana asked in a fake polite tone. "Of course," Penny said. Tatiana did not know Penny had a thing for Canyon, and that she was sort of doing her a favor unintentionally. "What about you, Sarah?" Tatiana asked. "I will sit with Penny. I have something to ask her," Sarah said, knowing Tatiana wasn't genuinely giving her a choice. Hector entered the carriage after Tatiana. Everett cast a glance at Penny, giving a slight nod before going in. Penny sat next to the window, facing Canyon, while Sarah sat beside her. During the initial part of the ride, Penny and Sarah spent their time indulging in the beautiful scenery. In truth, Penny was feeling a little nervous in Canyon's presence. She wanted to talk to him, but didn't know what to say. It was Canyon who broke the silence.
"Beautiful, isn't it?" he said. "The fields have not lost any of its beauty after all these years."
"You saw the fields before?" Penny asked.
"When I was a kid, my father took me for a train ride on my birthday. I always told him I wanted a ride. He was working as a cleaner at the train station then. I didn't know he spent most of his savings just to get the tickets."
"He sounds like a wonderful father," Sarah said.
"He was."
"Was?" Penny said.
"He wanted a good life for my mom and I. He knew being a cleaner could never get us that. Not long after, the Caste Game was announced, giving anyone a chance to move up the social class. My father saw that as an opportunity, and he signed up for it, despite my mom's dissuasion. He said life couldn't get any worse, so even if he lost, he would return once he repaid his penalty at the Black Mines. Turned out he was wrong. Life got worse. After he lost, we never heard from him again. Years went by. We had no choice but to face the truth that he died at the mines. My mom succumbed to grief shortly after, leaving me alone."
"Oh, I'm sorry to remind you of your sad past," Penny said.
"It's all right. It's been so many years, I've learned to live with it. A word of advice, no matter how hard life gets, never seek the Caste Game. The Black Mines is a place of no return."
"What is at the Black Mines? And why are those who lost sent there?" Sarah asked.
No one knows the real truth. Some people said they sent people there to mine for resources, free labor. Some say that place is evil, and they require sacrifice to appease the spirits to ensure the prosperity of Lion's Gate. But if you ask me, I think dark dealings go on down there. Things the powerful don't want anyone to know,"
Canyon said. A knock sounded. The carriage door opened, and a train attendant entered and placed plates of toast with cheese and sausages on the table.
"Well, pardon me for going on and on,"
Canyon said. "No, I'm really glad that you're willing to share so much with us."
"Forgive me for asking this, but you both seem unfamiliar with the matters of the kingdom. Are you from outside Lion's Gate?"
"Well, my family don't really allow us out of the house that much. That's why we know so little," Penny said, and Sarah nodded in agreement.
"The world is a dangerous place. I guess your parents do that to keep you safe,"
Canyon said. "Yes, that's most likely it," Penny said, trying to look as normal as possible.
"Well, let's eat while it's still hot,"
Canyon said. When they arrived in Fortinier, they felt like they were in a different kingdom. The train station and buildings in Fortinier were new, vibrant, and colorful compared to the old and weathered buildings in Manelands. Even the building designs were captivating to look at. The floor was made of red-colored tiles, while the walls were mostly white, with a hint of gold designs. Even the dragons, Everett and Hector, could not take their eyes off the gorgeous sight. As they exited the train station, Penny was tempted to explore the town. But Canyon had told them most of the areas were off limits to mainlanders. Caste Game participants were only allowed to go straight to the venue where the Caste Game was held, as lower caste folks were not permitted to roam about the streets of Fortinier freely, something Penny found to be a pity. But they were here on official business, and to save the world, so she couldn't let herself be distracted. They followed the signs along the way until they came to a building called the Black Conjurer. The building easily stood out from the others, for it was the only building that had a huge portion made of black tiled walls on its facade. All of them showed their premium tickets to the guards standing at the entrance, saved for Hector, who chose to wait outside in case anything unexpected happened to the party inside.
"Good luck. May the Black Marion lead you to a brighter future.
The guard examining the ticket said, flashing a smile that seemed to suggest mockery more than sincerity. Entering through the polished black doors, a man in a white coat approached them and escorted them further in. After making a series of oddly somber turns, they came to a dark room lit only by a lantern on the center, where a masked man wearing a pristine white shirt was seated. "Why is he wearing a mask?" Tatiana whispered. Burglars and robbers had always been her worst nightmare. As a beautiful woman, the fear of being taken against her will wasn't so unrealistic. For her, it was mortally terrifying. Sometimes she ordered for certain guards to be fired if she sensed they weren't quite right.
Welcome to the Caste Game. The rules are simple. A total of 3 rounds. For each round, you get to pick one of 5 cards. The same 5 for all 3 rounds. Pick the gambler card and you win. Then you get to walk out of here a better man or woman. Failure to do so, and it's the mines for you. The cards you pick will be taken out and not be included in the subsequent round. In other words, there will be 5 cards for the first round, 4 for the second, and 3 for the last, which is the most thrilling. Remember, the result is absolute. No negotiation or debate will be entertained, the masked man said. He looked each person in the eye, one by one. Now, if you are clear on the rules, let's begin!
"Wait!" Penny said, and took out a coin from her pouch. "It's just something I do before every game. For good luck." Penny laid the coin on her palm. "Oh, lucky coin, lucky coin. Please bestow upon us good fortune and lead us out of misfortune." With this, she tossed the coin high into the air and it fell onto the table and was about to roll off when the masked man caught it. "I'm so sorry," Penny said. The masked man remained stern and looked Penny in the eye before extending his hand to Penny to return it to her. This was the moment she had waited for. Trying to stay calm, she reached her hand out, only to see the masked man pull his back.
"Wait a second,"
he said, and Penny's hand paused in mid-air over the table, and the others eyed one another, trying to mask the worry on their faces. "Is something wrong?" The masked man observed the coin, rotating it around in his hand.
"What a filthy coin," he said.
"Indeed," Penny said, smiling anxiously. As he extended his hand out again, Penny quickly held it. It was harder to notice the darkening of the surroundings this time as they were already dark. But Penny could still feel the difference and know she was in the eternal.
Fools. No amount of lucky coins will help you. You are never going to pick the gambler card because the only time you will see it is when I show it to you at the start of the game. After that, it's a different deck of cards with no gambler card. But you won't notice. No one has. I am just too good with my hands. But seeing what beauties you are, this will be one of those rare occasions where you get the chance to pick the gambler card at the final round. Must be certain not to mix up the cards. Luckily, the gambler card has barely been used, which makes it easier to distinguish from the other cards. Let's see if your lucky coin is lucky after all."
Penny let go of the masked man's hand and tried to pull herself out. But the surroundings told her she was still in the eternal. No good. It was dangerous to be in the eternal. There's no knowing what lurked in the corner, ready to ambush her, like the wolf during her first visit. She could see the black mist rising into the air, though. She could not quite trace its source. Without further ado, she did the only thing that could get her out. Tapping her feet once, twice, and before she could tap the third time, she felt the ground pull from under her feet, and she lost her balance. Something was moving under the marbled ground. It felt like the ground was some sort of fluid, rippling and snaking across the room. It swerved around as it reached the far end and came toward Penny. She climbed onto the table, her eyes fixed on the snaking trajectory. As it reached the table jerked, followed by a loud crash. The table split. Penny jumped at the last minute, before the table was swallowed by a round, dark, hollow mouth of sharp teeth. Dropping to the floor, Penny put her hand out and willed magic at the demon. But nothing happened. This was definitely not the time for her magic to malfunction. There was no time for another try. She pushed herself up from the ground and ran toward the exit. The place wasn't the one she recognized. It was a hallway, with doors on either side at some point. As she closed the door shut, she stepped back and stared at the ground. The carpeted floor rippled below the door, and she flicked and ran. She slipped into the corner of the wall at a junction where the path continued in 3 different directions. The black mist was even thicker here. Now is the time. There, she tapped thrice. The surroundings lightened, and she felt the warmth of the masked man's hand. She grabbed his hand harder than necessary as she tried to adjust to the transition from the eternal back to reality. Quickly, she took the coin from him, looking slightly flustered. The masked man showed only a subtle frown at her strange reaction before taking from his pocket a deck of cards and laying them out on the round table. He then flipped each one from left to right. It was easy to tell which one was the gambler card, as it was the prettiest card with golden flames. But what made it obvious was the drawing of a thin, bald man on the card. It was that same man she saw in Leonard's memory. She could tell the similarity despite she only saw mostly his silhouette in the memory. The masked man then collected the cards, shuffled the deck, and did a fancy move with his right hand holding the deck. There was an instant when the deck was hidden by the back of his hand before it came into view again. Then he laid the 5 cards back onto the table from left to right. Now, pick a card. Penny, did you find out anything? Everett whispered beside her ear, noticing her worried expression. There's a problem, but I can't explain it right now. Not in front of... Penny signaled at the masked man with her eyes. Is there a problem? Kenyon asked. What is it, Penny? Sarah asked. Tatiana was the only one who did not speak to Penny but kept her observation at the cards. Penny did not know if she was genuinely studying them to know where the gambler card was. I'm not sure if I can pick the right one, Penny said. You have 10 more seconds, the masked man said. Penny knew there was a chance none of the cards was the gambler card, but she needed to pick one or the game would end right then, when the time was up. By instinct, Penny picked the second card from the left. The masked man flipped it over to reveal a brute's card. No. 2 more chances left. The brute card was taken out, leaving 4 on the table. After another shuffle and some fancy moves, round 2 began with a time limit of 20 seconds. I think we should discuss this instead of letting Penny do it. Despite her cordial-sounding tone, Penny could sense a hint of hostility. One only who would know her well would. Is that all right, Penny? Since Penny did not have a better idea, she agreed. How about we pick the rightmost card? Everyone looked at one another and at Penny, unable to answer. It was Penny who gave the go-ahead. A merchant card. Seems your lucky coin is being put to the test, said the masked man with a grin. Penny feared her worst fear had come true, that the gambler card was never in the deck all along. If so, there was no chance to win. But she recalled his thoughts. He had mentioned he might give them a chance to win, due to his admiration for their beauty. This notion made her sick to her stomach. Alas, final round. You have 10 seconds. Pick your card. The party stared at the 3 cards. Which should we pick? Kenyon asked. Everett just stayed silent with an intent look in his eyes, as if ready for battle. "Penny?" Sarah said softly beside Penny. "Which is the gambler card?" Penny asked herself. "Think, Penny, think!" She went back through the masked man's thoughts, looking for a sign of a clue. Then she recalled it. He had said the gambler card had barely been used and was easier to distinguish. This sentence was the only one that might be a clue. Barely been used? Easier to distinguish. How would something that's barely been used be easier to distinguish? She scanned through the cards again. At that moment, she noticed the middle and rightmost cards were slightly less flat than the third. Perhaps the shuffling and fancy moves had left a mark on them, which meant the leftmost card that looked the flattest was the gambler card. Penny pointed at the leftmost card at the very last second.
"So you have made your choice. Time to unfurl your destiny."
As the masked man flipped the card, the golden flames shone like the sun in a dark room. It was the gambler card. At once, the others heaved a sigh of relief, except Everett, whose expression relaxed a little. The masked man revealed a look of satisfaction.
"Congratulations," he said flatly. "Welcome to the upper caste."
27. The Gambler. The masked man led the party deeper into the building, past the point where he stood. A part where normal participants and the public weren't allowed to go. Penny recognized the hallway immediately. She had just run down it not that long ago in the Eternal while she was in the masked man's mind. The thought of the snaking thing underneath the ground terrified her. After a few turns, the hallway widened to reveal large red doors at the end. From the look of it, they could guess who was behind the doors awaiting them. The masked man opened the doors, and after they entered, remained standing outside and closed them. The door was huge, almost like a hall itself. At the center of the room sat a man in a black coat on a luxurious chair. On either side were tall and stout men in coats.
"So, you are the winners. I expected no less. Come," he said. "I am the gambler. I believe you have seen me through my card." "We have. To be honest, you appear less than your drawing," Canyon said. "Your friend here has quite the temper. All that came here acted like they were the happiest people in the world. Does it annoy you so much to win? Or do you prefer the mines?"
The gambler said in a calm tone, eyeing Canyon with a malicious glance. Everett held Canyon back by his shoulder.
"Not all express joy the same way."
"Is that so?" the gambler said. "We are just a bit anxious. Still can't believe we actually won," Sarah said. The gambler peered at Sarah with a lustful look. "No worries. You are the winners. As promised, you will be admitted to the upper caste. You can live your life in Fortinier. Free to go as you wish, like the other noble folks." "Pardon our manners. I just remembered we haven't properly introduced ourselves. My name is—" She stepped forward. So did the guards, their fists clenched. Penny halted at the unexpected reaction of the guards.
"Names and introductions mean nothing to me. Unless you are royal, which, sadly, you aren't."
The gambler turned and poured himself a glass of liquor from his desk.
"Let's just get down to business. My men will assign you to your relevant titles."
At the signal of the gambler, 2 guards moved to where Everett and Canyon were standing.
"What is this?"
Everett asked.
"Taking you to your respective place,"
the gambler said.
"And Why aren't they going? Everett said. The agreement was to move you up the caste system if you win. We did not promise you will hold the same positions. Either we go together or we stay. You are in no position to negotiate with me. Fine, then let my fist do the talking.
Everett, with one hand, smacked the guard before him on the chest, and he flew to the gambler's table. Canyon punched the other's face as he moved to strike at Everett. However, it seemed like a scratch as the man recovered, turning back to Canyon. As Canyon wielded another punch, the man grabbed his arm and flipped him onto the ground with ease. Everett's eyes glowed, and the man's coat caught fire as he bent to hit Canyon on the ground.
Stop or they die,
one of the other two guards said, holding a knife at Sarah's throat while the last remaining guard held his at Tatiana's throat. Everett's glowing eyes returned to their normal state, and the fire on the guard's coat diminished at once. Tatiana was shaking, almost reduced to tears. Sarah, on the other hand, remained still and tensed. All Penny needed to do was touch the gambler to enter his mind and purge the black mist out of him. But his table was between them, and there was no way to reach him without first getting past the two guards to the left and to the right, who had just had a taste of dragon fire.
That was a nice little trick you pulled back there. If you dare pull another, you will have the blood of these two beautiful ladies on your hands. That was no trick but magic, and I will not hesitate to wield on you if you dare hurt them.
I think you miss the big picture here. My men will kill all your friends before you can get to me. And even if you do, you will not walk out of this building alive. There are many foolish acts in this world. Threatening the gambler is the worst. Now, get out. Wait! Please, let them stay, Penny pleaded. I have heard much of the greatness of the gambler. I know he is most wise and powerful, that he won't hold it against fools.
I don't know where you heard that from, and I have no obligation to listen to you.
Penny swallowed.
But honestly, it will cast a
bad light on me if I refuse such a sweet plea from a beautiful girl.
But talk is cheap. What are you willing to do for me to let them go?
What do you want me to do? Penny asked.
Quite the direct kind you are. I love it.
The gambler walked over to Penny and slid his fingers down the side of Penny's face.
I must say, it's not every day I lay eyes on such beautiful slaves. What's your name, sweetie?
My name is Penny, and I have come for your thoughts. At once, Penny's hand reached out and touched him on the shoulder.
None of the girls who came before could match the beauty of these three, but I doubt they would surprise me.
The Gambler's Eternal. The light in the room dimmed. Black mist was forming all about. Out of the spot where the gambler stood rose a gigantic snake-like demon. Black mist spilled from its form. It looked like a giant worm as Penny spared a clearer look while the demon loomed before her. Slowly, it slithered over and down the gambler's table toward Penny. Penny gazed at her feet. Red shoes. Think happy thoughts. At the right moment, Penny let out a blaze, but the demon dodged out of the way. Penny tried to pull another blaze, but nothing happened. Not again. The worm slithered across the room toward her, and she ran to the door, pulling it open and running through it while looking behind. She felt herself stepping onto emptiness, but it was too late. By the time she knew she had just run into a pit, she was already falling down a vertical, dark tunnel. After a long, long fall, she landed on her feet. Surprised, she was still in one piece, and not a single bone in her body broke. Thankfully, the law of physics seemed to work differently in the Eternal. When she was done figuring out if she was still alive, she began to scan the surroundings. It was dark, but she could make out the cracked soil she was standing on. She closed her eyes and searched for a happy thought. As the face of Canyon and his amazement of her dawned in her mind, a flame bloomed on her palm. She moved her hand in an arc, and the flame illuminated where roots drooping from the soiled ceiling around the black hole she just fell through. Was she underground? Then she realized how far the walls around her stretched, as she had to walk a fair distance before she saw one. Here and there, walls of stone protruded out, and time and again she wondered if the giant worm would jump out right in front of her. Thin streams of pale blue light poured in from the ceiling at one end of the space as she rounded a wall into an enclosed space. As the orange light from her flame moved across the darkness of the enclosed space, the face of a man suddenly appeared, and she gasped, withdrawing her hand. Taking a deep breath, she moved her hand back, slowly guiding the flame to the spot she saw the face. There it was again. Only this time, it was looking up at her. For all she knew, it could be a demon, so she aimed her flame at him in case something similar to the curious case of the pottery store lady occurred again.
"Marion, is that you?"
The man spoke. His voice, despite being tired and soft, was young and earnest. "Who are you?" Penny spoke up, her voice echoing through the dark space. The man got up and walked over to Penny, straining his eyes at a closer look.
"Oh, I thought you were her. Forgive me,"
the man said. He was dressed simply, though quite different from the Manelands townfolk. It resembled that of some of the people she came across while at Fortinier.
"Who are you, and how did you end up here?"
"I'm Penny. I fought this giant worm and fell a long way down to here."
"Oh, you must mean the Soul Eater."
"Soul Eater?"
"Yes.
It digs its way through anywhere it can. This place we are at, it's also its creation." "What is this place?"
"I don't know. All I know is I've wanted to find a way out since I fell into this place."
"You fell too?"
"Yes."
"By the way, did you see anyone before you fell here?"
"No. I was alone."
"Honestly, I was only in this place for a few minutes before I fell and came here," Penny said. "Are you looking for someone?"
"Yes. Her name is Marion."
"She was on her way to meet me when—" "Oh, I'm so worried about her. Yet I can't do anything." So, this man had been here before the demons came. Could it be that he is the gambler's soul? The place shook, and soil and pebbles sprinkled down from the ceiling.
"It's the Soul Eater,"
the man said. "We have to get out of here. Surely there must be a way out."
"There are doors, but
only a few of them lead to the way out. Unless you can see through what's behind each door,
you'll end up opening the wrong ones, and trust me, that's the last thing you want to do,"
the man said, stroking against the dots of wounds on his arm. "There might be a way," Penny said, reaching for the shoe box tied to her waist.
"What is this?"
"A little trick of mine," she said, pressing the yellow button and changing into them. She then pressed the red button and put the red shoes back into the shoebox before closing it. "Let's go." They ran down the burrowing tunnel as the tremors grew more vigorous.
"Here!"
The man pointed to a door fitted inside a narrow tunnel.
"This one I haven't opened before."
Standing before it, Penny worked her wisdom magic on the door. The door faded away, becoming glass-like, revealing the other side of the door as a huge card. It was the beggar card. Behind the door was a pit, like the one she fell through. "Let's try another one," she said. They arrived at another door after some distance, and this one revealed a noble card and a path behind with no pit or demon. They followed the path to another fork that led either way. The left door turned out to be the right one, for the other revealed a demon on the other side of the door. Alas, they came to a flight of stairs past a doorway. It was a long climb that felt endless. Just when they thought they would never see the end of the stairs, light greeted them above. They emerged out of a hole in the ground, stepping into a long corridor. The sound of Penny's shoes hitting the marble floor echoing across the interior. The place resembled the interior of a Fortinier building.
"What is this place? I don't remember this being here," said the man. "There are so many doors."
He was right. Doors lined either side of the corridor as far as they could see.
"Which one is the way out?"
From the look of things, it would take forever trying to figure out the right door to open. "Let's see where this corridor leads," Penny said. The stillness and the sheer beauty of the place could easily make one forget about its perilous nature. Turn after turn, the corridor went, and still there was no sign of an exit or anything that suggested they were making progress. The place was like a labyrinth. Perhaps they should try using the doors.
I can't go on anymore. I am tired,"
the man said. Penny felt it too. A lingering weight pulling her down since she climbed up those stairs to this place. "Let's rest for a bit." Both of them sat down on the marbled floor, leaning against the wall between the two square pillars to catch their breath and settle their thoughts.
"This building is like a maze," the man said. "But at least we made it out of the underground burrow. Thank you. Pardon me for not introducing myself. My name is Eric. May I ask where you come from?"
"I come from a world beyond this one," Penny said.
"I knew it. You are from the heavens. That's why you have magic."
"It's not like that. It's a little complicated."
"It's fine. I'm glad you came. Now I can finally find Marion. I hope the demons didn't get to her."
"This Marion you talked about? Who is she?"
"She is a girl I love. Fell in love the very first time I saw her. It was at the bazaar. Then she was browsing at a hat store. She has the most beautiful eyes, and her smile is warm like the evening sun on a cool winter's day. She noticed I was looking at her then. I was nervous and looked away, pretended to be engrossed in my reading, but moments later, she walked up to me, asking me for directions to a watch store. Turned out her watch was broken and she needed to have it repaired. Gladly, I obliged and walked her to the store. That was how we met and knew each other. Every day since, I would go to the fountain with my book to read and wait for her, and every day she would come. She told me about her dreams and asked about mine. All our troubles seemed to vanish in each other's company. I was in love with her, but I was afraid telling her would drive her away. One day I finally plucked up the courage to tell her, but I never got the chance. It was the day the demons came.
Penny found it hard to believe the gambler would have a sentimental side. What on earth happened that killed that side of him? Penny had a feeling if she followed Eric, she would find out. Penny flicked to her right, peering in the direction of the corridor where they came from.
"What is it?" Eric asked.
"I feel like someone is following us." Eric followed Penny's gaze but saw nothing but pillars and doors down the corridor. "I think we should move on." Just as they were standing up, Penny felt it again. This time her conjecture was right. It was a woman. But this one was more extravagantly dressed than the lady at the pottery store. She seemed like one of those nobles Penny saw on the streets of Fortinier. Big fancy hat, white shirt, and purple skirt.
"You there! Have you lost your way?" the noblewoman said. "Yes. Do you know the way out?"
Eric replied as Penny was about to stop him, but she figured it was more important that she prepared for battle. Slowly, she moved her hand to the shoebox. When the lid opened, she took out the red pair and laid them on the ground while keeping her eyes on the woman. The woman began to turn her attention to the pair of red shoes as Eric waited for her to answer.
"Sure, why don't I show you the way?"
She stared at Penny intently. That's great. Penny, Eric said, starting to notice what Penny was doing. Eric, stand behind me. What? She's a demon, Penny said, and Eric stepped back in fear. You don't belong here, Transcender, the woman said, her voice turning ominous. Her human form faded as a black mist took over, transforming into a worm-like creature whose body was thicker than Penny's, and long, sharp teeth lined its wide, circular mouth. It reminded Penny of the larger worm that attacked her when she first entered the Gambler's Eternal. Flames burst out across the ground, and Penny wielded her magic at the demon, but it kept approaching. The flames were put out the moment they landed on the demon. What's going on? There was no time to figure it out. Running was the only option now. The demon spun and slithered its way down the corridor, lashing onto the wall and ceiling and chasing after them. Penny knew it would soon outrun them at this rate, so she opened one of the nearby doors, praying no unwanted surprise awaited them behind the door. Luckily, her fear was uncalled for, as the door led to a well-furnished room with warm couches, paintings, and a vase with red flowers placed on a desk. They ran toward another door at the corner of the room and came out into another room, and then another. After several doors, Penny emerged into another corridor, similar to the previous one. They were running again when the door before them burst open, and out came the worm, its body extending vertically, facing its prey with its mouth wide open. Then the ground trembled. Was it an earthquake? The worm turned back and dodged out of the way as a large golden and blue carriage sped and stopped right in front of Penny. Oh, thank fairies, it's Lady Fond. Take my hand, Lady Fond said, grabbing her hand. Lady Fond pulled her up into the carriage, followed by Eric. You can't seem to do without me. I hope you both are ready for this. Ready for what? Before Penny could continue further, the carriage burst into motion, wheeling down the labyrinth of corridors. Penny grabbed onto the carriage's doorframe when she nearly fell off the carriage. Peering toward the way they came, she saw the marbled floor rippling with black mist, like something was moving under the carpet toward them. The demon was hot on their trail. It was chasing them at a speed matching the carriages. As they approached a junction ahead, Penny shouted, Lady Fond! Are you trying to make me deaf? We're crashing! I don't know what you're talking about, she said, as they reached the junction where the path turned left and right. The carriage made a sharp turn and went up the wall and continued on. Penny and Eric held on as tightly as they could. Some way ahead, the carriage landed back on the flat ground. But the worm was still following. Another junction came, and Penny shouted again, Junction ahead! I can't keep driving if you're shouting, Lady Fond said. Sorry. Again, the carriage made a sharp turn, gliding up the wall again. Penny felt her heart almost jump out of her mouth. After many turns and scares, the carriage was headed for a dead end far ahead. Lady Fond! Not again. This time is different. Lady Fond turned and saw what Penny was talking about. Oh, that! Hold on tight. What are you planning to do? This! The carriage rolled up the wall at the end and up to the ceiling. The world turned upside down and Penny fell off the carriage. Eric reached out in time and grabbed her hand, while his other hand held tightly onto the doorframe of the carriage. Penny's body and legs were dangling in midair. As their path crossed with the worm's, the worm burst out of the floor and up at Penny. Penny lifted her legs up, barely evading the worm's mouth full of sharp teeth. The carriage continued wheeling upside down for some distance. We're going down. Ready? What? Ah! Penny screamed as the carriage dislodged from the ceiling and turned 180 degrees before landing on the ground. She was amazed she was still alive and not thrown off the carriage. What amazed her more was that the back of the carriage now became the front, and yet it still drove fine. This was certainly no ordinary carriage. Their transport dashed through a pair of double doors at the end of the hallway and out into a grand hall. It was so spacious that the ceiling seemed like the sky, and chandeliers hung down from it like golden flowers. As Lady Fawn directed the vehicle to the beautiful wall of murals at the edge, without a hint of slowing down, Penny knew what to expect. The carriage steered up the wall, and Penny returned to her dangling position. The patterns of the marble floors shrank below her as they ascended to the ceiling, moved along it, and descended down the metallic rod of a chandelier and parked right atop the chandelier. The sudden stillness was a little hard to get used to after all that high-flying chase. Below, Penny and Eric saw the marbled floor ripple with black mist, combing the hall for them. After a while, the ripples and black mist subsided. "Isn't this a sight?" Lady Fawn said. "It is." It was a breathtaking view from where they were. There was no way one could make it up here to enjoy the interiors of such a grand hall in reality. Penny soon pulled her mind back on track, remembering why she was there in the first place. "Thank you for saving me, but there's something I don't understand. Why doesn't my magic work on the demon?" "Not all demons have the same weaknesses. You see, the demons are not just manifestations of the thoughts of the minds you journey into. They are the various emotions that drive the mind. The wolf was anger, and the gargoyle was fear. You just need to use the right magic. But using magic demands you to feel the emotion tied to it, meaning the more you use certain magic, the more you are tied to that emotion, making you more vulnerable to the black mist. Because the black mist is negative emotions like fear and sorrow, the easier it is for you to become happy, the easier it is for you to become unhappy, like both sides of the same coin. So, heed my advice, Penny. Use your magic with moderation. A magic caster uses magic, but if not careful, the caster becomes used by the magic. It is imperative you learn to master your emotions," Lady Fawn said. A part of her seemed to be talking to herself before she peered into space as she talked. "Master my emotions," Penny said to herself. "You may find many dark enemies within the eternal of others' minds, but the darkest yet lies within the cell. Well, enough talk. Let your magic do the work." "Thank you for your help, Lady Fawn. I can't imagine what would have happened to us if you didn't arrive in time," Penny said. "You helped defeat the gargoyle. That's the least I could do." Lady Fawn must be referring to those in Leonard's mind. That was mere luck. Mere luck won't save you all the time, and I won't always be able to reach you in the deeper, darker parts of the eternal. I understand, but I don't know if I can do this. We need to get to the fountain. I believe that's where the mist is. But we can't make it to the entrance with this demon around. It's too strong and fast. I won't get far enough before it catches me. The solution is obvious. You have to stop it first. But how? Just like emotions, every demon has an opposing effect that neutralizes it. Like yin and yang. Yes, to outlast a demon, you must first know its nature. But how? Don't you have those wisdom shoes? Lady Fawn said. It will help reveal the nature of the demon. Penny, Eric said, worried. I will be fine. If anything happens, please leave with Lady Fawn, Penny said. Penny wasted little time as she bid Lady Fawn goodbye for the second time, wearing the yellow wisdom shoes. The black leech was nowhere to be seen from atop the chandelier. The grand hall was as still as it was ominous, like a ghost hall of haunting pictorials. How do I get down from here? Jump! What? That's the fastest way. But although Penny had survived the fall to the underground burrow, she did not like the idea of consciously jumping off a chandelier at this height. What's that? Lady Fawn said, pointing below. As Penny looked down to see what she was pointing at, a hand pushed her off the chandelier. The next thing she knew, she was free-falling. She tried to scream, but surprisingly, she was so scared that she didn't make a sound. When she landed, she peered up at the chandelier and saw Lady Fawn at her carriage far above. She wanted to yell at her for pushing her off, but seeing she survived, she swallowed her complaint. She scanned the vast marble floor of the gigantic grand hall for any sign of movement. Soon, she saw its rippling patterns on the floor, swimming at her from the corner of the hall. She readied herself. As it came close, she willed her focus at the rippling pattern on the floor, but missed. It was too fast. She nearly lost her balance as the ripples passed her spot, moving the floor under her. Turning around, she locked her focus on the moving pattern, but like before, she could sense nothing as she used her magic. She was too caught up with timing her use of the magic that she forgot to dodge out of the way. She fell on her back, and the black tower of mist that was the worm emerged from the ground. By reflex, she reached her hand out to send an exploding blast or fireball at it, but instead of fire, she heard a voice echo across the emptiness, and the black worm froze. I have gained control of the entire lower caste, and soon it will be the upper caste, and then the whole of Lion's Gate. As soon as the voice stopped speaking, the worm moved in for its feast. Its mouth enclosed Penny in it, and its fang came down on her. In real life, it would have bitten her head off, but she remained alive in one piece. But she was not spared from the pain. Instead of a burning sensation, this was ice cold. It pierced her body like 1,000 needles. But it came as fast as it went away, and Penny stood her position again. The cold, strewn-sounding voice, it was the gambler's. No mistake about it. From his words, it seemed he wanted to dominate the entire kingdom. But what was his weakness? Or rather, what was the emotion that manifested this demon? Did you see anything? Lady Fawn's voice boomed from above as Penny began her marathon around the hall, struggling to get out of the worm's path. I heard what he said. What did he say? He wants ultimate control of the kingdom. He wants everything. So, do you have any idea what demon it is? I don't know. What's a demon that wants everything? It's not a demon. It's him. She was right. The demon was the gambler's emotion. Penny was so panicked that she wasn't thinking straight. What's the emotion of a greedy person who wants everything? Penny's epiphany came from her own words. Greed. The worm was a demon of greed. But what could subdue greed? What is the opposite of greed? Content. Are there shoes of content? Penny scanned words on the shoebox below the buttons and saw the word content appear below a blue button. She pushed the button and the lid opened to reveal a pair of dazzling blue shoes. Penny slipped out of her yellow shoes and put them on. Perhaps it was the power of the contentment magic. She felt a rush of nostalgia within her. Those memories of her alone in her cell with Cinder and them journeying to the far-off lands in her books flashed in her mind. And a warmth filled her heart, one that had felt increasingly distant of late. The ground shook and split where the worm stood. The worm shrieked as its base descended into the gap and was caught in it. It tried to break free, but another wield of magic sent it deeper into the ground as it shook more tremendously this time. Wasting no time, Penny signaled for Eric to descend. When he did, they waved at Lady Fond above and ran to the large doors and exited the building. The ominous purple sky and towering canopy-less withered trees at the horizon greeted them as they came out of the building. Right before them was the fountain at the center of the square. Eric ran down the stairs to the fountain, which was dry and weathered. Even the ground of the square was peeled away like the place had been deserted for centuries. Among the debris and dust lay a bouquet of roses, which, surprisingly, were still vibrant and in bloom. Eric knelt down before the bouquet and touched the petals with his fingers. "Are these?" They were for her. Eric then looked up as they both heard the sound of approaching footsteps. A young, beautiful lady walked out from behind one of the bazaar stands toward Eric. "Marion? You are alive!" The lady named Marion stopped a short distance in front of Eric. "Why have you come?" "What are you talking about? This is where we were supposed to meet every day." "Not anymore, Eric. I'm seeing someone now. I won't have time to come here like I did before." "What? But I thought you... We will always be good friends."
"But why? I thought we were happy together."
"We were, but that's just a silly infatuation. Cannot give me what I seek."
"What is it you want? Please tell me. I will do my best." "Is everything all right?" A well-dressed man walked up beside Marion.
"Yes, dear, everything's fine."
Eric looked at the man beside Marion, lost and devastated. "I understand now. If it's money you want, I can earn it. Please, Marion." "What are you saying, you imbecile?" the man said angrily and pushed Eric to the ground.
"Dear, wait. Stop. Let's go," Marion said, holding the man back from beating up Eric, and both of them walked off as Eric watched.
"Wait! Marion, don't go!"
Eric yelled as she stopped and let out a disturbing laughter. "Don't you know when to stop?" Marion said, her voice turning demonic. "Haven't I said it clear enough? I will never be with you because you are a nobody and just a poor boy with nothing but love to offer."
No, that's not true."
Eric cupped his ears, unwilling to hear any more.
"You're a fool. That's what your faithfulness and honesty worth. Nothing. All you get in return is betrayal. No one can be trusted. This is a dog-eat-dog world. If you are not the one laying out the rules, you will always be on the losing end. You will always be a loser."
In that instant, Marion lunged towards Eric at lightning speed. Eric opened his mouth and eyes in shock, as did Penny when Marion's arm extended into a thin, sharp blade of black mist, piercing Eric's heart. Marion smiled, and Eric knelt down as she slowly retracted her arm out of his chest, leaving a new wound, being one of the many that scarred his body. A black aura emitted from Marion's body as if she had gained some form of power from the attack. The ground trembled as Penny's hands tensed, palms facing the ground. The ground beneath Marion cracked, and she sank into it before the ground joined back together. Right then, sharp, misty blades extended out of Marion's body, preventing the ground from closing back. She then walked out from the hole in the ground toward Penny. "What should I do?" Penny stepped back as Marion approached.
"Your powers are of no use here, Penny," Marion spoke. "You are just another puppet that bows to my will."
Marion unleashed a black needle that flew at Penny. A part of the ground between the two of them rose by the will of Penny's magic, but The speeding needle penetrated it and went straight into Penny's chest. Penny fell as the black needle stabbed her, the sudden pain paralyzing her mind. The voice of the doll shopkeeper echoed through the emptiness. The look of despise on the little Yuriah's and her friends' faces returned to haunt her. The familiar and suffocating sense of despair and disappointment of that first outing stabbed her deep. It's a pipe dream to think that there will be someone out there who thinks differently of you. You are just an ugly girl no one is interested in. Do you think the Dragon Prince is special? No, he only spares attention for you because of your present beauty and your special gift. When he knows who you are, he will cast you aside like the others. Why make the same mistake and give others the chance to hurt you again? Marian said, standing before Penny looking down at her. Penny resisted, but deep down, she knew Marian was right. She had tasted hope only to be let down too many times. The pain of being dealt the same hurt by Everett would be too hard to bear when the time came. As if the black mist was reacting to her thoughts, the pain in her chest grew. She found every inch of her muscle trembling as she tried to move. With all the focus she could summon, she wielded her magic of contentment once again, breaking the ground into large vertical slabs of rocks around Marian. She forced herself to her feet and ran around the rocks to where Eric lay. His eyes were pressed shut while his hand clutched against his chest. He was still alive. Eric? Eric! It hurts so bad, he said. I'm sorry for getting you into this. Marian, why did she turn into a demon? She's not Marian. She's just a demon trying to corrupt you. She's not Marian? Tears began to flow down Eric's eyes. Yes, she's not Marian. The real Marian left here that very day many years ago. It is I who refused to leave. I knew the outcome that awaits me here, yet I keep coming back here to be tormented over and over by her. The slabs of stone behind Penny began to shake as black mist flowed across their surfaces. Eric, is this the reason why you lose trust in people? I don't want it to turn out like this. I wanted so much to trust and to find someone I can trust. But I'm afraid to feel the pain of being deceived and betrayed. Oh, I love her, and yet I hate her. I promised myself I would never be looked down upon by a woman again, ever. I will not be the one who gets played by the rules of others. I will make my own rules. That's why you became the gambler, Penny said under her breath. The rocks splintered, and Marian was free once more. Penny now knew that Marian was the root of the gambler. On the outside, the gambler might be all tall and mighty, yet he was but a victim of fear and mistrust. Penny could understand how he felt, for she felt the same way too. The only times people had always treated her nicely were all pretend. Deep inside, they were like the rest who despised her. Then Everett came to mind. He was a dragon prince, someone she had thought only to exist in myths and fairy tales until recently. The first time he met her was at the Cellar, yet he showed no signs of despise toward her despite she was a lowly prisoner. He did also not think of her as special because of her looks. Perhaps it was because he was not human. Thus, he did not see things the same way they did. But it was still heartwarming to know there was someone who saw beyond appearance and status. Just then, a glow caught her eyes. It was coming from the shoebox. The shining orange word, trust, turned visible at the front of the shoebox, along with an orange button above it. She pressed it, and the lid opened. Marian stepped back at the sight of the shoes glowing in gold and orange. Was the demon afraid of the shoes? She put them on while Marian released black needles of mist at Penny. Penny lifted her hand in an attempt to block them, expecting the needles to stab through her body. But instead, the needles broke into pieces. An invisible force had caught them. It wasn't really invisible, for she could see thin wisps of turbulent light. It was Penny's turn. She stretched her hand out to cast her new magic. The sadness that was in her lifted, and she felt a strong gust of wind around her. Stronger and stronger it became, and it swept through Marian. The black mist on her body dispersed instantly, and she flew into the air before crashing onto the ground. Now was her chance. Changing into her yellow shoes, Penny directed her spell at Marian. "Show yourself!" Yellow light burst forth from her hand, and the eerie face appeared again above Marian. It was the Black Conjurer once again. "Penny, we meet again. I must say, you surprise me. Tell me, what is it you seek to accomplish here?" The Black Conjurer said. "To destroy you," Penny said. "And why would you want to do that? You think you know much, but you don't. They were the ones who called upon me. I merely obliged their wishes." "That's not true. You are the one who made them this way." "How typical of a human, pushing the blame whenever it's convenient. Unwilling to face the simple and obvious truth." "And what is that?" Penny said. "All beings are selfish and evil by nature. Most of all, humans." "You are wrong. Talking won't solve anything. Let's see if your words hold any weight." The eyes of the Black Conjurer glowed brightly, and the eerie face vanished. Marian's form melted away into the black mist, which turned into black wood, like that of a withered tree. And the wood twisted into the shape of a giant scorpion. Its tail jabbed at Penny before she could change back into the orange shoes on the floor. Luckily, she dodged it in time. The demon scorpion crawled forward, thrusting its pincers at Penny as she turned and ran away from it. Its stinger jabbed down at her, punching a large hole in the stone floor as Penny stumbled backwards, hitting the stand before her. She ducked again as the scorpion rushed forward to grab her, crashing into the stand, which shattered into pieces. The demon scorpion swung its tail in a full circle, and Penny crouched down to evade it. Meanwhile, noticing the blue shoes beside the fountain, she kicked the yellow shoes off her feet and ran for the blue ones. She split the ground, and the scorpion leapt into the air to avoid the attack, landing on top of the fountain behind her. It jumped off the top platform of the fountain onto where she stood. Penny ran to her left to avoid being crushed. The demon turned around to face her. Its stinger rose and extended upward, and black mist gathered around it. Shortly, he began spewing out shards of black mist towards Penny. The first few passing right beside Penny, grazing her shoulder. She ran for cover behind the other side of the round fountain as more black misty shards shot toward her. The orange shoes were not far now, but if she headed for them, the scorpion would outrun her before she could reach them. She had to delay the scorpion somehow. She peered around for ideas, and her eyes fell on a circular gap in the floor nearby where she had tried to trap Marian by making vertical stone slabs jut out of the ground. As she expected, the scorpion rounded the fountain toward her. She stood, running toward the gap in the floor with the scorpion gaining on her. As she reached the edge of the gap, she jumped across to the other side. The scorpion was too close behind her, and it fell into the gap. Getting out of the scorpion's reach, Penny held out her hand at the gap, and the rocky edges converged, trapping the scorpion. Quickly, she ran to the pair of orange shoes and slipped them on. The still air began to grow restless, forming turbulence, expanding into a giant tornado. It enveloped the scorpion in the eye of the tornado, drilling at it relentlessly until the black mist surrounding it began to disperse. Penny ran to its back and touched it, tapping her feet thrice. "29. The Chosen One. The room of the gambler came into view, and Penny was glad to see Everett's and Sarah's faces once more. The room grew dim as a shadow appeared right in front of the gambler and formed into the demon scorpion of black mist. The guards holding Tatiana and Sarah ran for the door. Its stinger sent shards of mist that cut through the escaping guards, and they fell down, dead. Everett readied his flaming sword and made his move, but the demon aimed its stinger at Everett. Everett fell as a few of the misty black shards flew at him. Penny feared the worst. Thankfully, Everett did not turn to stone when he landed back on the floor. He had blocked the attack with his flaming sword. Sword clashed and claws slashed as dragon and scorpion exchanged blows. The scorpion dodged as Everett sent waves of fire up from the ground. The last wave hit the scorpion's body, and it spun along the wall to put out the flames. Everett crossed his arms before his shoulders, focusing. For a moment, the contour of his muscles sharpened, and his entire form expanded. His eyes glowed a fiery red, and his nails protruded into what seemed like claws. But midway, the transformation stalled, and Everett struggled in his attempt. The flames of the scorpion soon diminished, and it swung its tail, smashing everything in its way. The bookshelves, vases, the window glass. Everett fell to the ground as the tail slashed against his shoulder. The scorpion was now looking in the direction of Tatiana and Sarah. It crawled toward them, and Tatiana pushed Sarah, who was standing beside her, toward the scorpion, while she took cover at the far corner of the room. Penny rushed forward to grab Sarah, but she could not make it in time. The scorpion attacked Sarah with its giant pincer, and everyone anticipated the worst. But then, something happened. As the demon reached for Sarah, and she raised her hands in a hopeless attempt to block the giant pincer, the scorpion's pincer seemed to be met with an unknown resistance as it came near Sarah's hand. It tried to pull itself free, but to no avail. Little by little, the black mist of its pincer evaporated. This persisted, occurring to the rest of the scorpion's body until nothing was left of it. Everett, Penny, and Canyon all looked at Sarah at a loss for words. They could not believe the unfurling of this moment would come so unexpectedly. Although no one spoke, Penny did not need to touch them to know what was going through their mind. Sarah was the chosen one. With the scorpion gone, the shadow in the room faded. All 4 guards in the room were dead. Everett was standing up to Penny's relief, but he seemed troubled. Penny, however, decided not to probe, asking only if he was all right.
"I'm all right,"
he said, turning his eyes to Sarah.
"Is everyone all right?"
Sarah and Penny nodded, followed by Tatiana, who stumbled to her feet from the corner of the room where she had been during the course of the battle.
"That scorpion, is it the Black Conjurer?"
"I don't think so," Penny said. "Did you let her get away again?" Tatiana said. "I mean, did she get away again? It wasn't like she escaped or something like that. It was like she was speaking to me from someplace else, just like in Leonard's Eternal. Perhaps she wasn't in the Eternal of the Gambler either." "If that's the case, whose Eternal is she in?" Sarah asked.
"There's only one way to find out," Canyon said, looking around the room. "There you are."
The gambler was still alive, curled up behind his table, his eyes staring into space. Canyon grabbed the gambler by his collar and pressed him against the table. The gambler, however, remained with a look of shock on his face, staring at Canyon.
Tell us what you know about the Black Mist.
Canyon, calm down, Penny said.
Penny, this man killed my father and has caused nothing but pain and suffering on the people of Lion's Gate.
If Penny is right and the Black Conjurer is still out there, we need to know where he is, Everett said. Maybe he can tell us something useful.
A liar like him?
Penny will know if he's lying or not,
Everett said, looking at Penny.
I'm telling you, if you dare but speak one word of a lie,
I will kill you right here, right now. Do you understand?
Canyon threatened. The gambler kept silent and stared at Canyon like he was in shock. Canyon punched the gambler in the face.
Tell me what you did with those who lost the game. What is going on in the Black Mines? Speak!
Gold. Lots of it. We had the slaves mine for it.
What happens to them after the mining? Why is it that none of them return from the mines?
The Black Mines is a wealth of gold, but it is also festering with dangerous monsters. No one who enters it leaves the place alive, the gambler said. That is why we need a fresh supply of slaves. The Caste Game gives us that.
You tricked innocent people and sacrificed their lives to these monsters to mine for gold?
Canyon was about to land another punch, but Penny stopped him in time. Let me talk to him, she said, walking around the table to face the gambler, still held down by Canyon. Eric, she began, you probably don't remember me, but I know who you are and what you've been through. The Caste Game and the gambler are just a means to protect yourself from the deceit of others. But being on the winning side of the table will never wash away your pain of losing Marion. It will only make it worse.
Marion? Marion, Eric said, shutting his eyes. I can't wash away the pain, but it's the only way I can numb it. The pain of being betrayed and treated a fool.
But no matter what, no amount of gold can bring you the happiness you seek. Release the slaves from the Black Mines.
Games and tricks are what I'm into. I have no interest in gold.
Lies! Then why did you use the slaves to mine for gold?
Canyon said.
It wasn't my idea. It was his. Lord Exquirios, Eric said. Lord Exquirios? The king of Lion's Gate? Everett asked.
You're lying, Sarah said. But Eric did not speak and just stared straight ahead, like what he did throughout most of the conversation. Penny walked up to him and touched his shoulder. What Penny heard sent her into a daze, for she could not believe it.
What is it, Penny?
Everett said. He's telling the truth, Penny said. Canyon raised his hand to punch the gambler, but the latter's eyes were closed, seemingly passed out. Canyon punched the side of the table and threw the gambler's limp body to the ground. An awkward silence filled the room as none of them knew what to make of the information they had just heard. Could Lord Exquirios, the man whom Penny called father, be the mastermind behind the slavery and suffering of the people? Was it possible the gambler had made a mistake? But she heard his thoughts when she touched him. Then he had thought,
Exquirios takes the gold for himself, leaving little to none to his people. How else will a useless king like him rule for so long if not for the endless access to gold?
Apart from the shocking revelation, there was one other problem. They needed to get out without alerting the other guards. Ahem. It won't be long before the other guards come looking for him, Tatiana said. We need to leave as soon as possible.
You're right, Canyon said. But it's not like we can just stroll out of the place. But we can fly out,
Everett said, and he headed toward the window, where the glass was smashed by the demon scorpion's tail. He leapt up and stood on the windowsill, letting out a mighty roar.
Let's get ready, Everett said.
Ready for what? Penny asked as she heard roars similar to Everett's coming from afar, as though they were answering Everett's own.
For this,
Everett said, looking out the window as a large shadow approached. Without warning, Everett jumped off the window. The others rushed to the window and looked down to see Everett standing on the back of a huge blue dragon. Come! One by one, the others got up on the windowsill and jumped down to the back of the dragon below. Penny was the first to jump, followed by Tatiana and Sarah. Everett grabbed onto Penny's arm as she nearly lost her balance from her landing. Tatiana slipped sideways when she landed, screaming as she did, but the dragon lifted its wing to guide her back to the center of its back. It was Penny who took her hand and lifted her up so that she could move forward and make space for the remaining to jump. Rushed footsteps could be heard outside the door as Sarah jumped. Canyon looked back, and the door burst open, and a group of hostile-looking guards charged in, scanning the mess around the room. "Stop!" one of them shouted, pointing at Canyon at the window, who leapt over the windowsill and went out of sight. The guards rushed to the window as the blue dragon ascended. They watched, awestruck, as the giant fairy tale beast gave a loud roar and flew off. "To think we actually made it out," Canyon said, whose apprehension of being on the back of a dragon had changed into admiration of the breathtaking view of Fortinier below. "Are you all right?" Sarah asked, as Everett rested one hand on his chest, unintentionally beating Penny to it.
"It's just a minor wound. I will be fine."
Everett smiled at Sarah. None of them spoke much on the journey back to the Manelands, including Penny. Everyone was drained from the game and the intense encounter with the scorpion.
"Thank you for saving me,"
Everett said to Sarah.
"I should have said it earlier, but it all happened too fast."
"Don't worry about it. I didn't think I could do it," Sarah said.
"But you did. Now, there's hope for my people,"
he said.
"Does that mean the Black Mist is destroyed?"
Canyon asked.
"No," Everett replied. "I can still feel its power festering." "We have taken out the gambler. Who else could be possessed by the Black Mist?" Canyon said. "Penny? Penny!"
Canyon called and she looked up.
"Are you all right?"
"Yes, I'm fine."
"The gambler mentioned Lord Exquirios was the one who sent the slaves to mine for gold," Everett said. "Are you saying the Black Mist is flowing within Lord Exquirios too?"
Canyon said.
"I don't know."
Everett suddenly went silent and pretended to look into the distance ahead. "Sarah, about what happened, I didn't mean it. I was scared," Tatiana said apologetically. Sarah, however, did not reply. She knew Tatiana was trying to talk her way out of it, and if she were given a chance, she would put her in harm's way to save her own skin. No one responded, not even Everett, whose eyes remained fixed on the way ahead as Tatiana glanced at him.
"All that's left is to find the Mastermind and draw her out to this world. From the look of things, I might not be able to take her on. Sarah, you will be the only one to defeat her. The Oracle was right. After all, the Chosen One will show the way to the evil's undoing."
"But I don't know if I can do it again. What if I fail?"
"You won't. All this time, you are immune to the Black Mist. It's just, you were never given the chance to prove it. Honestly, we have Tatiana to thank for that."
"Me?" Tatiana said, her face lighting up slightly.
"If you hadn't pushed Sarah to the scorpion, she would never have revealed her powers."
Tatiana appeared embarrassed by his words, wanting to say something, but could find no words. Everett's sarcasm hit her so hard, she didn't speak a word for the rest of the discussion. After what felt like a brief hour, the blue dragon landed at the fields not far from town. Hector could have landed outside the castle gates, but he wanted to avoid arousing Canyon's suspicions that the princesses were royals. The party alighted. They then watched as the blue dragon's form shrank and shifted into Hector, who began stretching to ease his stiff shoulders and neck.
"Haven't done flying with passengers for a long time,"
Hector said, flashing his playful smile at the princesses. Sarah giggled while Penny was silent. Tatiana merely forced a smile to patronize him.
"I believe all of you must be hungry. Why don't you all come over to the hideout and get some food and rest?"
Canyon offered. He was right. They were starved, and it was a long way to the castle from here. Everett looked at Sarah and Penny.
"I think it's best I leave the deciding to you."
"Sure, why not?" Penny said.
"Great, let's go,"
Canyon said. Penny could hardly find rest at the hideout that night. She kept thinking about what the Black Conjurer said at the Gambler's Eternal. That the gambler was just another one of her hosts. That would mean there's still someone whose mind was being enslaved by the Black Conjurer. And that someone's eternal might be her true lair. "Penny?" Sarah called, coming to sit beside Penny on the steps at a corner of the alley, not far away from Canyon's hideout. "Is everything all right? You seem troubled." "Sarah, I saw her again when I was in the gambler's mind. The Black Conjurer." "You mean the one who's powering the black mist?" "Yes." She said, the gambler wasn't the only one that's possessed by the black mist. She said her motive was to fulfill happiness. "You're saying the black mist, that horrid thing, is supposed to bring happiness?" Sarah said. "How could that be?" "I know it sounds absurd, but that's what she said." "Whatever that thing is, it's evil. Perhaps she said it to confuse you," Sarah said. "You're right." "Penny, if what the gambler said is true, that father is the one responsible," Sarah's voice lowered to a near whisper, "could it be he's possessed by the black mist too?" "That's what worries me. I can't say for sure right now, but there's a chance. If it comes to that, we will have to confront him," Penny said. "It also means we will be putting father, mother, and everyone at the castle at risk. You saw how dangerous the demons were in this world. There's no knowing how terrifying the conjurer of the black mist would be in the real world. But that's not my only concern. Canyon is dedicated to his mission for justice. Now that he suspects father is involved, he will not hesitate to bring him to justice. He might even kill him." "What should we do?" Sarah asked, concerned. "I don't know. I want to do the right thing, but I can't bring myself to stand against my own family." "I understand how you feel. It's a tough decision to make. Why must it be us to fight the black mist?" "That reminds me, I haven't congratulated you, for being the chosen one." "Oh, that." Sarah blushed. "It's so weird to hear me being called that. It's all too sudden. I always thought it was you or Tatiana." "It's a blessing you are the chosen one. If not, I can't imagine what would have happened," Penny said. "Like Everett said, I have her to thank," Sarah said. "I can't stop thinking that the fate of the dragons and the world lies in our hands. Penny, if this turns out well, we might be able to change the king, turn him into a good person. Then his attitude toward you might finally change for the better. Isn't that what you want?" "What I want? Honestly, I don't really know what I want anymore," Penny said. "Enough about me. What are your thoughts on the Dragon Prince?" "Well, he's definitely handsome. At first, he seemed a bit cold and distant, but after journeying with him, I realize there's a kind and gentle side behind his cool facade. He's also an honorable and brave man, sort of like those heroes we read about." "He's honorable indeed, though a bit stubborn at times." "But I don't know how he feels towards me," Sarah said. You are the chosen one. He made a promise to marry whoever turns out to be the chosen one. What makes you think you are the chosen one? Just because you were able to pull off some cheap trick doesn't make you more superior, Tatiana said, suddenly walking over to them. What do you want? Penny said. I'm not talking to you, you filthy prisoner. Do you think Father will accept you just because you can do that stupid mind-reading trick? Whatever tricks you are both pulling, we will see through it sooner or later. You are nothing but a coward who flees at the first sign of trouble, Penny said. You will never be the chosen one. Shut your mouth! Don't think you've won. I will make you both regret your words. Tatiana stormed off. Sarah kept silent after Tatiana left, her eyes watery. The tension of the argument still hung fresh in the air. Don't listen to her, Penny said. I won't, Sarah said. Let's head back. You go first. I'll catch up with you back at the hideout. Penny left Sarah to her thoughts and returned to the hideout. Their next target was King Exquirios. The thought of having to confront him made her heart sink. Even though he had not treated her as his daughter, he was still her father. She wanted to back out. She considered telling Everett she did not want to do this, but she did not want to be responsible for the suffering of the people because of her unwillingness to stand against her own father. Furthermore, there was a glimmer of hope that the king would turn into a better person, like Leonard and the gambler, when his demon was destroyed. If we need to do this, we must find a way into the castle unnoticed, Canyon said. That was true, if they weren't royalty. But Penny couldn't tell Canyon her true identity because he most likely couldn't accept and might even see them as his enemy. Sarah had yet to return, and Tatiana was nowhere to be found. It was getting dark, and the town was no place for a lone princess to roam about at night. The three of them went out to search for the two princesses, Penny and Everett to search for Sarah, and Canyon for Tatiana. Sarah was no longer at the steps Penny last saw her. Where could she be?
Could it be the doing of the brutes or the gambler's men?
Canyon said.
Where did you last see them both?
Everett asked. Here. We were here talking.
Did you notice anyone suspicious?
No. There were only the three of us, Penny said.
They both disappear at the same time? Seems more like a coincidence,
Canyon said. Canyon was right. They had quarreled with Tatiana before both of them disappeared. Could Tatiana be behind this? She had said that they would regret it, and the Tatiana Penny knew would do anything to get back at those who stood against her. Yuriah! Canyon called out as he saw Yuriah walking past ahead. Canyon! She said, suddenly wearing a smile on her face as she saw him. Did you see Tatiana or Sarah? No. What happened? Yuriah asked. They are supposed to be back at the hideout, but we can't find them anywhere. Wait, now that I recall, I think I saw someone who looked like that Sarah girl walking down Eves Street. At once, the three of them headed the way Yuriah pointed. That was also the way back to the castle. Could they have returned to the castle? But it was unlike Sarah to leave without informing her, Penny thought. After a fruitless search along Eves Street, Penny suggested returning to the castle to look for them with Everett. 30. Captured. Tatiana opened the bedroom door as Penny knocked. Penny? She said in her forced, gentle voice as she saw Everett standing there. Tatiana, where is Sarah? I haven't seen her. Isn't she with you? No. Are you sure she's not with you? You're not saying I am responsible for her disappearance, are you? I admit what I did was wrong, but I didn't mean to. I know you won't believe anything I say. You all think I'm a bad person. Tatiana's voice trembled as she began choking with tears in her eyes.
We don't mean to accuse you of anything. We just want to make sure you are both safe.
Everett said, and Tatiana held back tears. It was infuriating to see Tatiana acting as the victim after the terrible things she said to both of them that evening. It worried her to think that Tatiana had done something extreme to Sarah. The only way to find out the truth was to touch Tatiana and read her mind. As Everett bid Tatiana goodnight and turned away, Penny reached out and grabbed Tatiana's arm. I already said it. You both are no match for me. The game has just begun. Shortly, she let go to avoid entering Tatiana's eternal by accident. What are you plotting? Penny said, holding tightly onto Tatiana's sleeve. Let go of me, Tatiana exclaimed. I heard your thoughts. What have you done to Sarah? I don't know what you mean. Everett, please, Tatiana cried. Everett touched Penny on the shoulder.
Penny, let her go.
She's putting on an act, Penny told Everett.
We will continue to look for Sarah. Moreover, I don't think Tatiana will harm Sarah.
Penny let go of Tatiana's arm and watched Tatiana close her doors. Penny walked away from Everett, angry that he had chosen to trust Tatiana over her. It went to show how little faith the prince had in not just her powers, but in her character. Penny was standing by the window, looking out to the city, when Everett came to her side. Penny turned away, pretending to look at the scenery.
I know you are worried about Sarah, but we mustn't be rash.
Rash? Are you saying what I did was rash? Penny said, feeling anger boiling in her. Sarah is missing. Her life may be at stake. What's more, she's the chosen one. You have a duty to protect her, too.
That is not what I meant.
Then what do you mean?
If what we believe is true, that Tatiana is behind this, we must be even more careful.
Penny felt her anger sizzle away when she noticed he had used the words, we believe, and not you believe.
What she has done to Sarah, she would do the same to you. I don't want you to get hurt.
It was the first time Penny heard a hint of hesitance in the prince. He had always been someone who acted and spoke with utter surety. A demeanor of the fairy beings, perhaps? But now he sounded unsure. He sounded like a human, much like herself. She had regretted yelling at him without even getting things clear. For an instant, Penny stole a glance and saw Everett's lowered gaze at the window ledge. She had not expected this. Was the prince in love with her? She only needed to touch him to find out, but if he really had feelings for her, she thought it was better for him to tell her himself rather than invade his privacy with her powers. A momentary silence followed before the prince spoke again.
You are right. It is my duty to protect Sarah.
Look, about what I said just now. I am sorry, Penny said.
There's nothing to be sorry about. But promise me that you won't confront Tatiana or anyone before letting me know. That you won't head into danger alone.
But
Please, promise me.
Everett held on to Penny's shoulders as he spoke. All right, I promise, Penny said, avoiding the prince's gaze, feeling her heart racing. Everett suddenly winced as though he was in pain, and he withdrew his left arm from Penny's shoulder. Your arm. Is it hurting again? Penny said.
A little,
he said. That scene of Everett's muscles hardening before he was struck by the tail of the demon scorpion flashed in her mind again.
This could have been avoided,
Everett sighed. Before the scorpion demon attacked you, there was this moment where you stood there and I don't really know how to put it. Your body seemed to expand, Penny said.
I was trying to shift into dragon form,
Everett said. What happened then?
I failed, obviously.
Does shifting not always work for dragons? Penny asked.
It wasn't like this before. I used to be able to shift form whenever I saw fit, like any other dragon. After my father was killed by the Black Mist, I gradually lost my ability to shift. The last time I managed to shift was when I took this human form before I set out on this voyage for Lion's Gate. Since then, I have been unable to shift.
Everett explained. So, the reason why we don't see the dragons shifting into dragon form is because the Black Mist took away their shifting ability? Penny asked.
To avoid causing overwhelming destruction, we dragons try our best to avoid shifting into dragon form in battle here. As you saw today, Hector was able to shift into dragon form. So, it's just me. Why? I do not know. You must think I'm a lousy dragon.
That's not what I was thinking. You're one of the coolest and most... Penny wanted to say handsome, but held herself back.
Yes,
Everett said. I mean, most powerful dragons I have ever seen. Penny finished. Penny wasn't sure if she saw a subtle hint of doubt in Everett's eyes, like he knew she was not telling him the true second description.
Thank you.
Everett smiled and peered up at the starry sky. Penny could tell he was troubled by the loss of his ability to shift. As the surviving heir to the dragon throne, it must be a hard truth for him. Much as Penny wanted that moment between them both to last a little longer, she knew it was not the time. They needed to find Sarah. But it was hard to do anything at this hour. Furthermore, she was too exhausted. Everett had suggested he and his men would search for Sarah through the night. Dragons were fairy beings, after all, and did not have the same limitations as humans when it came to their vitality. Penny wasted no time the next day. After she woke, she went looking for Everett and heard one of his men say he had been summoned by the king for an important discussion. She relayed a message to the dragon guard to tell Everett that she had gone on ahead to the hideout to look for Canyon, asking for news of Sarah. Penny found herself heading back to the cellar for the secret passageway to get out of the castle. Then, she recalled she didn't need to anymore. She made her way down the stairs to the main hall, amazed by the fact that she could be amazed by the sheer majestic view of the very castle she had lived in all her life. Till now, she still wasn't used to traveling via the main entrance. The thought of Sarah was on her mind. Where could she have gone? All the more she feared something had happened to her. Could Tatiana really go so far as to hurt her own sister just because Everett chose Sarah? She could only hope that Canyon would have good news for her about Sarah. As she turned into the mouth of the alleyway leading to the hideout, she heard someone call, "Penny!" It was Canyon. As she turned around, he was standing by the corner of the wall she had just passed. "Canyon, have you any news about Sarah?"
Yes.
"Really? Where is she? What's wrong?" Penny asked, noticing the strange look on Canyon's face.
Before that, I need you to tell me who you are.
What do you mean?
Yuriah heard it all last night. Tatiana and Sarah are the princesses of King Exquirios. What is your motive? To spy on us and wipe us out when you have the chance? I trusted you.
No! Listen, Canyon, it's not like that.
Why else would the royals disguise themselves as commoners?
That's because they didn't want to draw unnecessary attention to themselves. We were on a mission to find the leader of the brutes. If they knew there were royal princesses among us, they might harm the princesses to get back at the king.
If that happens, it's only because he deserves it. He has caused nothing but suffering to the people, while he sits atop his throne, feeding off our blood and misery.
Where is Sarah?
What have you done to her? Don't worry, she's fine. For now.
We are not your enemy. And we are definitely not spies. We were just as oblivious to what the king has done until recently.
Why should I trust you when you are a lackey of the king too?
I am no lackey.
Then who are you?
A prisoner of the king. I was only let out to aid the dragon prince.
You are a prisoner of the king. Why?
It's a long story. But you have to believe me. I know you hate the king, and you wish to seek justice, but the last thing you should do is hurt those who are innocent.
I'm sorry, Penny. No royal is innocent. They know the people are suffering, yet they choose to do nothing but bathe in their luxuries. Luxuries made possible by our blood. That girl is our only way to get back at the king. I can't let her go now, not when we are so close.
What do you intend to do?
That which should have been done long ago. We will release the girl if the king agrees to meet us alone. And when he comes, we will kill him.
You intend to use Sarah as a hostage? The king is no fool. He might not even show.
He will. If he doesn't, then we will give him hell before we go down.
This is madness.
He took the only family I had. It's time he feels my pain. And with the king gone, you will no longer be his prisoner. You can be free.
It does not matter what happens to me anymore.
It matters to me, Penny. I don't want to hurt you. Join us. With your powers, we have a much better chance to take him down.
Kenyon's fingers gently wrapped around her hand. Those eyes. Once she had dreamed of this moment, to have him so close to her, looking at her like this. But she never imagined it would be under such circumstances. Once, Kenyon had been a guy she admired and loved. One she thought was special. But now, she wasn't so sure. She realized she had never truly understood him. Slowly, Penny pulled her hand away. I'm sorry. I can't do this. Kenyon lowered his head with a defeated look, mixed with disappointment.
You leave me no choice. I'm sorry, Penny.
As Kenyon stepped forward, supposedly to grab Penny, Penny felt a force push her to the ground. Before she knew it, Kenyon rushed towards a man and struck with his dagger. The man was hooded in a gray cloak and holding a short sword. The man smirked, watching Kenyon as the latter stood steadily, waiting for the man's next move. The man waved his sword, missing Kenyon. Kenyon struck without mercy, but the man's movement was swift, evading his attack with such grace. Kenyon's dagger tore the part of the man's cloak close to his shoulder, and the man's fist hit the back of Kenyon's shoulder. Kenyon grimaced in pain. The man turned to Penny and walked toward her. It was clear she was his target, not Kenyon.
Go!
Kenyon struck again, forcing the man to turn his attention to their fight. Skillfully, Kenyon wielded his dagger at his opponent, but his dagger was at a disadvantage compared to the man's sword, which had the benefit of range. Like a furious assassin, the man wielded blow after blow at Kenyon, forcing him farther and farther back. As he drew his sword again, Kenyon leapt and kicked against the wall, landing behind the man. The man stumbled as Kenyon slashed the back of the man's arm. But this glimmer of victory did not last, for another hooded man appeared. His sword barely missed Kenyon, grazing the cloth of his tunic. Then more came. Kenyon took a kick to his knee and fell. Another punch and he was on the ground.
Seize her!
The first hooded man told another. Penny ran into the other direction of the alley as the men pursued her.
She couldn't have gone far,
one of the hooded men said to his companion as they passed a food stand along many others. The man examined the table of the food stand. Another went behind it. Eyeing the anxious-looking store owner, the hooded man shook his head.
Time is short. We must find her, and then it's the filthy slave's hideout. Let's look over there,
the other hooded man said. Let's look over there, the other hooded man said. When the men had gone far enough, Penny emerged from under the food stand adjacent to the one the men were looking at. Penny bowed at the anxious-looking store owner for misleading her pursuers. The hooded men mentioned the hideout. Were they referring to Canyon's hideout? If so, Canyon's friends were in danger. Penny must warn them. Quickly, Penny took another route through the alleyway that led to the hideout without having to pass through where she just came from, or where the hooded men had gone. She made sure to listen before approaching every junction, just in case her pursuers were around the corner. The barrels and unwanted crates left along the alleyway served as ideal concealment for her whenever she heard someone nearby. The way to the hideout was as deserted as before. The hooded assassins must not have made it here yet. Rushing to the hideout's door, Penny knocked, and a man opened it. Surprised to see her, Penny rushed in before the door was fully open. You must leave now! They know about this place.
What are you talking about?
The man asked. Hooded men in white cloaks. They were sent to kill me. Canyon, he tried to stop them, but... Cut the act. Do you think we are going to fall for your lies again? Yuriah said. Seize her, and don't let her hands touch you. No! They are coming to kill us all! We have to leave now! Uriah's men closed in around Penny, but before she could react, something hard hit her head, and darkness took her. It was the end. The hooded men would come and wipe them out. Her, the rebels. She was probably dead by the time she had this thought. Strange enough, she still found the energy to move her eyelids. The faded wooden floorboards gradually came into focus, stretching across the room before her. She coughed, hard, sending a pack of dust into the space before her. She pushed herself from the ground and sat up. That was when she saw them. Canyon's men, Yuriah, and the hooded men. They were lying on the floor, motionless. Penny scanned the room, checking for survivors. Sitting not far away from her was Sarah, sitting against the wall. Sarah? Penny, Sarah said in a tired voice. Are you all right? There were signs of bruises on Sarah's face, and she seemed shaken. What happened here? I don't know. They were all dead when I woke. Dead? Sarah was right. They were dead, though the strange thing was only a minority of them bore wounds inflicted by weapons. The others, rebels and hooded men included, had black wounds on their bodies, wounds that were not caused by weapons, but fangs and claws. They were killed by mist demons. But how? Just then, the door creaked open, and both the princesses prepared for the worst. Luckily, it wasn't a hooded man. It was Everett. His eyes scanned the bodies before falling on Penny and Sarah. He rushed over to Penny almost instantly, which took Penny by surprise a little. "Penny," he called, a tone of worry in his voice. "Are you hurt?" I'm fine." She did not know how to react. Then he turned to Sarah. "Sarah, we were looking all over for you last night. Where did you go?" "After Penny left, I stayed at the alley to settle my thoughts. Then someone knocked me out from behind. When I came to, I was here, tied up. Yuriah and the others were here too. She said she overheard our conversation, so she knew who I was. She insisted I was a spy from the castle, sent by the king to eliminate them unaware. I told them the truth, but they didn't buy it. They asked me who you are." She looked at Penny. "I told them you were here to help us find the source of the black mist. They didn't believe that either. Sarah's voice choked as she reached this point. She hit me, saying that anyone who is a royal is an enemy of theirs. She told Canyon when I returned. I had expected him to give me harsher treatment, but he didn't say much. They planned to take me as hostage to get to Father. Sarah, I shouldn't have left you alone. I'm sorry. What happened after that? How were these men killed? Penny said. They were planning to ambush and capture you when you returned. Just as expected, you came. After you got knocked out, these hooded men stormed into the hideout and a fierce battle broke out. I managed to cut my bonds with a blade nearby. Then, all of a sudden, a mist demon entered the hideout and started killing everyone. I touched the demon and managed to destroy it, but it was too late. I couldn't save them, Sarah said, shaking her head, blaming herself for what happened.
You did what you could. The real culprit is the mist demon,
Everett said. Everett stood and went over to examine one of the white-hooded corpses. He lifted one of their hoods and noticed an emblem on their shoulder plates. This is the emblem of the king, Sarah said. Which means the king sent them. Penny found it hard to finish the sentence, as she could not believe this revelation.
To kill you.
Everett finished it for her. The king had disregarded Penny more than anything or anyone. But wanting her killed seemed a little extreme. Penny couldn't believe her own father would do such a thing. Or maybe she didn't want to.
But why?
Could have something to do with the black mist, Sarah said. Just when you found out that Father might be the one possessed by the black mist, this happened. Seems an odd coincidence, isn't it?
He wanted Penny dead because he knew Penny was the only one who could draw out the black mist from him,
Everett said.
But the last bit befuddles me. Clearly, these men were killed by a demon, but where did this demon come from?
I don't know. It doesn't make sense, Sarah said, looking at Penny and Everett, frowning. It is no accident a mist demon suddenly showed up here in this secret hideout. Someone must have sent it here on purpose, Penny said. But who? Sarah asked. There's not many that know about this secret hideout. These victims here weren't expecting the demon to come and kill them, so it couldn't have been any of them. What about Canyon? That's not likely. Before I came here, he came to me asking me to tell him the truth about who I am. He wanted me to join him, and when the white-hooded men came to kill me, he defended me. I would have been dead if not for him. Furthermore, he has no reason to turn against his own people when he finally has Sarah to use against the king, Penny said. Then who could it be? Sarah asked. There are only two others who know about the secret hideout. Tatiana and the king. This reminds me. Last night, Tatiana said that we would regret what we said to her, didn't she? Or could she be the one who told the king about this hideout and the rebels?
So that's how the king knows about this place. And the mist demon was sent by him too?
Everett said.
We have to get to the castle. If the king is really the one who sent the mist demon, it's likely he holds the source of all the black mist, and your suspicion is right after all.
Penny did not know if she should be happy that they were finally getting closer to the source of the black mist, or sad that her own father was the mastermind of evil that they were fighting all this time. And the deaths of Yuriah and the others? She hoped Canyon was still alive, though. That seemed unlikely from the situation she saw at their last meeting. One thing I don't quite understand. Why did the king send the mist demon to kill everyone, including the men he sent? Penny said.
That puzzles me too. Perhaps he wanted to cover his own tracks. By silencing the men he sent to do his dirty work, no one would ever know the truth, said Everett. Let's get out of here first.
The Dragon Prince led the two princesses out of the door of the hideout, leaving behind the bloodied scene. The final fight was close now. 31. The Mastermind. Penny wanted Sarah to get some rest, to patch herself up before the great battle ahead. After all, she had gone through very traumatic events. Everett decided it wasn't safe for either Penny or Sarah to return to the castle anymore. So he let them stay at his ship for the night. The ship was no different from any other human ship she had seen. She had learned from Everett they didn't want to draw attention to themselves and alert the dark forces behind the black mist of their mission and where they were headed. Penny barely ate much that evening. She couldn't find sleep that night. There was simply too much on her mind. Tomorrow, she would try to purge the demon out of her own father, the man she had always yearned the affection of. She couldn't stop imagining the best and worst of what's to come if she should succeed or fail. Best case, the king would be purified and turn over a new leaf. Perhaps accept her as his daughter finally, no matter the cost. Worst case, she would die. They all would. Everett, Sarah, the dragons, and eventually the world as they know it. Everett had discussed his plan with Sarah and her that evening. They would split into two groups initially and enter the castle in the dark of night. Everett would piggyback Penny and leap up the walls of the castle to his room via the window. With the cover of darkness, they were less likely to be seen by the guards. Sarah would enter the castle through the usual way, the main entrance. Sarah would pretend Penny had gone missing, and she was out the whole day looking for her to no avail. Sarah would then find out where the king was before regrouping with Everett and Penny at his room. This was not only the night of a fight that would determine the fate of Dragon's Rift. Even if they won, Penny would turn back into her former self and lose her beauty. Everett would not recognize her anymore, and even if he, for some reason, found out she is Penny, he would probably lose his admiration for her. Sarah was alone in her quarters. She seemed to have a lot on her mind lately. Standing on the ship's stern, Penny peered at the calm sea glittering under the starry sky. It was so serene. Like those times when she imagined she was out on an adventure to the world far beyond Lion's Gate. She never imagined she would be on such an epic adventure herself. With a dragon prince. It still felt like a dream.
Ready?
Everett said with Sarah beside him. Penny spared one last look at the horizon and nodded. Let's do this. The night was still and quiet when Sarah approached the gates of the castle, her body entering the glow of the torches on either side.
Who's there?
One of the guards said. It's me, Lady Sarah.
Lady Sarah, please forgive me. The king has been looking for you.
I understand, Sarah said. Her eyes side-glancing to her right, above the castle gates, where Everett swiftly climbed and leapt over the wall into the castle grounds.
Hold on tight, Everett said. This might be a little rough.
With a few steps and a powerful leap, Everett scaled the castle's exterior walls. Up and up, higher and higher he went, grasping at the concrete with his dragon's strength. As Penny looked down, she saw a guard below, who looked the size of a hamster. Stop, Penny whispered, and Everett halted his climb and looked down at the guards. As he stayed holding on to the stone walls, some stones dislodged and fell to where the guards were below. The guards looked up, but saw nothing out of the ordinary, and continued their patrol.
That was close,
Everett said, managing to jump out of sight as the stones hit the ground. Everett continued his climb, feeling the increasingly rushing cold night wind on his hair and face as they ascended higher. Finally, he grabbed onto the window ledge of his room and pushed himself up. There was barely space for one person to stand on. Thus, Penny held tightly to the prince, daring a glance at the view beneath her. Looking down, she felt like she was floating. A forceful push by Everett, and the window opened. Everett landed on the floor of his room softly, as Penny let herself slowly off his back. They were now in the castle. All that's left was to wait for Sarah. They stayed in Everett's room without speaking a word, fearing the noise would alert someone and arouse suspicion. Penny had never spent a moment with Everett all alone by herself. Maybe it was of the inappropriateness of speech that Penny found herself looking at Everett more than usual, observing his expression in case he had something to say about the mission. As if he perceived this, he placed his hand on Penny's arm and moved it gently to his, signaling for her to touch his hand. As she touched his hand, feeling the warm and firm texture of his skin, she heard his voice.
"Thank you. You are the bravest and most beautiful woman I have ever met. I know this might not be the right time, but I say this because I may never have the chance after tonight. Without you, we would not have gotten this far. Before, all I wanted was to find the Black Conjurer and end this once and for all. But now, I am not so sure. If we triumph tonight, the world will be saved, and I will marry Sarah as promised to the king. But I don't know if this is what I really want. I've always thought that beauty only lies in a world without evil. But now I've realized that isn't true. True beauty is how we stand unwavering even when surrounded by evil. It wasn't the chosen one who showed me the path. It is you, Penny. Because of that, I'm afraid to—"
The knock interrupted Everett's voice, and Penny let go of his hand. Everett looked at Penny, a light of sadness in his eyes that he had failed to convey completely his thoughts to Penny. It was Sarah, as he pulled the door slightly ajar, careful not to let anyone peep in and see Penny. He let her in quickly, making sure no one was aware of her presence. "I have informed Father of my return. He is now asleep in his room," Sarah whispered, looking at both of them, whose minds seemed a bit distant. "Are you both all right?" "Yes," Penny said. "Let's go." Penny tried her best to avoid as much eye contact with Everett as possible whenever Sarah was around, as she felt it was inappropriate and didn't want Sarah to know she had taken a liking to the Dragon Prince too. As there were guards stationed outside the king's chamber, Everett and Penny had to look for another way in. They exited the room and climbed out onto the exterior walls of the castle again. The king's chamber was only one floor above them. That's good news. The bad news? It was at the opposite end of the castle, which meant Everett had to piggyback Penny nearly halfway across the castle to the other side. It would have been an easy feat for a mighty dragon like Everett, but he had felt his strength failing him more and more recently. The effect seemed even more potent now. Could it be the source of the black mist? The Black Conjurer is near, and he's feeling the amplified effect of its power? More than once, Everett lost his grip on the stone wall. But luckily, he always managed to regain it and keep both Penny and him from falling. After a long climb and shimmying across the huge castle, they reached the window of the king's chamber. Its window glass design stood out from the rest of the castle. More grandiose it was. Stepping up onto the ledge, Everett gently pushed the window open. Sarah had unlocked it while she was in the king's chamber. The interior was dark, with spots of golden hue from candles. Ahead, at the center of the chamber, was a huge bed, and further at the opposite end, a window similar to the one they entered from. Everett made his way down from the ledge before Penny, knowing a single sound might wake the king. They stepped closer to the side of the bed, eyeing the golden curtains around it. Sarah should be somewhere outside the chamber now. Once Penny purged the demon from the king, Everett would hurt it and keep it within the chamber while Sarah destroys it. Penny eyed Everett one last time before lifting the golden veil to reveal the king, who was nowhere to be seen. Just then, the door of the chamber flew open, and castle guards rushed in and surrounded the duo in a circle, pointing their swords at them. Sinister laughter sounded across the room as the king stepped through the door with Sarah behind him. A castle guard stood on either side of her, holding tightly onto her arm.
I have never expected much from you, Sarah. And certainly I have never expected you to betray me. Good thing Tatiana warned me in time, or else I would end up crazy like the poor souls you dealt with.
Tatiana. So, she was the snitch after all. Tatiana grinned, pleased at the king's appraisal. Unlike some, I couldn't stand and watch outsiders hurt my own family, Tatiana said. Penny stared at her. To think she had the cheek to make such a claim. Penny was her family. But when had she ever treated her as one? And Sarah, too. Penny knew she did it to win the king's favor. Everett's usual intent gaze moved between the castle guards and the king.
Do you think this lot of you can stop me?
Everett said, staring at the king who seemed unfazed.
Not under normal circumstances, of course, but last I heard, you and your men suffered greatly during your battle with the Black Mist, and you are wounded. I believe it's worth a try. Kill them.
A blast erupted around Everett, and Penny and the surrounding guards fell back, thrown off guard by the sudden magic attack. Some of their swords fell from their hands, but others held on to their swords and charged at the Dragon Prince and Penny. Everett wielded his magic again, this time at the guards behind Penny. Look out! A guard drew his sword at the prince's back, but he turned around in time and grabbed the guard's hand and threw him across the room. More came at them, and Everett's attack grew even more furious than the last, setting the darkness of the chamber ablaze with the light of his red fire magic as he sent magical orbs of fire of various sizes at his attackers. But the castle guards were too many, and those he could not focus on fighting attacked him from the side and back. Everett stepped back toward the wall, keeping Penny close behind him. He was trying to defend Penny from harm, and keeping the guards to his front as much as possible was the only way Penny would not be attacked from behind without him knowing. She would not have it. So, Penny picked up a sword from a fallen guard. She had not learned to read all those fairy tales and great battles of good versus evil for nothing. As a guard went for Everett, her sword met the guard's, and then his knee. The guard fell, yelling in pain. I won't stand and do nothing! Everett smiled, and together, the Dragon Prince's magic and Penny using the guard's sword fought the castle guards. The king and Tatiana's faces were no longer as callous as before as they saw Everett's and Penny's resolve and mettle. Suddenly, Everett winced as blood flowed down his arm from his shoulder where a guard had slashed him. He hit the guard so hard that he flew out the window. But another sword struck down, and then more blood. How can this be? Dragons were supposed to be invulnerable to the weapons of mortals. Their dragon hide was an impenetrable armor. Everett fell on one knee in the middle of more oncoming attacks. Penny rushed forward, waving her sword in a semicircle to drive the guards back. But one of them had slashed at her. She blocked it with her blade, but the force sent her flying to the ground sideways.
Stop!
the king ordered, and the castle guard's swords halted at once. If the king had spoken 2 seconds later, Everett would have been killed.
Look at the mighty dragon prince of Dragon's Rift, down on his knee. What's the matter now? Aren't you almighty with your magic?
The king kicked Everett's face, and the latter fell to the ground.
What happened to that smug attitude of yours?
The king continued kicking and stamping at the fallen dragon prince. Stop it! Penny got up and rushed towards the king, but before she could reach him, a guard grabbed her from the side and slapped her hard on the face. Penny landed hard against the floor, and before she could get up, the guard had his sword at her throat.
You pathetic little pest! Trying to get close enough to use your magic on me? You know, if not for your poisonous touch, I would have enjoyed hitting you myself. Do you really think you can take me down? I know you are doing this out of revenge for the way I treated you. It was you who poisoned Sarah against me. It's fascinating how a little freedom and power can turn one ruthless like you.
I am not the one who is ruthless here, Penny said. You orchestrated the extortion and permitted those in power to oppress the powerless and the poor. You are not fit to be king.
Silence! You have no right to say that to me. I do what is necessary for our kingdom to prosper.
What is necessary for you to prosper? Penny argued.
Whatever. My plans were working fine until you came along and turned my people insane.
I did not turn them insane. I showed them the goodness within them.
The gambler has lost all semblance of intellect. He can't even remember who he is. You call that goodness?
You're lying, Penny said.
Still trying to play dumb. It's no use. I won't let you have the chance to pull your mind-wiping trick on me. But being the benevolent king I am, I shall grant you one final wish. Any last words?
Yes. I do not need to touch you, to take you down. The king stopped as he was about to turn away. Penny grabbed the hand of the castle guard next to her. Penny waited as the people in the king's chamber froze. Mist tendrils formed, dripping from the emptiness, and a black wolf took shape. Penny timed her move, sidestepped as it ran and leapt toward her. Everett could be dying or dead. Sarah was captured, and there's little chance of any of them getting out of this battle alive. But it was no time to wallow in sadness. It would hinder her magic casting. Do not get carried away. Use magic, not be used by magic, Penny said to herself, reminding herself not to repeat her mistake. The wolf howled as the sound of wind grew louder, holding the wolf to the ground as it struggled to charge forward. The power of the wind weakened, and the wolf broke through it, getting closer to Penny. She fought back the pain of sadness stinging her heart and focused on Everett's promise to never let her get hurt. He would not die because she knew he would not break it. She closed her eyes, letting the thought propel her will. The wind regained its power, growing into a mini hurricane. The wolf began to lose its footing. And that was when Penny grabbed at its misty form. She was back in her former position on the ground as she let go of the guard's hand. The guard before her turned around as the sound of a monstrous growl filled the chamber. The king stepped back, and Tatiana ran out the door. The remaining castle guards watched the huge, misty wolf. a look of pure shock and horror on their faces. The wolf lunged at a nearby castle guard. The other guard slashed at the mist demon, but the weapons of men had no effect on the black mist. Penny seized this chance and moved away from the sword pointed at her.
"Guard the king!"
the castle guards yelled, but they were no match for the magical beast, and one after another, they fell. Penny went over to Everett. "Everett!" His eyes were closed, and he wasn't moving. The blood on his arm smeared on Penny's fingers as she tried to wake him. She looked up at the king, standing a short distance away near the door. The king turned for the door to escape, but something stopped him. Or someone.
"One more move, and you die."
It was Canyon. Behind him was Thomas.
"You traitor!"
the king said, staring at Thomas.
"Silence. Only fools will be loyal to a king like you." "Please, don't kill me. I can give you anything." "I want nothing other than what you've put us through. I will make you taste the meaning of pain and death."
"Canyon, no!" Penny called.
"Penny? He must die, or else there will never be an end to the oppression."
"Killing him will not stop the black mist."
"Penny, I know you won't let me die. I know I've let you down, but I fed you and kept you alive, didn't I? Don't do this, please."
"The life you gave me was nothing more than a tortured life."
"That was my fault. You wanted freedom. I can grant you that. From now on, you are free to go anywhere, and I will declare your real identity, and you can rejoin us as the Princess of Lionsgate."
"All my life, I've hoped for you to say that to me." Tears flowed down Penny's cheeks.
"Penny, my daughter, I am so sorry. Will you forgive me?"
Penny blinked hard, looking aside for a moment as another tear escaped from her eye. "I will," said Penny. "If you had said that to me earlier." The king's hand reached for something behind his robe and inched forward. Thomas, Canyon, and Sarah watched in shock as he drove a dagger right where Penny's stomach was. A sinister grin appeared on the king's face, and he froze. Penny's hand was on the king's arm.
"You ungrateful pest! I should have killed you when I had the chance. Since you want me dead, I will make sure you perish with me."
The king's voice shook the sudden silence of the king's chamber. Penny had expected the king's thoughts to be as such, but still, it hurt, knowing that the man she had adored and longed to be loved by wanted her dead so badly. But she was in the eternal now, the last stage of her quest. She must find the demon responsible for the king's cruelty and corruption and purge it out into the real world where Everett or Sarah would defeat it. With Everett down and fate unknown, Sarah was their only hope of defeating the mist demon when it emerged. Tears escaped Penny's eyes as she saw the motionless body of Everett lying on the ground. She bent over and touched his cheek gently. If he's dead, it would be meaningless even if she defeated the Black Conjurer. But she could not stop now. There were still people whose lives depended on her. She had to continue her journey even if it was without Everett. Penny peered out through the window to the eternal forest outside. The sky was an ominous, deep purple. She surveyed the king's chamber for black mist, but could see none of it. She looked at her feet and saw they still had the pair of orange shoes, the trust shoes that had subdued the gambler's scorpion demon. She had made it out of the chamber, looking at the frozen Sarah and Canyon along the way. The interior of the castle had changed. To be exact, it wasn't an interior anymore. She was somewhere outside on the streets of the Manelands. However, little of it resembled the Manelands she knew. For the buildings were dark, cracked, and moldy, while the roads were uneven, stained with mold, and jagged with large black roots sticking out. Ironically, the purple sky was the only familiar sight in this ruined town, which was covered in constant gloom. It was hard to move about, as the place was dark. Like it was already midnight, but without the light from street lamps. The only area that was not shrouded in darkness was the purple sky, which did not seem to fit in with the world beneath it. Needing light to show the way, she slipped the red shoes back on, but strangely could not feel the feeling of joy surging through her. Instead, she felt sadness. The fire she conjured was weak, barely able to illuminate a radius of a meter around her. She walked on, examining the deserted ruined town, wondering if it was really deserted. Demons might lurk behind the corner, so she must proceed with all caution. As she came to a narrow gap between two houses, she noticed something moving on the side wall of the next house. Carefully, she moved her hand, and the fire on her hand shone its orange light on the side wall. A part of the wall cracked and started to crumble away. She followed the trail of the crumbling wall to the back of the house. It was a small, rectangular area, but she did not see anyone apart from the dark, wet mud and some garbage. A dead end. Ready to leave, she saw a shadow cast on the house before her. Turning around, she saw an old beggar staggering toward her with a dirty bowl in his hand. "Young lady, I am starving. Will you be so kind to give me some food or money?" Under normal circumstances, such a scene would tug at her heartstrings, and she would not hesitate to give him something. But this was the eternal, and nothing was normal here. "Please, help me," he said, coming closer. "One more step and I will attack," Penny warned, placing her flaming hand between them. The beggar's fragile expression suddenly turned stern and cold. "Since you won't give me food, I will take it myself. It's been a long time since I feasted on a fresh soul." As expected, black mist rose from his body, and his features sank into the skin on his pale face and vanished. Black, jagged horns began to protrude from his head, and his face narrowed, and his chin grew longer. Small eyes started popping out of his literally blank face. Penny wielded her magic, but only a small flame emerged. What was going on with her magic? The demon gave a sharp shriek, stepping back as the fire burned its face. She gave it another try, but still the same effect. Enraged, the demon's face began to split in the center, revealing a large eye. It began to glow white. The same white as the Black Conjurer's eyes. A stream of white light shot toward her, and she fell in an attempt to avoid it. The flowers hit by the white light quickly withered and died. Penny crawled to her feet, running as fast as her legs could carry her. Once she was back on the road, she ran down the street, but after a second thought, she figured it wasn't a wise idea to stumble around in the dark street aimlessly. She would be open to any demons prowling nearby. Hence, she turned into another narrow gap between two houses, some distance away from the one she came from. There was a heavy silence. She anticipated the sound of footsteps, but did not hear it. She put out the fire in her hand and waited in the dark for the danger to pass. Just as she was catching her breath, a flash of white light shocked her senses, and she peered up at its source. There on the roof was the demon. There was no way to run at this time. White light pouring out of the demon's eye hit her straight on. A freezing sensation numbed her senses for an instant, and she thought she was a goner for sure this time. But she was still standing. As the way out was blocked, she headed the other direction to the back of the houses. She only hoped it would not be another dead end. Much to her relief, the backyard here was connected to other gaps. Penny randomly picked one and kept running and running until she found herself stepping on the soiled ground. She was heading into the forest region. Black skeleton trees were densely packed together, and their thin, black branches blocked out much of the sky like wicked fingers. Her feet caught on some of the roots, and she tripped and fell into a puddle of water. She pushed herself up and saw in the rippling pool the face of an old lady. Who was this looking back at her? She moved her hand to touch her face, and the reflection followed. Was the old lady in the water her? "Help me," said a voice. She looked up and around. The first thing that came to her mind was that faceless, large-eyed demon. But the forest stood terribly still, except her. "Help me," the voice said again. It was coming from the giant tree a few meters in front of her. She focused and readied her fire spell, but the ball of fire was even smaller than the last time. She had no choice now. She walked closer to the thick black bark and examined it closer. 2 spots on the branches fidgeted, revealing a pair of human eyes. She flinched. The weary eyes looked back. A closer look. She could now make out the shape of the man, his face, neck, and body wrapped under twirling branches on the bark's surface. A pair of eyes opened again. "Who are you?" Penny asked. "Axe, Axe," the voice said. "Who?" "Exquirios." The man fell silent. Did he just say Exquirios? Was this the soul of Exquirios? The branches were so dense that one could easily mistake the man for a part of the rough, black bark. She grabbed at a few of them and tried to break them, but they did not budge. What should she do? Perhaps magic could do the job? Fire came to mind, though. She had to be careful not to burn the poor man alive. She looked down to make sure it was red shoes she was wearing. Wielding the wrong magic in such a situation could be disastrous. Please don't malfunction on me this time. She tried to think of a happy memory, but sadness filled her heart. It was the sadness of losing Everett. Was this what Lady Fond meant when she said not to overuse magic? She had been reliant on joy since she wore the red shoes. It gave her the feeling of being important and a part of something big. But now that the fate of Everett and the quest was uncertain, that joy was replaced with sadness. Every former happy memory suddenly led only to the persistent sadness. What else was there to be happy about? What else could her heart depend on? Looking at the eyes of Exquirios' soul, the answer came to her. She still had a chance to save her father from the hold of the Black Conjurer. She could still prevent tragedies that would happen if the Black Conjurer was not stopped. For the first time, a happy thought was not based on a memory of the past, but hope for the future. Then she felt a familiar warmth flowing through her. It was the warmth of the fire spell. Carefully, she calibrated her spell and cast it, beginning with the man's chest, gradually spreading the flames to the rest of his body until the man's real body was visible. The man fell forward, and she held his shoulders and pushed him forward gently. The man opened his eyes again, sucking in a deep breath. Bit by bit, he began to wriggle his fingers and toes, bringing them to his face and examining them like they were some sort of forgotten treasure. At last, I am free. Thank you, the man said. Are you Exquirios? The king of Lion's Gate?
King? No, I am just Exquirios."
There was no mistake about it. The man was a spitting image of her father, only younger, with messier hair and clothes. "How did you get trapped in those branches?"
"I was attacked."
The young Exquirios' eyes widened as he said. "By whom?"
"A faceless monster with many eyes. It had a huge eye in the middle. There's no escape unless we can get to the castle."
"Wait, get where?"
"The castle. It's the only place they won't find us. But they will find us before we can reach it."
Penny sensed something stir in the darkness, and she turned, navigating the glowing fireball in her hand, to scan her surroundings. Out of the darkness appeared a black figure. It was a woman in castle servant clothes. She had small eyes and crooked teeth that protruded under her lips.
"It's them,"
the weary Exquirios said. "Where's the castle?" Penny said.
"It's a long way. We won't make it."
"Not with me," Penny said.
"This way,"
Exquirios said. Although the young Exquirios was still weak, it had compromised little of his speed, for he stumbled through the woods, heading back into the ruined town. Behind them, Penny could hear footsteps shuffling on the grass. It must be that woman they saw before, chasing them. As she rounded a corner to the side of a house, she saw a flash of white light flying right behind her. Shadows began appearing on the roof above them, belonging to pale, faceless figures gazing at them with their multiple eyes. Penny sent heat waves toward them. But demons shrieked and jumped away while others burned, their cries turning madder. As they neared the mouth of a gap that led to the street, Penny burned a demon, and it fell into the gap. Still in flames, it pursued them. Penny pointed her palm behind her and lit the ground ablaze. The demon halted and leapt up onto the roof. Penny retracted her spell, mindful not to overuse her magic like she did before. The main task here was to find the midst. It would be wise to avoid battle as much as she could. Exquirios had turned onto a wider path and a flight of stairs going up.
"We are almost there,"
he shouted. It was amazing how Exquirios could see in this darkness, so all she had to do was make sure her magic fire didn't lose sight of him. Somewhere along the stairs, Exquirios suddenly stopped. Penny would have walked into him if she hadn't kept a distance between them. "What's wrong?" she asked. Exquirios did not answer immediately, but kept looking ahead at the darkness in front of him. Penny shone her light, and it fell on a short figure. It was a little girl. Her pale and stained, freckled skin lit clearly by the orange flame on Penny's hand. Penny stared at the little girl in shock. The little girl was her. "Please don't go," the little Penny said. "Papa, please don't leave me alone in this cell." Tears filled Penny's eyes at the sight. She remembered the time she had said those words. She was crying then, wondering what she had done wrong to be treated so cruelly.
"It's her," Exquirios cried, "the one who attacked me."
"Where are you going, Papa?" Penny said. "You're heading to the castle, aren't you? With her," the little Penny said. The former helplessness faded from her tone. "What do you want?" "You are not allowed to go there." "Why?" Penny asked. "That's not for you to know. The doors of the castle must remain closed at all times. No one must go through." "And if I insist?" Penny said. "Then I would have to kill you," the little Penny said, as tendrils of thin, black mist leaked from her face and her features vanished. The young Exquirios shut his eyes, crying in fear as he saw her face begin to split and reveal the large eye staring at them. Penny pushed Exquirios aside just in time to evade the stream of white light shooting down the stairs. The little Penny burst into flames as Penny raised her hand, but the flames did not last, and the little Penny recovered, laughing.
Your magic does not work on me, Transcender, because you know deep within your heart that you are nothing but an ugly princess everyone detests.
Penny then set fire to the stairs around the little Penny. She tried to cross the fire, but Penny expanded the flames into a wall of fire to keep her from getting near them. Go! The young Exquirios got to his feet and stumbled up the stairs. The little Penny's cries persisted, knowing her prisoner was getting away. The wall of fire soon dissipated as the little Penny trod on it like it was just smoke. As she turned back, she saw little Penny and the hordes of demons running up the stairs. What demons were these? The demons were gaining on them. Exquirios tripped on a step as they neared the castle doors. Come on, we're almost there. Penny held him up. It was a strange feeling to see her father in such a helpless state. It made her realize that perhaps there was still goodness deep within him, a purity that was untainted. She would do all she could to bring it out of him. With all her strength, Penny pushed at the huge castle doors, joined by Exquirios. The castle doors budged, and they squeezed through the gap and closed them shut just as the demons were about to reach them. The doors trembled, but stood firm. Soon, silence resumed. Turning from the door, Penny saw an incredibly gigantic hall before her, seemingly a few times larger and more grandiose than her castles. The castle seemed like a different world altogether, sheltered from the destruction of the world that lay beyond its doors. Soft white rays of sunlight poured in through the tall windows lined along the walls on either side, stretching up to the ceiling, hanging high as the sky above. The huge flat door extended to the far end, where a gap opened in the wall, splitting it. The sound of Penny's shoes knocking against the marble tiles echoed through the hall.
This place feels familiar, like I have been here before,
Exquirios said. What happened? Why did you leave?
I don't remember.
Penny caught Exquirios' eyes staring ahead, and her gaze followed. Under a pale light was a beautiful lady with golden hair and blue eyes.
How incredible,
she said, in a clear and authoritative voice which was gentle at the same time.
How did you get in?
Who are you? Penny tried hard to regain her focus after admiring the lady's beauty.
Please, you have no need for that here.
The lady touched Penny's flaming hand, slowly distinguishing it.
I am no monster. I am the keeper of the haven.
The haven?
Yes, the very place you are standing in. It's the only place that's safe from the ruins. Surely you know about the ruins. That is the place you both just came from.
The lady's eyes studied Penny's face for a second, as if something was wrong about it. The haven and the ruins, Penny muttered.
This place hasn't seen any visitor for ages. Come, let us give you a warm welcome.
Us?
Yes. I'm sure the others will be most delighted to meet you.
The blonde-haired lady led them further into the castle, up wide stairs that ascended up and up to the floors above. On the highest floor was a large double door made of gold. The doors opened as the lady stepped toward it, revealing a hexagonal room with a door on each side of the hexagon. They went through the one on the right and entered into a cozy room with a hearth at the center of the wall. "Look who we got here," the blonde lady said to another person who was standing by the hearth. It was a man in his 30s. Like the blonde lady, he had a pair of captivating eyes, and his demeanor matched the prince's in the fairy tales Penny read. The man eyed Penny and Exquirios, his lips spread into a charming smile, which made him all the more mesmerizing. "How fascinating. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said. Penny mildly smiled. Why did she feel like she had seen him before? "Come, have a seat," the lady said, guiding Penny to the chair in front of the hearth. When she didn't go forward, the lady said, "I am not going to hurt you. Quite the contrary. I am going to cure you." "Cure me?" "You have been hit by the light of contempt, haven't you?" the lady said. "Do you mean the light that came out from the demon's eye?" Penny asked. "Yes, the light of contempt is cruel, ruining all it touches. It rots away all beauty. As you can see, it's already acting up, and it will not stop until it spreads to the rest of your body." The image of her former self dawned in her mind once more. It was as if she could see her own reflection right before her. Her heart filled with disgust. She had known her beauty would diminish once her task was done, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. "You feel it, don't you? The effects of the poison eating away at not just your body, but your mind as well." The lady's eyes remained fixed on Penny, a look of grave concern on her face. "How do I stop it? Seems you have been hit much harder than I thought. There's only one way to cure you." The lady turned, looking at the man beside her. "We need to use it." The man nodded and walked out the door. "Come with me," the lady said. Penny stood up from the chair and followed them out of the room and through the door on the opposite of the one she first entered. The door opened to reveal a corridor that began wide at first and gradually narrowed as they continued walking. At last, the polished white walls with golden frames on either side merged at the end of the corridor. There, against the white, spotless wall, stood a huge mirror. It had the most exquisite ornaments around it. "This mirror possesses incredible powers. It will be able to cure you. All you need to do is stand before it and look into the mirror." The young Exquirios was staring at the mirror in wonder, but Penny was hesitant. Just then, she felt searing pain spread across her neck, up to her chin and collarbone. She stared at the mirror and at her weird features that were part beautiful and part ugly. Taking a deep breath, she took a step toward the mirror and stared right into it. Nothing happened at first. But shortly, her features reshaped and her beautiful face returned. The weight in her heart lifted. "Splendid," the golden-haired lady said, looking at Penny in the mirror. "Do you know what is the most beautiful thing about a woman?" Penny pondered. "Her beauty?" And the lady and Penny smiled. Returning to the hexagonal room, the lady led Penny to her bedroom, which was behind one of the other doors. It was the most luxurious bedroom she had ever seen, even better than Tatiana's and Sarah's combined. The wardrobe was no less superior. It had the most elegantly designed dresses. Penny took the liberty of trying on a red dress. No one would ever associate her with ugliness ever again. So it was that she spent the next few days at this place called the Haven. Every day was pure bliss and perfect. She never wanted to leave this place. In fact, the place was so devoid of imperfection that she could not even stand one look at the gloom of the ruins outside the windows. She even had the curtains fully drawn to avoid being reminded of the existence of the outside world. Days, or perhaps months, flew by. But to Penny, time seemed to come to a stop. Eventually, she grew tired of her red dress and desired to try a different look. As she bid the golden-haired lady goodbye after dinner, she returned to her bedroom wardrobe, eager to select her next beautiful dress. Walking to the wardrobe, her right foot kicked into something hard on the floor. She glanced down and saw a pair of red shoes, toppled to the side by the force of her kick. Those shoes. The sight of them rekindled something within her, and she felt like she had forgotten something important. Gently, she slipped them on. Everett, Sarah, Lady Fond, the young Exquirios. It all came back like a lightning flash, and she remembered how she ended up here. How long had she been here? A sudden worry flooded through her mind. Are Everett and Sarah still all right? Frozen in time in the real world? Or have the battle with the king gone badly and they were already captured? Or worse, killed? Her former clothes were still on the floor beside the wardrobe. Wasting no time, she changed back, and as she did, she stood before the mirror, gazing at her own reflection in the dazzling red dress. Her heart fluttered, and she felt a familiar, satisfying sensation, tempting her mind to succumb to it. It was the same feeling that she got when she looked at that mirror in the narrowing hallway. She tensed her mind, shut her eyes, and willed herself back into focus, stepping away from the mirror. Indeed, there was something amiss about this place, some enchantment that caused her to forget her true purpose. She changed back into her former clothes. She had to look for the young Exquirios. She tried to recall the last time she saw him. That's when she realized she hadn't seen him since she was brought into her bedroom from that hexagonal room. That was also right before she wore that red dress. The red color of her shoes caught her eyes again as she headed for the door. Red is too glaring. Best to wear a lighter colored pair. She gently pushed the bedroom doors open and peeked outside. The hexagonal room was quiet, and no one was around. She waited a while before exiting her room. She scanned the doors of the room, taking note of her bearings. The doors all looked similar to one another, much to her frustration. Luckily, she took notice of which door she came from when the golden-haired lady was showing her around, meaning the second door to her right was the entrance from the grand hall, and the one directly opposite was the room with the hearth, where the lady examined her wound. The second door to her left led to the narrowing hallway. That was the least likely place for Exquirios to be, as she recalled him leaving that place with her. The entrance was as unlikely for Exquirios, for she believed he was still somewhere nearby, on this floor. She decided to pick the room with the hearth. She stood near the door and listened. She couldn't hear anything. As she opened the door, the flickering fire from the hearth greeted her. The chair was still there, as was the back of someone's head. It was Exquirios, sitting and staring at the fire. Exquirios, she called softly a few times before he turned to her with a distant look, like one deep in thought. We have to leave here. There's something wrong with this place.
Penny, he said, We are safer here. We should stay.
No! There's some dark force at work here. It made me forget what I was here for. I suspect it's their doing. The people in this place. They want to trap us here.
Trap?
Yes! We have to go, now! Just then, the door opened and Penny turned around.
Penny?
It was the golden-haired lady. Penny smiled as they exchanged glances, trying to act natural. I wasn't expecting you to be here. What brings you here? Oh, I was just taking a look around. You know, this place is so beautiful. I don't want to miss a single part of it. The lady smiled. Is that so? Then perhaps I should show you around, give you an official tour of the place. That won't be necessary. I was actually thinking of exploring the place with Exquirios, if that's fine by you. Of course that is, if little Exquirios wishes to go, the lady said. Little? Penny said.
Pardon me, Penny. I would like to stay here with Mother.
Mother?
Yes. It was only a few days ago that I remembered everything. I was born here in this castle, but one day some demons invaded the castle and captured me, took me away from my parents.
It's all thanks to you that our little Exquirios can find his way back. Was Exquirios telling the truth? At that moment, she realized why she found the lady and the man from before so familiar. Their portraits were hung on the walls of the king's chamber. That meant they were most likely Exquirios' parents. And if he really came from this place, it is likely the mist in his mind originated from here. If so, the mist must also be somewhere here in this castle. And Exquirios' parents were demons in disguise. But it was too dangerous to risk a fight up front with Exquirios' mother without knowing her nature and weaknesses. If she failed, she would arouse her suspicion right away and risk defeat. It's nothing, Penny said. I'm glad I brought him back too. By the way, I was wondering if you have more beautiful dresses for me to try out. My wardrobe certainly has space for more. Those aren't enough for you? Well, I do have just the thing you need. The lady headed for the door, and Penny lifted her palm at her back. By the way, Penny lowered her hand as the lady stopped in her tracks. You said you love our dresses, but I notice you aren't in your red dress. She turned around, eyes fixed on Penny. There was malice in her stare, one she never displayed before. I just thought a change would be nice. Just then, the man from before, Exquirios' father, entered the room along with a few other younger girls Penny never met before. They moved over to stand on either side of the lady. You called for us, Mother? One of them said. It seems we have run into a minor issue, the lady said. Penny's hands quickly moved to the shoebox on her waist while she dislodged her blue shoes, took out the yellow shoes, quietly slipped them on, and cast the wisdom spell at the blonde-haired lady. She waited for a voice or a sign. However, there was nothing. Seems your spell is failing you again, the lady said, and turned around, grinning. Penny eyed the pair of blue shoes on the floor, her gaze switching between them and the lady. Do you think you can fool me? It's worth a try. Penny quickly slotted her feet into them. The castle shook and the ground cracked where the lady and the others stood. For a moment, their figures sank into the cracks. The lady stood calmly still as the ground mended, and she regained her footing. "That was rather uncalled for. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve?"
How was it that her magic had no effect on the blonde-haired lady? It's just like the demons she fought in the ruins.
"Do you really desire so badly to see what I am? Fine. I shall grant you your wish." The lady placed her right hand over her face, and her entire figure turned into blood-red mist. Wisps of red mist crawled out of the ground like arms, curling around Penny's arms and legs. Penny screamed as the mist burned her skin. "I wanted to make it easy for you, but you just had to resist. You could have been of much use for this place. Much, much more. What a shame." Penny could not do anything as the golden-haired girls came forward and lifted her out of the room. They took her out to the grand hall, descending the stairs to the grand level. "Enjoy yourself out there." They threw Penny out of the castle doors like a rag doll. She laid there on the rough, dark ground of the ruins with her cheek kissing the ground in the dark. The ruins' atmosphere was night and day compared to the Haven's. The stillness and silence persisted until she began to hear something. Footsteps shuffling through the nearby bushes. Closer and closer the sound came, and Penny saw the feet of a girl standing before her. She could tell it was her, the little Penny. More came to join her, surrounding Penny.
"Take her, and be careful not to loosen her bonds."
She felt herself being lifted up into the air, carried down the path that led to the castle. After a fair distance, they put her down against the bark of a tree, such that her back was against the tree. Slowly she felt herself sinking slightly into the bark, like it was soft mud. "Welcome back. Don't worry, it will be over soon," the elderly beggar said, as the black mist rose from his body. This is it, she thought. She had failed, trapped, and left to die in the eternal. She felt sorry for Everett, Sarah, Canyon, and Thomas, and all who believed in her. "I'm sorry." She did not know how long she remained there, trapped in the bark of a huge tree. But alas, she saw a shadow closing in from her side. Could it be Lady Fond? She thought as her heart leapt with hope. But when the shadow revealed itself, it was not Lady Fond. "It's been a while," the woman said. It was her, the beautiful fairy in her dream. "Time is short. You must listen carefully. The demons here are among the most ancient kind. Magic will only work on them only if the caster's mind is devoid of abstractions." "What do you mean?"
"They are the demons of abstraction. Both worlds exist in relation with each other, like both sides of a coin. One requires the other to exist, yet they never meet. Those within the haven are demons of desire, while those in the ruins are demons of despise. You cannot see past their disguise because your heart is shrouded by your admiration of beauty and your rejection of ugliness."
"I can't do this. I'm not strong enough to fight them."
"I chose you for this task. You are the only one who can put an end to the source of the evil mist."
"Are you sure you chose the right person?" Penny said.
"This is no time for debate. Listen, the key to defeating them lies within themselves. Just like how light and darkness oppose each other, either is the worst enemy of each other.
Worst enemy of each other. Do I make them fight each other? But how?
Open the door to the castle. Tip the scales of abstraction.
Penny felt the grip of the mist on her loosen, and she fell to the grass before her. She felt strength return to her body once again. The fairy was gone. She looked toward the castle in the distance. It wasn't that far from where she stood, but only if her journey there went unnoticed. She went over the plan in her head. Once she got to the castle, she would open the door and let in the demons from the ruins, who would most likely be hot on her trail by then. She would then lead them to the golden-haired lady and her people. While they were distracted, she would use the wisdom on the mist to reveal the source of the mist. The only question was, where was the mist? The only person who had the answer was Exquirios himself. She had to find him. She started to run toward the castle as fast as her legs could carry her. As expected, the townfolk noticed her and started chasing her. They were faster than her. She had to slow them down. Sparing a quick glance behind her, she raised her hand and immediately the earth gave way and a few of them fell down. But the little Penny managed to jump over the gap, transformed into her demon form, and blasted a stream of white light at Penny, which Penny blocked by upheaving a slab of the ground behind her. Leaping up the stairs to the castle, she pushed the castle doors fully open. The slightest slowing down could lead to the demons catching up with her. She leapt up the stairs to the grand hall. As soon as she reached the first step, she ran up the stairs and saw the demons running across the floor of the grand hall, not far below. The doors and walls of the castle near its entrance paled and withered like a cruel spell had been cast on them, slowly eating its beauty from within. The withering of the castle's beauty spread to the windows as demons continued swarming in. As she reached the third level, the girls from before stood at the top of the landing, blocking her path. Red, misty tendrils emerged out of the ground to catch Penny. One of them caught her ankle, causing her to fall forward. Penny fought to regain her balance.
What have you done, you insufferable little pest? Die now!
The girl stood in disbelief as her powers failed her when she was about to deliver the killing blow. Then Penny noticed the withering spreading up the stairs past her toward the girl.
No!
The girl fell as the ground gave way under Penny's magic. The red tendrils of mist dissipated, and Penny made her way up to the hexagonal room at the top level. Exquirios was last seen in the room where the hearth was, so she decided to look there first. Doors were already ajar, but Exquirios wasn't in the room. Instead, she was there. The keeper of the castle. Her grandmother. Where's Exquirios? He's where he should be, safe and protected. You have enslaved him all these years. It's all because of you that he grew into the vain person he is. Vain? How assuming to hear that coming from you. Aren't you the same? Don't you admire beauty yourself? If not, you would not wish to be beautiful. I gave you happiness. But you gave me sadness, too. With you around, I can never truly be happy. I will not be controlled by you anymore. So, you seek to fight me again? Have you not learned your lesson? The lady stopped speaking and her gaze shifted suddenly. The warm golden light in the room dimmed as the furniture aged and the colors of the room began to lose their vibrancy. Little by little, the smooth golden hair of her grandmother turned hard and frizzy. And the uneven pigmentation showed on her once porcelain skin.
No! No!
Seeing the shoes of content did not work on her, Penny changed into her orange shoes. A forceful gust flew the lady to the hearth. The red mist began to spill from her body. Where is Exquirios? Penny locked the spinning hurricane on the lady in the hearth. The lady lifted her hand and pointed to the bed to Penny's right, as her other hand was pressed against her chest. There, Penny saw Exquirios, but he wasn't on the bed. Instead, he was lying on the ground, his figure blended into part of the room's red carpet. The red mist was wrapped all around him. Yet, his expression was hauntingly blissful. Exquirios? Exquirios! Wake up! You have to tell me what happened here in this castle. What happened here before the demons came along?
What have you done to this place?
This is how this place is supposed to be. All that beauty and perfection are just a false illusion created by the lady. You must not believe it.
An illusion? No,
it has been the truth for centuries.
Beauty determines one's worth.
It is the sacred gift bestowed upon our bloodline by the fairies. The mirror handed down by our ancestors is the judge of it. Only we who can stand before it, perfect and untainted, have the right to rule.
I will not fail, Mother. I will always stand spotless before the mirror.
The mirror? Do you mean the mirror we saw in the hallway? Penny asked.
That's the one. The mirror shows us who we are. The mirror speaks the irrefutable truth.
Could the mirror be the midst? She dashed out of the room and headed for the hexagonal room and the narrowing hallway. The castle was alive with the sound of battle. The demons were fighting each other, demons of ruin against demons of beauty. They would find their way here any time soon. She shut the doors and found herself staring down the narrowing hallway where the mirror stood at the far end. She had to be careful not to stare into the mirror, lest the spell would mess with her mind like it did before. A black shadow emerged as she cast the wisdom spell on the mirror, looking away. The huge shadow grew, looming before her like a shadow of death. The eerie face showed again, its white eyes glowing even more maliciously than before. Like usual, it faded into the shadow's form, twisted and transformed into a towering two-headed serpent. Each of the serpent heads faced away from each other, while its body faced the front. Penny recalled such a monster in her books. Penny drew out her shoebox, picking the red shoes. A flash of fiery red appeared in the hallway as she cast a blazing inferno to block the serpent's advance. There was no space for her to make it past the serpent, for she was facing the narrowest part of the hallway. The fire failed to keep the serpent back, and it charged through it, heading for Penny. She ran toward the other end of the hallway, turning her head back to see where the serpent was. The serpent quickly gained on her and, within seconds, had caught up to her. Penny ducked as the right serpent head attacked her. A blast exploded, and the serpent swung its right head back. Her hand was bleeding black mist where the fangs of the serpent head had slashed. She endured the burning pain, cast another ball of fire, and quickly switched the shoebox to the green shoes and put them on. The fire hit the serpent's head, but seemed to do little damage. It came at her again just as a green light engulfed Penny, and her wounded hand was restored to normal. If this kept up, she would surely be killed. This must not be the right magic. But what would Exquirios' demon fear? This demon was the one fueling Exquirios' desire for beauty and despise of the ugly The extreme states of vanity, one which she too was a victim of. How could she defeat a demon she could not see past? What is the power to subdue the admiration of beauty and the fear of ugliness? As the giant serpent neared, the world around became still as she contemplated. For the first time, her mind was still. Then she realized it. She did not need to get rid of either or both. One would not exist without the other. She only needed to stop admiring and chasing beauty all the time if she wanted to be freed of the fear of ugliness. Because she saw beauty as the ideal end of the spectrum, she would always be bothered by the other end. It was as if, at that waking moment, she felt the balance her mind had been missing for the first time. Then, a purple light shone from the shoebox, and pressing the button, now shining a magical purple above the illuminated purple word, peace. She opened it to see a pair of magnificent violet-colored shoes. The left head of the serpent jabbed at her. The shoebox flew out of her hands, sliding and stopping just short of the base of the serpent's body. No! She put both her hands out, each pointing 45 degrees to each side, and flaming towers shot out from the ground on each side. The serpent was very close now. Its right head tried to steer away from the fire that hindered its vision. Then Penny quickly darted and leapt toward the shoebox, taking the purple shoes out. The serpent's head detected where she was and curled toward the center of its body to trap Penny. A purple light radiated from Penny's body, turning into a multicolored luminous sphere. Rainbow-colored rays shot out from the sphere, wrapping the serpent's body in it. It let out a deafening hiss, and parts of its mist began to scatter. Now was the time. Penny felt its body as she placed her hand against its skin. The tapping of her feet echoed twice in the hallway before the third tap teleported her away. She was back in the king's chamber, with the king's dagger pointed at her. The dagger fell to the ground, and a distant expression was on the king's face. The black mist began swirling across the center of the chamber's floor. Thicker and thicker it became, until it formed the monstrous beast Penny had fought moments ago. The remaining guards stared wide-eyed at the two-headed serpent, and its head pushed its way through the ceiling, sending it crashing onto the floor. Some of the guards were crushed by the falling debris. Penny could not see where Sarah and the king were, as dust from the cave-in obscured her vision. Footsteps were approaching as more guards rushed to the scene. Yells and screams broke out everywhere as the serpent grew wild in its attack. Every guard who wielded his sword on the serpent was either smashed to the wall or ended as the serpent's feast. Penny made her way across the chaos of battle to the entrance to find Sarah, but was seen by the serpent midway. It recognized her. Its 4 eyes burned with rage, bent to swallow Penny alive. Penny backed as it came forth, feeling the hard wall against her back. There was no outrunning it this time, and the command of her magic was restricted to the eternal. She waited for death to take her. Suddenly, the black mist to the right of the serpent's body tore away. Standing beside it was Sarah, with an outstretched hand. Sarah, the chosen one, had saved them yet again. The serpent hissed for the last time and vanished into nothingness, revealing the aftermath of the battle. Dead castle guards lay across the chamber. The king's bed had been split into pieces by the serpent. Sarah smiled at Penny as they looked at each other in relief. The king, standing not far from Sarah, held one hand to his head and staggered backwards. He then collapsed and passed out. 32. Everett's Mist. Sarah ordered the castle guards to take the king to the queen's chamber. Tatiana had probably fled at the first sign of trouble, for she was nowhere to be seen. "Everett!" Penny called as she crouched beside him, joining Sarah. "How is he?"
"I have no idea. He's still breathing."
"We have to tend to his wounds," Sarah said. The castle guards did as ordered, shocked by the fact that the soft and gentle-mannered Sarah that they knew could defeat such a terrifying demon.
"Penny!"
Thomas hugged Penny tightly.
"Ouch!"
"Oh, Thomas," Penny said.
"Oh, I'm sorry. I was carried away. I'm so glad you're all right."
"There's nothing to be sorry about. I'm glad you are safe too," Penny said, patting him on the shoulder.
"Penny,"
said the man standing behind Thomas. It was Canyon. His face and hands were bruised from his fight with the castle assassins sent to kill Penny.
"About what I did earlier. I didn't mean to hurt you."
"Still, it's a fact you took Sarah hostage and tried to capture me. But it's also a fact that you saved me. I would have been killed if not for you." "Thank you," Penny said.
"I can't bear to let anything happen to you. I swear in God's name that I would have not allowed Yuriah and the others to lay a finger on you."
"Canyon, Yuriah didn't make it."
"What?"
"After I escaped that day, I overheard the guards were going to wipe you all out. I tried to warn the others, but they didn't believe me. They knocked me out, and when I came to, they were all dead. Both assassins and the others. By the looks of their bodies, we're sure they were killed by a demon."
"How can that be? Why was a demon at the hideout?"
"We don't know. Maybe we'll know the answer when the king wakes,"
Sarah said. "We succeeded. We defeated the Black Mist. For now, we will have to wait."
"Penny,"
Canyon said.
"after all that's happened, I realize how much you mattered to me."
Canyon touched her hand gently. "Canyon, thank you for telling me how you feel. But I'm not who you think I am." Penny pulled her hand away. "But I am honored to have known you." Penny turned and walked away. Penny spent most of her time in Everett's room. They had destroyed the Black Mist, yet he was still unconscious. What could be the reason? "Everett, we won. We saved Dragon's Rift and the world. Isn't this the moment you've been waiting for? Why don't you wake up?" Penny wiped a falling tear away from her face. "You know, I really wish I hadn't treated you the way I did before. But I didn't know what to do. You are destined to be with the chosen one. You know, for a time I thought I was the chosen one. Remember, I told you the reason why I was locked in the cell? It isn't because I committed a crime. It was because the king didn't want anyone to know that he has an ugly offspring. He didn't want our revered bloodline to be smeared by my existence. Yes, I am the daughter of King Exquirios, the third princess, thought by everyone to be dead. All these years, I lived my life in a cellar where you found me. One day, a fairy came and turned me beautiful. That was the day that changed everything. And then you came along. Even though you were told I was just a prisoner, you didn't shun or despise me. Not even one bit. You treated me like I was no different from a princess. You were so different from any person I ever met. That was when I began to fall for you. I even imagined us having a future together. But I can't hurt Sarah. Because she likes you too. So I chose to hide my feelings for you and treated you coldly, hoping you would give up. Sarah has always stood by me whenever I was in trouble. I want to be with you, but I can't hurt Sarah. Everett, Can you hear me? Please, wake up! You promised me you will be safe so that you can protect me. How can you go back on your word now? Penny sniffed, looking at Everett's calm face. He looked like he was sleeping. She reached and touched his face. His skin was warm to the touch, and firm, too. A strange but familiar sensation took her, like the world had shifted. And when she looked up, she saw that the lighting of the room was different. It wasn't like any kind she had seen before. It had sort of a dreamy feel to it, like she was in paradise. Everett lay there in his bed in the same posture as before. She stood and walked over to the window. The view outside was breathtakingly beautiful. She could hardly see the ground. It was like the room she was in was floating high in the sky. Far away in the distance, she could see waterfalls where the water rolled down from the top of mountains to the depths below. What is this place? Am I in Everett's Eternal? She thought. Opening the doors, she was greeted with a soft and cooling wind blowing against the vibrant green grass, which waved gracefully. Not far beyond her was the cliff. She walked over to the edge and peered down into the rivers and green land far below. A roar sounded overhead, and a large shadow flew over her. It was a dragon. Then another came, followed by more of them. They were flying into the distance. Her instinct told her to follow them, but how? She couldn't fly. Suddenly, a strong but gentle wind lifted her off the ground and out of the cliff's edge. She was flying in the direction of the dragons. Trailing behind the rank of dragons between valleys and over mountaintops, she soon came to a forest area where wide tree canopies stood far apart from one another, and gray mist hovered between their gaps, such that what lay beneath was not visible. The dragons descended into the mist, and she followed. The thick cover of mist shifted slightly, but it took a long while before the ground of the forest was revealed. As she landed in their ranks, she saw how incredibly huge and tall the giant trees were. Like everywhere else, the forest was unlike any she had seen. The trees were spaced so far apart that they looked like old towers. The dragons scanned their surroundings, and Penny noticed the most majestic of them all, the red dragon at the forefront. His eyes were fixed at the distant shadows of the trees. Then, something stirred. There was movement up above the trees. Something was coming down the bark of the trees, but they couldn't see it. Then it came. A shadow that obscured the sunlight for a moment. It swooped down at one of the dragons. Its skin was gray like clay, and its face was hideous. It looked like a giant vampire bat at first. But as it spread its wings again, Penny realized it was a gargoyle. A nearby dragon swung its tail at the gargoyle and whipped its face. It got back up and leapt onto the top of the dragon's head. The dragon tried desperately to get back up, but to no avail. Even the nearby dragons who tried to attack the gargoyle were slashed by the swift and violent movement of the gargoyle's sharp wings. The dragon flew over and dived down at the gargoyle. Its fangs sank deeply into the gargoyle's wing. With a powerful swing, it flew the gargoyle into a nearby tree. Before it could recover, the red dragon breathed a torrent of red fire, setting the gargoyle ablaze. Then, more gargoyles came out of the misty space above, and a furious battle ensued. The red dragon was very powerful, for none of the gargoyles was his match, save for one which appeared to be the lord of the gargoyles. It was huge and swift. Its wings were incredibly large and had long, razor-sharp claws like spears. The red dragon was carefully approaching this battle, his eyes never once leaving its enemy. As soon as it charged forth, the gargoyle spun, releasing the razor-sharp spears on its wings. The red dragon dodged a number of them, but was stabbed by the last few. It fell sideways onto the ground, glaring at its attacker. Spears grew back out of the hollow of the gargoyle lord's wings. It spun again, shooting out its deadly spears. Right before they reached the red dragon, a white dragon descended in front of him, curling its wings to his center. The spears hit and fell off its wings like dented needles. A ball of light engulfed the white dragon, blasting a shiny stream of blush white flame, and scorched the gargoyle lord, who fell down dead. The white dragon shifted into the form of a regal-looking man with a white beard. Atop his head was a golden crown. The red dragon, too, shifted into his human form. One Penny could never mistake. Everett. The red dragon was Everett.
"Forgive me, father. I was careless,"
Everett said.
"No, you fought bravely,"
the Dragon King said. The dragons then disappeared. Is this Everett's memory? The forest then faded, and the ground beneath Penny's feet changed to bright green grassland once more. The sky was clear, and an enormous stronghold loomed in the distance ahead. It was a tall city of white and luminous blue walls, shimmering under the white rays of the sun. Penny entered the castle through its wide open doors, climbing the spiraling stairs to a tower high above. At the center of the room was Everett, crouched beside a statue of a man sleeping on a stone platform. Everett's head was lowered, as if one who was in deep grief. As Penny examined closer, she realized the statue on the platform resembled the Dragon King.
"Father, I cannot do this without you. Why didn't you wait for my return? Our kingdom has never seen such a powerful evil. What should I do?"
Everett said. His head turned to Penny standing by the doorway. He was looking at her.
"Penny?"
"Everett? You can see me?"
"Yes. I must be dreaming again. Or perhaps I am already dead."
"You're not dead, and this is not a dream either. This is the world of your mind. You're eternal."
"My mind? So that means you have entered my mind?"
"I was at your bedside waiting for you to wake up. You are unconscious. I mean, the you in the real world."
"I remember now. We were confronting the king. I was hurt."
Penny nodded.
"How did the battle go?"
"We won. Sarah defeated the demon of the king."
"We won?"
"What's wrong?"
"It's just, I can still feel the darkness, like a poison in my veins. I see doom coming to Dragon's Rift, the black mist spreading across the lands headed for the castle."
"Are you saying the power driving the mist is still out there?" Penny said.
"Something's just not right. It feels like the black mist has grown even more powerful."
"If that's the case, you have to wake up. We'll figure something out together."
"How long was I unconscious?"
3 days.
3 days. But it feels like I've been here before."
"What are you saying?"
"After I passed out at the king's chamber, I woke up here. I've been trapped here ever since. The black mist has spread all over the lands, and all my people have either perished or become the black mist themselves. Nowhere is safe anymore, except here. Strangely, it's the only place untouched by the black mist yet."
Penny had no idea Everett had been trapped in his eternal for an eternity. Could it be the black mist was the reason preventing him from waking in the real world? If so, she must get him out somehow. But how?
"Penny, what are you thinking?"
Everett said. "You have to get out of here."
"I have tried. But there's no way. The black mist has cut off all the exits."
"Not all."
"What do you mean?"
"The black mist feeds off one's fear and dark emotions. I think it might be the reason why you're still unconscious. It's trapping you here so you can't wake up.
So the black mist is using my fear against me.
Yes, the real Dragon's Rift hasn't fallen. The Dragon's Rift you see here only exists in your mind world. It's your eternal, which means to get out, I believe we have to find the midst of your mind. But to do that, we have to find the source of your fear. It's the power that's keeping you here.
The source of my fear?
Everett closed his eyes and kept silent.
My father and I have protected Dragon's Rift for years. There's no foe the dragons cannot defeat. We have never lost a single battle. Together, we were unbeatable. Until the black mist came. Then, I realized how wrong I was. I wasn't as strong as my father thought. For the first time, I felt afraid. For the first time, I met a foe I could not defeat.
Everett, maybe it's not the lack of strength you fear. It's the fear of failing your father. You have always been trying to do him proud, which you did. Maybe it's time you walk out of the shadow of your father's expectations. Or more importantly, yours.
The shadow of my expectations? I never thought of it that way. I always thought that being a mighty dragon, that I can defeat every foe, is the only thing that makes a worthy ruler. That became my sole purpose and who I thought I should be.
Everett opened his eyes. Oftentimes, we try to be what others think we should be and forget who we really are. Or what makes us truly happy. Everett walked over to his father's stone body.
I will walk my own path from now on, and accept me for who I am, and who I want to be. I will always be grateful for your guidance, Father. And thank you, Penny, for helping me understand.
Glad I could help. Penny smiled. I think I know where your midst is, Penny said. Are you ready?
Yes,
Everett said. I think you should stand closer to me. In her yellow shoes, Penny reached her hand out to the body of the Dragon King. Black mist slowly rose from the king's stone body.
Go, now, Penny!
Everett touched her on the shoulder from behind.
I will take it from here. You have already done so much. This is my fight.
But,
like you said, I can't break my promise, and I don't intend to. We will meet again,
he said, breaking into a soft smile. So, Everett heard what she said while he was unconscious? If he had heard every word she said, it meant... Oh, he knew how she felt about him. There was so much Penny wanted to say to him, and to do with him. But they had no time.
I am Everett, the king of Dragon's Rift, and I will overcome my demons.
Penny tapped her right foot and was back in the castle in Everett's room. Everett, however, still lay there unconscious. The last she saw of Everett was him stepping up to the fight of the emerging demon. Then a knock came at the door. Penny wiped her face clean of tears and opened it. Penny, I have come to tell you something important, Sarah said. It's about the king. What's wrong? Penny asked. It's best you come and see for yourself. Sarah led her to the queen's chamber where the king had been resting, since he had passed out after the battle. As they entered the queen's chamber, the queen was there too, kneeling beside the king. Tatiana was there too, standing behind the queen. She stared at them, especially Penny, with an accusing look. You're the one that did this to Father, Tatiana said. How dare you still have the cheek to come here? Penny ignored her accusations, seeing the king was lying on the queen's bed instead. His eyes were open, staring at Penny. As she walked to his bed, his eyes remained unmoved and distant. He wasn't staring at her after all. What happened to him? Penny corrected the last word as she spoke. You did something to his mind with your dark magic. That's what happened. That's not true. The demon possessed him, enslaving him and poisoning his mind. I was merely trying to cast it out of him so Sarah could destroy it. I don't know what deal you both have with the demons, which gives you your so-called powers so that you can fool the prince into thinking you are the chosen one. But you cannot fool me. Silence, Tatiana, the queen spoke. Give us a moment's peace. You really don't believe Sarah's the chosen one, do you? I don't know who's the chosen one, and I don't care. Now is not the time for that. Are you not already troubled enough by your father's state? If there's such a thing as the chosen one, it's certainly not you. Mother, are you out of your mind? Tatiana argued, and the queen stood and gave her a tight slap. Tatiana's head tilted, staring at the queen, her eyes turning red with fury. You will regret this! You all will! With that, she stormed out of the room, leaving the queen standing there, looking at her hand, a look of sadness mixed with regret. Mother. Sarah went over and took her hand. Is there no way to save your father? The queen's eyes looked at both of them. This isn't how it should be. When we destroyed the demons that possessed others before, they were fine. In fact, they changed their ways, became better people, Sarah said. Did we do something wrong this time? Penny said. It can't be. We did everything the same way as before, Sarah said. Could it have something to do with Sarah's powers? After all, she had just started using it not too long ago. There was no way to know if she was controlling it well enough. Or could it be the king's mind reacted differently to the destruction of his demon? Penny recalled his mind's core was unlike the other two before him. He was ready to submit to the will of the demons, while the other two showed resistance against it. Whatever it was, maybe they would have a better idea when Everett woke up. I'm sorry, Mother. We will do our best to find a way to save the king, Penny assured the queen, as the queen let fall another tear from her eye. Penny, the queen said, your face. Sarah turned around and Penny noticed her surprised expression. What is it? Did something happen to your skin? Sarah asked. Penny checked her reflection on a small round mirror on the chest of drawers near the queen's bed. The shape of her left eye had changed, as did the frame of her left face. Her left eye was now smaller, the same eye she had seen in the mirror for the past many years. The spell on her was losing its effect. She was turning back into her former ugly self, just as the fairy said it would when her quest had reached its end. Penny looked up at the queen and Sarah and the guards in the room, staring at her with looks of curiosity and unease. She ran out of the room. She did not know where to go to avoid the uneasy stares of onlookers. As if led by instinct, she found herself heading toward the underground cellar. It seemed like a long time since she last left her cell. The cell door, like the cellar door, was left unlocked since the last time she left. She looked at Cinder, who was sleeping next to her pillow, just like she had always slept all these years. She knew this was going to happen eventually. It's just, she didn't expect it to be so soon. She sat down on her bed, lowering her head at first, before looking up at the mirror against the wall that was facing her. Her body had lost some of its graceful curvatures, becoming bulkier. Tears began to cloud the vision of her reflection. Long she sat there, silent and alone, until the last light shining through the tiny cell window faded. The room was bright with the morning light as Everett opened his eyes. "Penny?" he called out, but there was no one else in the room. He was alone. He sat up, gradually feeling energy return to his weary body. He unwrapped the dressing around his wound, which had mostly healed. He wondered how much time had passed since Penny left his Eternal. Speaking of which, where was Penny? He wished nothing more than to see her now and hold her close to him. The door then opened and he turned to see who it was. It wasn't Penny, though.
Everett, you have awakened. Oh, pardon me, I shouldn't have knocked,
Sarah said.
There's no need for pardon, Lady Sarah,
Everett said.
Thank you for being understanding. Here, have some tea.
Sarah let down the tray she was carrying and filled the cup on it with tea from the teapot and handed it to Everett.
Thank you.
He drank it, feeling the warm liquid flow down his dry throat.
Drink slowly. You should avoid exerting yourself.
Lady Sarah, where is Penny?
Penny? Sarah said, as if she wasn't sure she had heard him right. She left.
Why did she leave?
Now that the battle is over, she felt there was no need to stay here.
Everett began to head for the door.
It's too late. She left yesterday. She could have already left Lion's Gate for all we know. If I may ask, is there something you want to ask her?
Everett seemed lost in thought, for he didn't answer right away.
It's nothing.
It's been a most unforgettable experience, journeying with you all this time. Also, I wish to thank you for looking after us.
No need to stand on ceremony. It's my job to protect the Chosen One.
So, you did it purely out of responsibility? Is there no other reason?
Other reason?
Pardon me, I asked too much. I shall take my leave and tell my mother the good news.
Sarah bowed and walked away, leaving Everett to tend to his thoughts. The truth was, Everett's mind was on Penny. He couldn't understand the reason for her sudden departure. After she came to his eternal that day, the first thing he wanted to do after getting out of there was to see her. He had believed she wanted to see him too. A sumptuous feast was delivered to the Dragon Prince to replenish his energy, though. He hardly was in the mood to eat. The only thing that made him eat was the thought he needed strength to search for Penny after the meal. Hector came into the room when he just started to eat.
My lord, Everett! Oh, thank the fairies you are awake!
Everett smiled at the sight of his loyal friend.
It's good to see you too, Hector. How are you feeling? I was so worried that I will die. No! I mean, yes. That evil king did this to you. If not for the fact that he had turned insane, I will not hesitate to set him ablaze. Turned insane? What do you mean? After Lady Sarah defeated the demon, he became unconscious, and when he came to, he never spoke a word or did anything else besides staring into space. It's like he lost his soul. This isn't supposed to happen. I don't understand what happened either. Or maybe it's the comeuppance for the evil deeds he had done. What matters most is that we've saved Dragon's Rift.
Hector, however, could tell something was on the prince's mind.
Lord Everett, we won the fight, but somehow you don't seem too pleased about it,
Hector said.
It's not that. I just had too much on my mind. Penny for your thoughts?
Penny? That word made Everett's heart flutter, stinging it with growing sadness.
Did we really destroy the Black Mist? Of course! That king was the real mastermind. It's no wonder the source of the Black Mist chose him as the ideal vessel. Is he really the source of the Black Mist? Why do you say that? Remember when we first came to Lion's Gate? I sensed the presence of the Black Mist then. Even now, I still do. But it isn't exactly the same as before. Maybe it's because it's just been destroyed. Thus, you can still feel remnants of its presence. But it is not remnants of it I am sensing. It feels as if it is more potent than before, like it's becoming stronger. Well, how can this be? Perhaps you just woke up, so everything's a bit fuzzy, Hector said. Well, I hope so. By the way, have you seen Penny these past few days?"
"Is that the prisoner girl?"
Hector said, and Everett nodded, seemingly uncomfortable at the term Hector used.
"I did. She visited you every day since you passed out. Seems very concerned about you. Why do you ask?"
"I heard she left. Do you know about this?"
"Left? No, she didn't tell me anything. In fact, the last time I saw her was about 2 days ago. Since then, I haven't seen her come and visit you."
"I will be heading to town after this."
"But you are still recovering. Besides, I heard the Queen wants to talk to you."
After he finished his meal, Everett was about to see the Queen when a knock came on the door. Opening it, Everett saw it was the Queen herself. After exchanging pleasantries, the Queen sat herself down on a comfy couch. "I do not wish to disrupt your rest much longer. To be honest, I know little of the noble quest and magic you speak of. I only know the man I married is now no different from a half-dead person, and it's the work of your magic. So, I ask this of you. Please, return the king back to the way he was. Lion's Gate needs a king, but not a corrupt king. If you have been with us throughout our journey, you would know the suffering he put his people through in exchange for his own luxury and wealth. It wasn't anyone's doing that the Black Mist possessed him. If anyone was responsible, it was the king himself, for he willingly succumbed to the will of the Black Mist. Your husband is not the man you thought he was." "Even so, he deserves a second chance. You gave that thug leader a chance. Why not the king?" "I didn't intend for the king to turn out this way. Our plan was to purge his demon and destroy it. Doing so would, in turn, rid the king of his corrupted will. But somehow it didn't work the way we wanted for him." "Is there no way to save him?" "There is much about the world of the mind we do not yet understand. Honestly, I don't think our quest is over yet." "Didn't you already destroy the evil mist?" "We may have missed something." "Does this mean that Sarah will still go to battle with you?" "I'm afraid so. She's the most powerful among us. We need her to defeat the mist." "In exchange for my daughter's help, I think it's only fair that you fulfill the promise you made. I can't allow my daughter to risk her life so unconditionally." Everett knew the Queen was talking about his promise to marry Sarah, for he promised to marry the Chosen One after she helped him defeat the Black Mist. But the Chosen One wasn't whom he wanted to marry. It was Penny. "I want you to marry my daughter," the Queen said. "33. The wedding. The date of the marriage was set 3 weeks later to give time for Everett's recovery and wedding preparations. More than once, the thought of breaking the promise and running away to search for Penny crossed his mind. But he was now the king of Dragon's Rift, and Sarah had risked her life to save him and his people. What kind of a king would he be if he went back on his word? The dragons were known for their honor and bravery. He could never be a true leader if he did not have the respect of his men. Also, it would be extremely unfair to Sarah. The whole of Lionsgate was excited about the upcoming royal wedding. Everett spent the rest of the day searching through the town for Penny. He even asked the people at the dock if they saw anyone that fit her description. But they all said no, which was the best news he had heard all day since he woke. He asked the castle guard, Thomas, about Penny's whereabouts, but he too hadn't a clue where she was. Then, walking down Eve Street, Everett recalled the first time he went to town with Penny. Then, Penny had told him about the eerie face she saw after touching the brute's leader, Leonard, at the boutique. He arrived at the boutique after several minutes and opened the door. He looked around the store, which looked very much the same as he was last there with Penny. Penny, however, wasn't there. Nor was Marvin, the storekeeper. Under the gloom of the store, he heard subtle noises coming from near a blue dress. He walked further in, sticking his head out, and peered over the dress. There, behind the blue dress, was a girl with long, dark hair. She was around the same height as Penny, but he could tell from her frame that it wasn't her. Having noticed his shadow, the girl turned around. Her round, beady eyes and fleshy cheeks made her look like a cute, overgrown child. She stood there, glued to the ground, like he was a monster of sorts. Everett gave a curt nod, looking away to diffuse the uneasiness.
"Sorry to intrude. I was looking for Marvin. Is he here?"
he asked. He went out to buy something."
"I see."
"Wait," Everett called out as the girl turned away. Somehow, she seemed uneasy at his presence.
"Have you seen a girl in a dark blue tunic? She has long, wavy, dark brown hair and eyes that shine like the morning star. She helped Marvin with the thugs before?"
"I haven't," the girl said, looking away.
"Are you certain? Please try to remember."
"There hasn't been any girl of that description."
"I see. Well, thank you. And please, send Marvin my regards. My name is Everett."
As he walked to the door, he couldn't help having this strange feeling that Penny was close. It seemed to be caused by the beady-eyed girl, but he didn't know why she would give him this feeling. She was clearly not Penny. "Penny, why did you leave?" 3 weeks went by in the blink of an eye. Banners, flowers, and various decorations filled the castle and the town. Finally, it was the day of the wedding. Much of the sadness from the weeks past had died down, replaced by the anticipation of this joyous occasion. The queen was busy tending to the guests from the neighboring kingdom and the dragons. Most of them expressed curiosity and wonder to get the chance to be face to face with the dragons, for fairy beings and dragons were merely the stuff of bedtime stories and fairy tales. Some even doubted they were really dragons. Hector was roaming around the castle, trying to get away from the awkward stares of the people. As he was a close assistant of the Dragon Prince, the castle people often referenced him when asked who was a dragon. As he snuck off to Everett's room to see how the prince was doing, he realized the prince was nowhere to be found. The curtains and windows were wide open. Hector knew where the prince was. Everett was sitting alone at the highest roof of the castle, staring over the Manelands to the far-off sea, when Hector climbed up and found him.
"My lord, are you all right? The wedding will soon begin. My lord?"
"Hector, who am I?"
"You are the king of the dragons, my king."
"I always thought that is all I am.
A dragon prince and now a king. All I have to do is fulfill my purpose, to win every war I was told to win, to do everything I was told to do. Until I met her. She told me my life doesn't have to be only fulfilling others' expectations, including my own, because that would not bring me true happiness." "Is she?" "Penny. I miss her so much. For 3 weeks I have been thinking of her every day. I have never felt this way for anyone, not even a dragon girl." "Everett, that girl is gone. The girl you promised to marry is Sarah." "I know, but I'm not sure if I want to."
"The prophecy of the oracle cannot be defied. You know full well what will happen if you do."
"I will die before the day is over. That is what vexes me."
"We need you, Everett. We won the war. This should be the time where we celebrate our victory."
"I understand. Anyway, let's go."
Everett stood and let out a mighty dragon roar that pervaded all of Lion's Gate right before he descended back down to his room. Together, with Hector by his side, he made his way to the ballroom where the wedding was being held. All around, people cheered and made way for him to pass. His gaze flowed through the faces in the crowd as he walked past them. The effect of their joy and laughter seemed filtered from him, as was the sound of their cheers. The doors to the ballroom opened as the castle guards bowed and welcomed him in. It was the longest walk he'd had in his entire life. As he came to the end of the red carpet, where the queen awaited, he stood in silence and deep thought. Several moments later, the eyes of the crowd turned toward the ballroom entrance, admiring the beautiful bride that was Sarah. She was wearing the most exquisite white gown. Her beauty rivaled even that of Tatiana, who was often praised as the more beautiful of the two. While Tatiana's beauty beheld the essence of fire, Sarah's beheld that of water, taking its time to work its magic into the minds of any who looked upon her. She looked like an angel from the heavens, walking up the stairs of the aisle to stand beside her groom. When asked if she was willing to marry Everett, Sarah agreed without hesitation. However, when it was Everett's turn to speak, he kept silent. Seeing this, the queen repeated her words.
I can't do this. Sarah, I thank you for your help in defeating the Black Mist, but I can't marry you purely out of promise, not when my heart already belongs to someone else. I am sorry.
Everett then turned to face the audience before him.
Everyone!
His voice echoed through the ballroom.
Friends and guests of Lion's Gate, you have been invited here to celebrate our wedding. Some time ago, I journeyed here from a distant land in search of the one to help me defeat an evil that is spreading through the lands. I also made a promise to marry her who is the chosen one, who can end this evil. That person is Lady Sarah. It is because that promise that this wedding is arranged. During this time fighting the evil mist, I have learned and seen a lot of things. Things I could never have the opportunity when I was in my kingdom. I also fell in love with someone I never thought I would. But she is not here with us anymore.
Everett turned to Sarah.
I thank Lady Sarah for fighting with us and saving our kingdom, but my heart belongs to someone else. I can't lie to you and to everyone and marry purely based on a promise. Most of all, I can't lie to myself. Forgive me, Sarah. To all my fellow dragons in breaking this promise, I have defied the prophecy of the oracle. I will perish soon. I might have failed you all as a ruler, but I do not want to fail my heart anymore. I hereby proclaim Hector to rule in my stead.
When Everett's speech ended, the ballroom was in total silence. The first sound to break the silence was the sound of Everett's footstep as he walked down the stairs of the aisle. He knew he had made what many would know to be the most terrible decision. Yet, it was the first major decision that made him feel truly free. He was going to find Penny using the remaining time he had left. The audience on either side watched as he walked toward the ballroom entrance doors. He was nearly at the doors when a sudden pain jolted through him. A sense of foreboding took him once again, same as the one he first felt when he came to Lion's Gate. It was the Black Mist. It felt like there was a hand strangling his veins and heart for a moment. He blinked hard, panting to catch his breath. Twisted laughter sounded, and everyone turned around to trace its source. Everett turned too, and he saw some of them were staring at the top of the stairs where the Queen and Sarah stood. Sarah was standing, her left side facing the audience. Her eyes were closed, and her body was trembling.
She was right after all. I was wrong to have trusted any of you.
She turned to face the audience, her eyes looking at Everett standing below.
You would rather break your promise and die than to be with a prisoner than marry me? Fairy beings, humans, you are all just the same. What's the point of being the chosen one when all you get in return is betrayal and deceit? I've had enough.
The black mist appeared out of Sarah's hand and then began to pour out, transforming into a huge, black, misty wolf.
Kill them all!
The large, menacing wolf jumped down from the top of the stairs, crushing to death some of the audience. Within seconds, it was running amok, feeding on anyone it could find. Screams and cries of its victims filled the ballroom. Dragons joined forces to take down the wolf, but the wolf was wild and ruthless, slashing out its mighty claws at its opponents. Some endured, while some were less lucky. And the blow of the demon turned their bodies to stone as they were left to crumble on the ground. The people dashed towards the entrance, but before the castle guards could open them, black mist rose out of the ground before the doors, and out came a black demon, stabbing whoever came near with the long, large thorns on its body. The people turned away from the doors, fleeing for their lives. Those who weren't fast enough were stabbed by the demon from behind. What's going on? Everett asked himself, watching the demons they had defeated before returned to kill. How was Sarah able to summon the very demons she destroyed with her own hands? It didn't make sense. Unless Sarah didn't destroy them at all. Everett went for the demon at the door, sending a raging wave of fire straight at it. The impact of his magic pushed the demon back toward the doors, which shook under the force. However, the demon seemed unscathed by the attack.
Everett, you're right!
Hector shouted from amidst the crowd. Everett made a jump just in time to evade the wolf's charge. 1 second late, and he would have suffered its deadly attack. The dragons were overwhelmed. Furthermore, their powers were getting weaker, probably due to the black mist getting stronger. The only way was to stop Sarah.
Sarah, my daughter, what have you done?
The queen said, trembling at the horrific scene. Please, stop!
Stay out of this, Mother,
Sarah hissed, casting a sideways glance at the queen. Black tendrils extended out of the pillar and wrapped themselves around the queen's body, pulling her off the platform.
Sarah, please, stop!
Everett called out, and she turned to look at him.
The black mist only seeks to corrupt. You must not wield it.
You are wrong. The corrupt ones are you people who claim to be honorable. Unlike you people, my power does not betray me. It has chosen me for a reason, and that reason is to rid the world of you fake people.
Sarah, my dear, listen to the prince. You must stop this madness, the queen said, her voice shaking.
Silence! Is that all you know? Tell me to do whatever others please. One word from Father or Tatiana, and I am always the one in the wrong. The one who should simply comply with their thinking. You were never there for me.
That's not true, the queen said.
Even now, you are the same, Mother. Do not try to talk me out of this. Unless you want to end up like the rest of them. This is my moment, and no one can order me. Speaking of which, where is Tatiana? Find her and bring her here alive.
Sarah ordered the demon at the door, and it opened the doors and walked out.
No, you can't do this to your own sister,
the queen shouted.
Own sister? Since when has she treated me like one? Sarah said.
Sarah, I know you are angry at me, but please do not give in to spite. Do not harm the innocent.
Don't worry, I will not. I only intend to kill those that deserve it.
"34. Penny and Sarah.
Penny, you should get some rest,
Marvin said as he counted the money at the counter. I'm fine, Marvin. I can still do some more.
Today's the kingdom's big day. You should be outside enjoying the excitement. You do not want to miss the fireworks. They are really grand.
I'm content just to be here with you. It's where I belong.
Are you sure? You haven't told me why you left home, and I can tell you are deeply troubled.
It's complicated, Marvin. All I can say is that there's no place for me back there. Just then, the door burst open, and Thomas rushed in, panting.
Penny, everyone is in danger.
Thomas panted to catch his breath. Wait, what do you mean, in danger? Penny laid down the dress she was holding and turned to face Thomas.
It's Sarah. She killed everyone. She is the one controlling the black mist all along. Everett withdrew from the wedding, and then she went mad and summoned those mist demons to kill everyone. The queen and the dragon prince are still alive, but I fear they won't be for long. You are the only one who can stop her.
Penny could not believe Thomas's words, but she knew he wouldn't joke about such matters. Hard to believe as it was, she had to find out what was happening for herself. If it is as you say, that Sarah is controlling the black mist and the demons, then I do not stand a chance. My powers only work in the eternal, not in the real world.
She might listen to you. You're the only one she trusts.
Penny left the boutique and hurried to the castle with Thomas. There was no sound of cheer or fireworks coming from the castle. Instead, there was an ominous air about it. Something was definitely not right. It was an eerie silence when she entered the castle. As she continued further to the level of the ballroom, she saw bodies scattered across the ground. Black mist was sizzling out of their skin. She and Thomas trod cautiously, scanning the surroundings for any sign of a demon. Their heads turned as they heard a noise beside them. It was one of the servants. She was shaking with tears flowing from her eyes. It came black as the devil himself. It took Lady Tatiana. Penny feared the worst for Tatiana. They continued their way to the ballroom, and as they walked up the stairs, they saw the ballroom doors were ajar. Someone was screaming inside the ballroom. It was Tatiana's voice. Penny rushed in and saw the demon of the gambler holding Tatiana in its thorny arms. She could see the gashes on Tatiana's shoulder and face, probably scratched by the demon's thorns.
Look who's here, the most beautiful and intelligent Princess Tatiana.
Sarah, make this demon stop at once! Tatiana shouted. You still think you are the mighty Tatiana who can lord over me?
Tatiana screamed as the demon poked the tip of the large thorn into Tatiana's arm.
Ah! Please, stop! Please? That's the first time I heard you use that word. What happened to the snobbish Tatiana that thinks she's always the best in everything?
Sister, we can talk this over. You don't have to do this.
Yes, I do. This is nothing compared to the torment and shame you brought upon me all these years. Do you really think you are more superior to me? All those times when you ridiculed and talked down to me. I did not retaliate, not because I am a pushover, but because I am not a lowlife like you. But you never got it. You really think talking all tall and mighty makes you more superior than me? You have no idea how much everyone hated you and cursed you behind your back. Only you are so blind and stupid to believe you are respected. What did you call me? I said you are stupid. So you're not just blind, but deaf as well. How dare you! Ugh! One more word from you, and I will make sure those thorns go right through your face and body.
Tatiana was shaking in pain as the demon's thorn drove deeper into her arm, which was bleeding. "Sarah, stop!" Penny shouted. "Penny, help me! I don't want to die!" Tatiana cried. Everett's eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief as he heard Tatiana called the beady-eyed girl he met at Marvin's boutique Penny.
What fortuitous circumstances. You just saved me the effort of finding you, Sarah said. Oh, she hasn't told you yet? She said to Everett. This is how your beloved Penny truly looks. Do you still find her beautiful? This is why my father locked her away, because he feared the superiority of his bloodline would be questioned if people knew he has such an ugly daughter. So he declared her to be dead at birth. But everything changed on that fateful day when the fairy appeared and turned her beautiful. But it seems the spell has worn off. The fairies must know you no longer deserve it. So they took your beauty away.
Both Everett and Penny looked into each other's eyes. Everett knew the truth now, that her beauty was fake. She didn't know how to react having the prince see her like this. For a moment, she wanted to just look away. But she saw the light in his eyes was not of disgust or disappointment, but disbelief mixed with joy. Penny wanted to tell him how happy she was to know he was alive, though she had wished they had reunited under different circumstances. But what worried Penny more now was Sarah. She appeared to be a completely different person. Unlike Tatiana, there was no way she would say such cruel things. She must be possessed by the black mist, though she could not figure out how or why. Sarah, what happened? Is the black mist forcing you to do all this?
The black mist did not force me. My most trusted sister. You did.
Me?
When I was despised and betrayed by my own family, you were the only one who made me feel I wasn't alone, that they didn't know better. I knew you, of all people, as the only one I could trust. But I was wrong. You are just like the others. No, you're worse! You acted like you meant it when you said you hoped for me to be with the prince, but you secretly made your move.
Sarah, I really meant what I said.
Then why did you see the prince behind my back? Yes, I heard every word you said to him that day when you were at his room. How he promised to never let any harm come to you, and how much you wish to tell him you love him. Well, I was naively waiting for the prince to develop feelings for me, You tried all means to win his affection so he would fall for you instead.
No, Sarah, that's not true. I didn't.
Silence! I will not believe you anymore. It was my mistake. She warned me about this. I should have believed her then.
Who were you talking about?
She said the person I trusted the most would betray me. Everything she said has turned out to be true.
I didn't betray you, Sarah. I'm sorry I hid my feelings for Everett from you, but that's because I didn't see any future between us. I swear. I really want you to be with the prince.
It doesn't matter. I don't need the prince, or you, or anyone. I am the only one I can trust. Since you both love each other so much, I will let you both die together.
Sarah lifted her hand as black mist spilled from it, amassing into a slithery shadow of death. Before Sarah stood the giant two-headed serpent that had emerged into the king's chamber.
Kill them!
The demon threw Tatiana to the ground as it shot out its dense, razor-sharp thorns at the nearby dragons and stabbed those who failed to dodge in time.
"Rally to me!"
Everett shouted, and the dragons gathered around their king as the demons approached from different fronts.
"The Eye of Dragons!"
Everett commanded. A trail of fire burst out of the ground as the dragons focused and conjured their magic one after another, and the fire formed a thick ring encircling the dragons and Penny. The demons shrieked as they closed in on the ring of fire, but stepped back as it burned them. Even the thorns the demons shot out melted under the fire.
"My lord, our numbers are too few. We can't hold out for much longer."
She's too powerful. I have to enter her mind to stop her, Penny said.
"It's too dangerous. She will kill you before you get close,"
Everett said. Not if you cover me, Penny said. You remember your promise, don't you?
"Always,"
Everett said.
"As soon as this firewall goes down, you run as fast as you can. We will do the rest."
Penny nodded.
"Ready? Now!"
The dragons let down the ring of fire at Everett's command, and Penny darted out of the circle. The serpents were the first to notice Penny, and they went after her. A giant fireball Everett conjured bashed right into the serpents' heads, knocking it out of focus. The wolf leapt up the side of the aisle, headed for Penny. As it lunged at her, a dragon warrior jumped to intercept its advance, landing a forceful punch right on its snout, causing the wolf to miss Penny by an inch. Then, another dragon jumped on top of the wolf's back and started slashing madly at it. The dragons were holding nothing back, and even in the face of their overpowering foes, their battle fury was a force to be reckoned with. It was not working. Penny was only a few steps from the top of the aisle when a curling stream of black mist hit the dragon before Penny. Penny looked up to see Sarah's cold eyes staring at the dragon warrior's stone body falling off the stairs and shattering into pieces as it hit the ground. Sarah then turned to the other dragon to Penny's right, the remaining dragon covering Penny. The dragon moved out of the way as another stream of black mist headed for him. The dragon cried in pain as his right arm turned to stone. The black mist had grazed his arm when he dodged. Penny was next. Sarah pointed her hand at Penny. There was no way she was going to get close enough to touch Sarah without being hit by Sarah's deadly mist. Sarah's pupils reflected a fiery orange as she looked up at the trail of fire descending from above her. Everett had leapt into the air to cast his fire spell. However, the fire failed to advance further as it came within meters of Sarah, bouncing off a shield of mist that had appeared as the fire spell neared her. Sarah grinned at Everett's futile attempt. but her twisted delight soon turned to shock as Penny's hand touched hers. Everett's fire spell was never intended to wound Sarah, but meant as a diversion so that Penny could get close enough. Black mist rose out of Sarah's figure and formed that thin, eerie face. The ghostly white glow of its eyes shone more intensely than usual, and Penny could hear Sarah's voice saying,
"How dare you trick me? No matter, I am the chosen one! You will never win, Penny! When this is over, your life will be even more pathetic than the one you had before!"
35. Sarah's Secret. The sudden silence told Penny she was in Sarah's Eternal. It all boiled down to this part. She had to find the midst and free Sarah's soul of its hold. She was making her way to the ballroom doors when she saw the doors were gone. In their place was a metal gate that was half open. The walls of the ballroom were arrayed with dark, rough bricks instead of clean white stone. The hallway beyond the metal gate was darker than Penny remembered. Nothing much resembled the castle Penny had lived in all her life, except the carpet that was laid across the floor. The entire place looked like a dark fortress. Chains and spikes hung on the walls, at junctions, and the layout of the interior was unrecognizable, as was the case in the Eternal. The castle here was a manifestation of Sarah's mind. It was the true image of Sarah's mindscape. Penny barely survived the previous 3 Eternals, and considering how Sarah was able to summon all the demons she had fought with, the demons in her Eternal must be much more dangerous. It would be wise to heal herself from the wounds inflicted by Exquirios' serpent before going into battle. After casting healing magic on herself, the effect seemed weaker than before. The sister she had loved so dearly turned out to want her dead. Why did the people she loved hate her? First, it was her father and elder sister, and now Sarah. The only one she thought truly cared for her. The only person, apart from her mother, that turned out to love her most was a prince from a faraway land. A dragon. And she knew this even clearer now after Sarah's attempt on her life. How ironic, she thought. She then put back the green shoes into the shoebox and pressed the red button. Up ahead, the path ended at a small doorway that led to a flight of stairs that went up, curving out of sight. To her left was an empty cell, and to her right, the wall opened to a large rectangular space. There, she saw a lady. She was dressed like a castle maid. She was coming out of a rusty red metal door. Penny ducked for cover behind the wall as the maid turned around after closing the door shut. Penny readied her focus, waiting for the maid to emerge from the opening any time. But the maid's footsteps were getting softer. Penny peeked again and saw the maid's shadow moving down the corridor to the right of the red metal door. Penny walked up the short stairs to the red metal door and opened it. It was heavy. It revealed a dark corridor that led into the darkness. Penny lit her palm with the fire spell and used it to light the way. She heard something. At first, it sounded rhythmic, like a brushing sound. But as she listened carefully, it was the sound of someone crying. Quietly, she continued her way down the corridor. If any demon were to show up, the fire on her palm could be put to good use instantly. The corridor stopped short as it came to a cell door. She reached her hand out slowly to illuminate the cell. At the center of the cell, lying on the ground near the wall, was a girl. Her hair was scattered across the floor with her face on the ground. As her hand pushed against the hard, cold bars of the cell doors that felt so similar to those of her own, a voice called out suddenly,
"What are you doing here?"
Penny flicked around to face the direction of the voice. Not far ahead, the castle maid she met earlier stood in front of the red metal door. What timing, Penny thought. As the maid approached, black mist spilled out of her body, and her form twisted and shifted into a wolf. An anger demon. Her joy magic should work fine, Penny thought. Her fireball smashed into the charging wolf, and it crashed to the floor, stopping a few meters from where she stood. Piece of cake. Her magic had grown much stronger compared to the first time she wielded it. She opened the cell and turned the body of the girl over. The girl was alive, staring at her with those beautiful blue eyes. "Sarah!" Penny called. The prisoner Sarah turned her eyes to Penny. You are not one of them?" "No! I'm here to get you out of here. Come." Penny lifted Sarah with her hand that wasn't casting the fire spell, but her weight was pulling her down. Sarah was very weak. "Sarah, you have to use your strength." Slowly, Sarah turned to her side and with her feeble hands, pushed herself up from the ground. She let out a sigh as she managed to sit up. She then grabbed hold of Penny's free hand and pushed herself to her feet. "Well done, Sarah. We better hurry before—" Penny fell silent as she saw Sarah's frightened eyes staring behind her. As she turned, she saw the wolf had gotten up and was shifting into a serpent. Penny tensed her focus and turned the floating fireball on her palm into an inferno enveloping the serpent. The serpent did not appear to be fazed by her power. On the contrary, it bathed in its power, and the size of the serpent grew. Penny withdrew her magic and closed the cell door shut as the serpent dove forward, hitting right against the metal bars. Penny held Sarah back and stepped away from the door. The serpent kept banging on the door, which was starting to bend and would soon give way. Penny had no idea what was happening. She had never fought a demon that could change into another. The most worrying part was its weakness seemed to change as well. If so, how could she defeat it? Defeating it was not her priority. She just needed to hit it hard enough so she could have enough time to make her escape with Sarah. The serpent was a demon of abstraction. If it absorbed joy, then the opposite of joy would be its weakness. Penny grabbed her shoebox and scanned the shoebox for a sadness button and saw it near the edge. The word was gray and faint, thus she never really noticed it before compared to the brighter colored buttons. She pressed the shining gray button above sadness for the first time. The lid opened to reveal gray-colored shoes. So these are the shoes of sadness. She put them on and cast her magic. Frost crystallized on the surface of the metal bars, and the serpent slithered back. The frost traveled to the ground, and shapes of icy spikes rose from the ground, forming a thin ice wall down the middle of the corridor. Without further ado, Penny led the way, walking out of the cell, squeezing her way down the left side of the corridor, while the serpent was on the right. The thin ice wall was the only thing between the girls and the hungry serpent. Thankfully, the red metal door was already open, as the castle maid left it that way. They squeezed through the narrow gap between the corridor wall and the wall of ice and ran as far as they could away from the red metal door. Penny led Sarah up the flight of stairs she saw earlier. The stairs stopped, coming out of a hole in the ground. There was more space here with two separate doors on adjacent sides of the walls. Penny used her magic and formed an ice wall before each door, just in case a demon opened one of the doors. Sarah sat down to take a breather, and Penny joined her. Looking at the innocence in Sarah's eyes, Penny suddenly felt emotional. This was the Sarah she had known since she learned to speak. She missed Sarah so much.
"Why are you crying?"
Sarah asked. I'm just happy to see you again." Penny hugged Sarah tightly. "I'm sorry for everything."
"You saved me. You don't have to be sorry.
Penny sniffed and wiped the tears off her face.
But we are not safe yet. The lords will be mad if they know that you freed me.
The lords?
Yes, they are the ones who kept me in that cell all these years.
Years? You have been in there for years?
Yes. I don't know how many, though. Feels like a lifetime.
These lords you speak of, who are they?
There are 3 of them.
They are the most vicious and powerful.
They will find us and torture us.
In that case, I won't let them find us. But to do so, I need your help. Sarah, do you remember what happened before you were locked up?
Oh, that was a long, long time ago.
Sarah's eyes pressed shut as she struggled to recall.
I was a princess then, free to roam about the castle. There was a mother who loved and took care of me. Although she was strict at times, she was patient and loving. There was sister, too. We used to play together every day. We could basically talk about everything. And there was father. He would tell us all sorts of strange tales and the places he visited. We were so happy. Now that I think of it, it all feels like a vague dream.
Then what happened?
One day, sister and I overheard father and mother quarreling in the middle of the night. Mother was crying. Then we heard mother calling father cruel. We didn't know what she meant. Whenever we asked what was wrong, they would say it was nothing that we should be concerned about. It was the first time we saw them quarrel, and it certainly wasn't the last. Mother started acting strangely after that, and spending less time with us. One night, Mother woke sister and me in the middle of the night and quietly brought us to an underground cellar. She let us meet a girl who lived in the cell. Mother said the girl was our youngest sister. We found it hard to believe, for she looked nothing like a princess. Her clothes were sewn from poor material and torn. Her features were rugged. But we knew Mother was telling the truth from the way that she treated the girl. Her name was Penny. Mother told us father did not want Penny's existence to be known simply because she wasn't beautiful like us. Father did not want to be made a laughingstock for having such an ugly offspring. From time to time, we would visit Penny. I brought her some of my favorite fairy tale books to read so she wouldn't feel so bored. Tatiana even gave her a comb. But no amount of books or gifts could ease the woes in Penny's heart, for she did not want to live in the cellar. She wanted, above all, to be free, to live with us like a normal princess. After much consideration, I thought we should try to persuade father to let Penny out. When we talked with him about it, he was furious. He scolded Mother for telling us about Penny and forbid us from ever bringing up that subject again. Sometime later, the first 2 lords appeared. One of them sucked my magic and left me to rot in that cell. It was so scary.
These lords Sarah was talking about, could they have something to do with the Midst in Sarah's Eternal? If so, they might lead her to the Mist's whereabouts. The Midst had always been something that signified the deepest fear of the host. Do you know where these lords are now?
No. I only see them when they come to my cell to torture me by sucking my magic, little by little.
Do you still remember where you first saw these lords?
Yes.
The throne room. Good. Can you take me there?
No, I can't. They will kill us.
Better that than to be their slaves forever, Penny said. I'll protect you, Sarah, but you have to stay close to me.
Are you sure?
Sarah asked, and Penny nodded. Penny put on her red shoes and melted the ice walls. Penny opened each door and let Sarah see through the gap. Sarah took the door on the right. They passed several corridors, and every time Penny heard the slightest noise, she would stop proceeding. Sometimes it was a false alarm, but sometimes it was a castle guard or maid passing by. Sarah had warned her that the demons could change into any form to counter the magic used on them. They were practically invincible. Hence, Penny thought it was wiser not to engage in battle with any of them, unless absolutely necessary. They soon came to a part where the corridor ended and a cloister began.
"The throne room is just past here," Sarah said.
The ground was uneven as bricks lay in dismay, making the crossing even harder. Penny could hear the crackling sounds of stones as they walked carefully toward the other end. It wasn't that long after they began their crossing when Penny saw someone walk out of the corner of the wall far ahead. It was a man, dressed in a deep green royal coat with golden lining. Penny stopped at once, signaling for Sarah to do the same. Instead of continuing walking as Penny hoped he would, he turned to his side and looked in her direction.
"Where do you think you're going?"
he said with a grin, strolling down the cloister towards them.
"We must turn back!"
Sarah cried and turned around, only to see a castle guard on the other end.
"Penny!"
Sarah called to her. They were cornered. Penny could hardly handle one, let alone two of them now. Penny turned back to her front. The green coat of the man tore away, revealing black mist. His transformation progressed with every step until all that was left of him was a red serpent. Behind her, a ravenous black wolf now stood where the castle guard was, ready to attack.
"Stay close to me,"
Penny said. The shoebox opened as she pressed the sadness button. Kicking off her red shoes, she dropped the gray shoes down, and her feet slipped into them as the wolf and serpent darted toward them from either side. Penny lifted her arms with palms faced diagonally upward. Instantly, 2 round blocks of ice began crystallizing in midair. As Penny dropped down her arms, so did both blocks of ice. The bricks on the ground gave way under the impact. The wolf and serpent tried to halt their advance, but it was too late. The wolf and serpent lost their footing, falling off the edge of the gap into the depths below. The ground beneath Penny began to tremble as well. "We have to jump!" Holding Sarah's hand, the girls backed from the edge to gain momentum and then ran to make their jump across the gap where the beasts had just fallen through. The ground they previously stood on gave way and fell off along with Penny's red shoes. They dashed for the other end of the cloister as the ground of the cloister began to collapse behind them. "Ah, we made it," Penny said as they reached the end of the cloister. The only way left now was ahead, where a wide stairway led up to a large door, the entrance to the throne room.
"We're here,"
Sarah said.
"This is the throne room, where I was taken."
Besides the place's sinister air and dungeonish look, the throne room resembled that of the real Lion's Gate Castle. Penny could hear voices. They were like a faint whisper at first, slowly becoming clear. Before her, she saw 2 little girls and a younger Lord Exquirios. It vaguely reminded Penny of the Exquirios she saw in the Eternal.
"Do not mention Penny in front of me again! Do you understand?"
the king yelled before storming out of the door, leaving the 2 girls startled and lost.
"I don't understand. Why must Father be so cruel to Penny? Isn't she his daughter too?"
Sarah asked.
"I don't know. I think it's best we don't meddle in this anymore," Tatiana said. "But what about Penny? She can't stay there forever,"
Sarah said.
"I am tired. Let's just go back to our room."
Tatiana walked out the door, and Sarah followed behind him. This must be a memory of Sarah, where she and Tatiana pleaded for her to the king. Penny was surprised to know Tatiana had tried to help her too. She surveyed the throne room for anything that might look like Sarah's midst, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Sarah, do you recall what happened after you and Tatiana walked out of here back then? When did the lords appear? Penny said.
I remember now. I was going to her room one night,
Sarah said. Sarah ran off suddenly, stopping at the door of the throne room.
Follow me!
Sarah led Penny past several corridors. Penny knew they were getting close to these lords Sarah spoke of, for the black mist here was getting thicker. At last, they came to the door. Unlike the other doors, which were rusted prison cell doors, this one had a beautiful design, making it stick out like a sore thumb against its dungeonish environment. Penny recognized that design. Suddenly, the little Sarah appeared before the door like a ghost and began to knock. The door opened, revealing a little Tatiana.
What is it? Sister, let's go visit Penny,
the little Sarah said.
I have things to do. What things do you have to do at such a late hour? It doesn't matter. I'm not going. Why? Why? Are you stupid? Haven't you noticed how cold Father has been treating us lately? But we can't leave Penny just like that. She's our sister. Whatever. Do as you see fit.
Tatiana closed the door. The little Sarah remained outside the door before disappearing. The black mist was certainly coming from Tatiana's bedroom door. Carefully, Penny pushed it open. She didn't recognize the place, for it certainly wasn't Tatiana's bedroom. It was large and grandiose, like a ballroom of sorts. But it wasn't the castle's. It was filled with well-dressed people. Men wore coats, while the women's gowns that glittered like stars, they looked like royals. At one corner she saw Sarah, but this wasn't the little Sarah anymore. She seemed somewhere close to a teen. She was wearing a yellow dress, looking rather anxious and uneasy, smiling and nodding shyly at the crowd around her. She was looking around and stopped when she saw a girl in a red dress ahead who was marveling at the sights.
There you are,
Sarah said. Tatiana turned around, but the look on her face wasn't that of surprise or joy. Tatiana looked away as if she didn't hear her.
I've been looking for you.
What is it now? Tatiana sighed.
Nothing. I'm just a little nervous. Can I walk with you? That way I won't feel so awkward.
Greetings.
Just then, a young teenage boy walked over to them.
You look most stunning today,
he said to Tatiana before turning his eyes to Sarah too. Thank you for your compliment, Tatiana said, smiling graciously. Sarah merely looked down, smiling at the ground.
My name is Charlie, from the Kingdom of Riverlight. May I know your name?
He asked Tatiana.
My name is Tatiana, and I'm the elder princess of Lion's Gate, Tatiana answered. I'm Sarah, and I'm from Lion's Gate too.
Ah, so you are siblings. I've long heard the bloodline of Lord Exquirios is renowned for their exceptional beauty. It's an honor to be able to witness that truth in person,
the Riverlight Prince said.
I hear they serve really fabulous wine here. Would you like to try some with me as I get to know more about the both of you?
It would be my utmost pleasure, Tatiana said. The Riverlight Prince walked on, and Sarah was getting ready to walk behind Tatiana.
Stop following me,
Tatiana hissed, turning her head to speak directly to Sarah's face to avoid the prince hearing.
Why?
Sarah asked. Because you are weird, and you will only embarrass me. With that, Tatiana turned and walked up beside the prince, leaving Sarah standing alone in the middle of the chattering crowd. Sarah the teen then vanished, along with the crowd. Tatiana, however, was still standing there, her back facing Penny and Sarah. She was no longer the younger Tatiana, but the present one.
"I must applaud you for having the guts to come here," Tatiana said, turning around to face them.
"It's her! Penny, be careful!"
Sarah cried, taking a step back. At first, Penny didn't quite comprehend what Sarah meant and why she was so afraid. But she realized there could only be one reason. Tatiana was one of the lords she spoke of. Probably the one who had sucked her magic and locked her up in that cell. Based on the memories she had seen so far, the relationship between Tatiana and Sarah soured after that scolding by the king. Tatiana had deserted Sarah when the situation turned unfavorable to her, and shunned Sarah for being the odd one out. In a way, Penny felt guilty. Sarah had tried to help her, and what she got in return was discrimination by her own father and sister. "So, you are the one causing the disturbance," Tatiana said to Penny. "But no more. You are gonna die here. Demons before you have said that. But still, here I am. Aren't you cocky? You actually think you can save her? And for what? I gave her the powers required to survive. Her soft nature and heroic impulses will only get her into trouble in life. It is I who gave her the power of change, to be whom she needed to be so that she can blend in, so she would not be called stupid anymore. You only have powers because you stole her magic, her wisdom. What good is wisdom when all you get in return is loneliness and despise? To survive, one must do all that's required to fit in. Isn't that what you think, Penny? Yes, I heard your cries too. How you wish to be treated like the rest. So why are you fighting? I'd rather be lonely and despised than keep trying to please everyone. So be it. I shall enjoy killing you. Black mist radiated from Tatiana's frame, extending sideways to form wings as she floated up in the air. Her wings looked like withered leaves, glowing with different colors as they flapped. Penny did not wait for her to attack. Her purple shoes glowed as she unleashed a flash of blinding light magic at the demon butterfly that was Tatiana, who dodged the attack. It swooped down at the pair as they dove out of the way in opposite directions. Tatiana settled on the chandelier high above before making her dive and headed for Penny. This time, Penny waited for her to get real close. Just as Tatiana reached to grab her, Penny jumped away and cast her magic, covering the demon Tatiana in a thick layer of frost as she flew in midair. She shrieked and fell to the ground. Impressive! But your magic can only work once on me, Tatiana said, wrapping her wings around her and spreading them out again. Penny attempted another attack. But as she expected, her ice magic no longer had any effect on the demon. She had hoped her first successful attack would buy her and Sarah enough time to run. But the demon lord could switch her weakness at will, and she was quick to recover, making the battle near impossible to win. She pressed the red button, but her red shoes weren't inside the box. They had fallen beneath the cloister. Perhaps they would be returned to the shoebox later, but time was what she didn't have now. The only offensive magic was earth magic, but that would be useless against a demon capable of flight. The only offensive spell remaining was light magic, the purple shoes that defeated Exquirios' serpent. "Sarah, run!" Penny shouted, and the pair ran towards the door. As it opened, Penny saw Lord Exquirios standing before her.
"What's the hurry? The party isn't over yet," he said, Ah, Sarah, I thought I would never see you running around the castle again. Who let you out anyway?
Get back! Penny pulled Sarah back as she stepped away from the door. Suddenly, Tatiana held her hand around Penny's throat from behind. Caught you? Tatiana hissed. Oh my, you are flowing with magic. I will enjoy feasting on you to the very last bit. A weight began to grow in her heart, triggered by a feeling she was only too familiar with. Past events flashed through her mind. Of her first outing to the Manelands, or the time she tried to imitate the way Tatiana and Sarah spoke. All in the hopes to win the validation of others, to fit in. It's true. I had once hoped for others to accept me. But I will not walk that path again. I will learn to live as who I am, and treat others genuinely, without fear of making a fool of myself, Penny thought to herself. Amidst that moment, Penny saw imagery of Sarah walking down a flight of stairs. This place. It was the way to the underground cellar. Then, Sarah's voice echoed in the emptiness in Penny's head. Sarah, don't you think you should stop? Is it really worth losing your father's and sister's respect over Penny? An ugly girl that no one loves? No, Penny is a good person, and she doesn't deserve to be treated like this. We'll help her if not me. But honestly, I am scared. I feel happy when I see Penny because she doesn't judge or doubt me like the others. But at the same time, she reminds me of the discrimination and awkward treatment I am going to get from my family for siding with her. Why must I choose the difficult path when I can just do nothing and fit in with my family? That's Sarah's voice. Was that what she thought to herself every time she came to visit her at the underground cellar? There came a burst of light that blasted outward from Penny's body. It woke Penny from her reverie, and the force grabbed her throat and was gone in an instant. Penny saw the awe in the demon king Exquirios' eyes. Tatiana shrieked as she landed on the ground from the power of the magic blast. What's happening? Her black misty form shivered from the aftermath of the spell. Without delay, Penny shot a blast of magical light at the demon Exquirios, who tried to dodge. But her magic was too quick. It hit him nonetheless, and he staggered to regain his balance. She could feel the intense magic flowing through her body. It must have something to do with her realization when the demon Tatiana tried to corrupt her with her dark powers of fear. She grabbed Sarah's hand, and the both of them ran to the door. This way! Penny led the way to the right, where the corridor went on. Black mist hovered, appearing out of the corner of the wall where the corridor led. More demons were coming. They had no choice but to go back the way they came. Everywhere they went, beyond every unexplored path, was black mist, blocking every possible escape. Alas, they came to the cloister, whose ground had collapsed, leaving nothing to step on. Behind them, from every direction, the demons were closing in. What should we do? Sarah asked. Penny peered over the gap, holding on to the edge of the archway for support. Wolves, serpents, and thorn scorpions crawled toward them. They were definitely cornered this time.
It's useless to run,
said King Exquirios, walking toward them, followed by Tatiana, whose part of her wings were peeled off. Probably the effect of Penny's light magic. She glared at Penny, her eyes burning with malice more intense than before. If you return her to us, we might consider not killing you. So, what will it be? Your life or the girl? Both! Without warning, Penny took Sarah's hand as the demons rushed toward them, yelling, "Jump!" Together, they left off the edge and fell into the unknown depths below. Like before, the experience was dizzying, ending abruptly as Penny's feet hit the ground. Instead of hard concrete, it was something softer. It was grass. The gloomy atmosphere of the surroundings made it hard to realize at first glance, as the grass's green hue seemed less saturated, looking somewhat grayish. There were tall hedges around them and walkways cutting through the grass. They were in the castle garden. Penny recognized it, although it was one of many parts of the castle she was never given the chance to fully explore. She scanned the area for demons. Thankfully, they were alone.
I thought we were dead for sure,
Sarah said as she tried to compose herself from the fall. So did I when I first tried it, Penny said. But we don't have much time to waste. We have to find the midst.
The what?
It's where the demon that controls this place is hiding. It's also the thing that signifies your deepest fear or attachment.
Deepest fear or attachment?
Sarah mumbled. Sarah, you said there were 3 lords. We only met 2 so far. Do you remember who's the 3rd? Penny asked.
I don't quite remember.
When the demon Tatiana touched me, I heard your voice. You were going to the underground cellar to visit me, but you were uncertain whether or not you should. You were afraid of the consequence of siding with me. Tell me, Sarah. Were those your thoughts? Sarah stammered. I was confused. I didn't mean to think that way. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It's mine. If not for me, you would not have become... I'm so sorry, Sarah. Penny wept, her head lowered.
What do you mean? What did I become?
Sarah asked, her eyes shining with genuine oblivion. Penny wiped her tears and cleared her throat. It's nothing. You became the heroine. The chosen one. Penny smiled.
Then why are you crying?
Sarah placed her hand beneath Penny's tearing eyes. I'm just happy is all. Penny pressed her lips into a smile, trying to conceal her despair. Anyway, I think I know where the midst is. Do you know the way to the underground cellar?
I will never forget,
Sarah said, smiling. Luckily, they were on the ground level, and the underground cellar's entrance was not far away. The entrance doors, the one Thomas kept the keys for, looked exactly like the one in the real world. It could only mean this place was monumental to the origin of the black mist in Sarah's Eternal. They descended the stairs leading to Penny's cell. They peered through the cell bars into the cell, where a little girl sat, talking to Cinder she held in her hand. The little Penny looked up at both of them.
Sarah?
She said.
Penny, I'm so happy to see you,
Sarah said, opening the cell door, but as she was about to step into the cell, Penny grabbed her arm, holding her back.
Sarah? Who is that?
The little Penny asked as she rose and cuddled Cinder close to her chest.
Don't let her come near me, please.
What are you trying to do? Sarah looked at Penny with worried eyes. Setting you free. Penny opened the shoebox and slipped out of her purple shoes into the yellow ones. Standing by the door, she cast the spell. She's the reason why you're trapped. She's the third lord. The little Penny's eyes turned malicious as Penny's magic hit her, and black tendrils evaporated from her figure. The little Penny grew taller and taller. Her innocent face melted away to reveal a thin and eerie face with white glowing eyes.
Ah, we meet at last,
the black figure said. The Black Conjurer, Penny said.
I must say,
your powers truly impress me. There hasn't been anyone capable of finding me for ages. But if you think you can save her, then you are a fool. said the Black Conjurer. "What do you want with Sarah?" Penny asked.
The same thing I want with you. To bestow happiness.
"You call this happiness? You enslave her mind and try to kill us?"
I never wanted to kill any of you. Perhaps you will understand if you see this.
The Black Conjurer's misty form changed into a human. "You," Penny said, aghast. Aren't you the fairy? But why?"
Like I said, I heard your inner cries, your suffering, and I gave you what you wanted.
To experience what you've always desired.
Ask yourself, weren't you happiest when you were beautiful? I can give you that. I can turn you beautiful again. And you can be with Everett. Isn't that what you want?
It's true. I once wanted more than anything to be beautiful and loved. But that happiness has brought me so much pain," Penny said.
You disappoint me. I chose you. Yet you choose death. You may have found me, but your path ends here.
The Black Conjurer said. Penny's eyes flicked to the shoebox at her waist where she had readied her hand and pressed the red button. Luckily, the red shoes were back.
Ah, it's been a long time since I laid eyes on Lady Fawn's effects.
They will make a good collection, along with your soul. A trail of blue fire blazed across the floor of the cell toward the Black Conjurer. But she vanished just before it reached her.
Where did she go?
Sarah asked. Penny peered around the cell, and as she did so, she witnessed a strange occurrence. The bars and walls of the cell receded, and Sarah was pushed into the distance. It happened so quickly that within a matter of seconds, she was alone in the cell, which had grown to more than 10 times its former size. She ran toward the cell bars, which were now at the far end. But the Black Conjurer appeared before them as she was approaching. Penny focused on the thought of Everett, drawing all power surging in her mind. A ball of fire exploded right at the Black Conjurer's spot, and right then, the Black Conjurer raised her hand, summoning a sphere of circular black void that swallowed the fireball whole.
Such feeble powers! Has Lady Fawn lost her touch?
The Black Conjurer's eyes tensed, glaring at Penny, and the black void moved toward Penny like a giant magic boulder of death. It chased her across the cell. She tried to shake it off, but to no avail. There was nothing she could use for cover in this vast, empty cell that seemed to take its toll on her mind. As she began to slow down, the black void caught up, and as it hit her, it slid around her as black tendrils that shaped into the figure of the Black Conjurer right in front of her. Its long and wicked, misty fingers held Penny's throat, immobilizing her.
Do you really think you stand a chance against my powers? Since the dawn of time, all have bowed to my will. Humans most of all. Your hunger and craving for control and recognition are insatiable, as is your fear of living without them. Your pathetic minds shine or break at the slightest lift of my misty fingers. But you are different. You do not bend like the others.
If not for the both of you, my powers would have been complete by now.
What are you talking about?
Yes, you and her.
The Black Conjurer's eyes turned, which could only signal at Sarah standing somewhere behind her.
Both of you showed incredible resilience to my powers. You are among the hardest to corrupt, and the strongest powers lay hidden in the strongest minds. If I can corrupt your minds, I will obtain the key to magical supremacy. No one would be able to stop me, not even the fairy beings.
So, you were the fairy Sarah was talking about.
Oh, you figured that out real late. Yes, on the night before I came to you, I came to her. I bestowed upon her the power to fight the mist demons, though I merely told her she's the chosen one, the only one with the power to stop the black mist.
Power to stop the black mist? So Sarah's ability to defeat the mist demons was given by the Black Conjurer? She could not believe what she just heard. But that power wasn't to stop the black mist.
No. It was to absorb the demons into her own mind so she can let me in. Imagine all that anger, doubt, fear, and vanity gathered in that innocent mind of hers. What do you think will happen?
You monster! How could you do this? Penny cried.
How else would I be able to get to you? The person you love most is also the one who hurts you the most. Now all that's left is for you to let me in. Let her go!
Sarah shouted behind the conjurer.
Sarah, run!
Penny said. Sarah grabbed the Black Conjurer's shoulder, trying to pull her away. But an invisible force threw Sarah into the air and down onto the floor.
Sarah!
Penny's hand grabbed the conjurer's strangling hand and set it on fire. The conjurer loosened her grip. Penny launched another fire blast at her enemy, hitting her right where she stood. The Black Conjurer flew back under the power of the magic. And so did Penny, who felt like her body was burning. What's happening? She wondered.
What I feel, you feel too. Kill me, and you kill yourself. Because I am you, the Black Conjurer said. Do you understand now why it's futile to keep fighting?
The Black Conjurer transformed into the beautiful Penny. Penny staggered to her feet, looking at Sarah, who was lying on the ground, looking back at her. Is this really the end of her path? All that talk about being the chosen one was just a lie? There never really had been a chosen one. They were all deceived by the Black Conjurer, which no magic could defeat. And now she would die at her own hands. It was true, in a way. All along, she hated herself for being ugly and different. You are right, Penny said, rising to her feet. It's futile to fight. Her feet shook the red shoes off as her finger pressed a button on the shoebox. I'm ready. Penny slipped on the green pair of shoes she took from the shoebox.
No amount of love will save you this time, the Black Conjurer said.
It's not for me. Penny cast the spell at the conjurer, engulfing her in green healing aura. The conjurer struggled to break free of the healing magic with her black mist, but the more she fought, the stronger the healing aura became.
What is this power?
The Black Conjurer said, and her beautiful Penny disguise shifted into the ugly Penny. Penny walked toward her spitting image, standing before her.
I'm ugly and disgusting. Everyone fears me. Get away from me,
the ugly Penny yelled. I'm sorry for the torment I put you through all these years. I always thought you were responsible for my suffering, for why the world was not able to accept me. But it is I who was the culprit. Everything I ever did to find happiness was to run away from you, to do everything that would prove I am not you. But I see it now. Happiness cannot be found by running away, and it certainly cannot be given by other people. It comes from within me. Whatever happiness I get from trying not to be you will only bring more pain and frustration, unless I learn to accept you for the way you are. Accept you are not something to be ashamed of. Accept you are no less than anyone else. Penny reached her hand out and touched the ugly Penny, and her right feet tapped the floor thrice. 36. The Black Conjurer. Penny was back in the ballroom. Black mist spilled out of Sarah, whose legs began to give out. Penny quickly held her to prevent her from falling to the ground. "Sarah!" she called as Sarah's eyes tried to focus.
Penny?
Sarah said. Her voice was back to the usual tone. The dragons and the survivors watched as the black mist gathered at the top of the aisle where Sarah had stood previously, massing into the figure of the fairy, also known as the Black Conjurer. She peered down and surveyed the dragons, her attention eventually falling on Everett, which stood at the center of the ballroom.
"Ah, son of Hevor, how do you like my sculpture of the Dragon King?"
"You demon! You have no right to speak my father's name!"
"Really? I thought we hit it off well at the Oasis. You even bowed before me then."
"Nonsense! Since when did I do that?"
"When you came to the Oasis for an answer to end the Dragon's Rift ordeal. I must say, you followed my prophecy well."
"It can't be. The Oracle."
"I have long cast out the spirit of the Oracle from the Oasis before you reached there."
"So, the prophecy is fake?"
"You fool! You can't even tell what's real or fake. You're not worthy to be King of Dragon's Rift."
"Silence! Say as you wish. These shall be your last words. I will kill you and avenge my father tonight!"
Fire and dark mist clashed as the dragons fought the Black Conjurer and her minions. With their flaming swords and fire spells, the dragons wielded them at the mist demons in what might well be their last fight. They were already severely overpowered before. With the Black Conjurer, the odds of them winning were even slimmer. Nonetheless, they fought without mercy as they deployed at least 2 dragons to each foe, 2 attacking from the front while 1 from the back. This way, each of the demons would have little chance to attack the dragons from behind. But this plan was not foolproof, for the serpents were swift and nimble, and their two heads could attack more than one dragon at a time. As the scorpion rose to shoot out sharp thorns from its body to attack the dragons fighting the serpents, Hector stopped it by sending what seemed like a bolt of fire its way, burning its body. The scorpion fell back, and at that instant, it seemed he had succeeded in saving his comrade. Streams of black mist sped through the space and turned one of his comrades into stone. With one down, the serpents seized this chance and focused their attack on the other dragon before it. It sank its fangs on the poor dragon and threw him off, body turning to stone as he crashed against the pillar at the edge of the ballroom. Seeing this caused the other dragons to lose heart, and the wolf took advantage of the situation. It leapt onto the dragon in front of it, crushing him with his weight and attacking the other dragon, who screamed in pain as the wolf's fangs chewed his shoulder. The dragon fell to the ground, pressing his hand against his wounded arm as it turned to stone, followed by the rest of its body. Hector, who was fighting the scorpion demon, watched helplessly as his comrades fell, one after another. He turned his eyes to Everett, who looked back with a knowing look. With a heart-breaking roar, Hector expanded as scales began to form all over his body and face as he shifted into a blue dragon. To those oblivious to the ways of the dragon, this would seem like a move that would turn the tables. But it wasn't. Not when they were fighting the black mist, for shifting into a dragon might mean increased power. But it also meant the enemy had a much larger surface area to attack and turn him into stone. Hector's wings sliced through the air and split the scorpion's tail as it moved to strike. He spread his wings, slapping the serpent's head as it moved in for the kill. The wolf snarled and pounced at the blue dragon, but before it could reach it, it burst into flames as a relentless stream of bright orange flames escaped from the dragon's mouth. The wolf cried, spinning around and struggling to douse the flames. The flames devoured it and reduced it to shreds of mist. Everett and the other dragons took this chance and went all out on the scorpion and serpents, who were backing away under their wild attack. Thick black streams of mist soared through the air from above toward the dragons, penetrating two of them back to back. Then came another stream, and then another. One of them dove toward Everett, and he jumped out of the way in time. Some were not so lucky, for they failed to evade the increasing streams of mist attacking from seemingly every direction. Everett would not watch his men die like this. He did a backflip as the serpents attacked to gain a safe distance from the demons. Across the ballroom, the dragons were withdrawing their attack on the demons, fleeing from the swirling black streams of mist flying across the ballroom. "Behind me!" Hector roared. The dragons did as he said and gathered behind him. Except for Everett. The black streams of mist then headed at Hector, who covered himself with his wide wings. One by one, the black mist hit his wings, and spots of gray broke out on either. The curse of the black mist was spreading out from the spot his wings were hit. Still, Hector held his ground. A few more hits were all it took for the curse to spread to the rest of Hector's body and turn him to stone. The Black Conjurer tensed her hands, gathering a ball of black mist, which transformed into the thickest stream of black mist they had seen, and dove straight for Hector. The dragons watched with horror in their eyes, anticipating the worst. The thick mist approached Hector's wings, and as it hit, a golden-red aura formed between the two and blocked the mist's advance. The dragons turned to their prince and saw Everett raising one hand in Hector's direction with a firm resolve in his eyes. But the Black Conjurer did not stop at that. Another stream of black mist flew towards Everett and he raised his other hand, summoning a similar golden red aura. The prince's brows tensed, as did every inch of his body's muscles. Letting out a furious yell, both masses of golden aura pushed through the streams of black mist and slammed right into the scorpion and serpents, burning through them before converging and heading up to the top of the aisle to the Black Conjurer. She held out her hand as the huge golden mass closed in on her, managing to hold it back before both powers exploded. For the first time, the conjurer stumbled back with awe and uncertainty on her face. She turned to Penny behind her, who was holding Sarah on the floor, and whipped a magical arm made of thin, misty tendrils around her throat and lifted her up.
"Stop, or she dies," she said.
Everett halted as he saw the agonizing look on Penny's face, choked by the misty arm. Everett lowered himself as he knelt on one knee, his head facing the conjurer all the while.
"Look at your king. He will do anything I command for the sake of this pathetic human. He will even sacrifice all of you to keep her alive. He is not fit to be your king. I am. Swear your allegiance to me, and I will spare your lives."
The dragons kept silent. The words of the Black Conjurer had the power to challenge the hearts of even the most loyal of warriors. Penny shook her head, gazing into the eyes of Everett, almost surprised at the fact that he was willing to sacrifice his entire kingdom to save her. It wasn't fair. She didn't want to be his burden. She wouldn't allow the world to fall for the sake of her survival. She knew she was no match for the mist demons in the real world, much less the conjurer herself. But she would fight, even if the enemy could squash her like a bug. She reached her hand and grabbed the black misty arm holding her throat. It was then something unexpected happened. The misty arm wavered as a calming light engulfed and spread through it. The Black Conjurer turned around, shocked to see the misty arm scattering. She fidgeted as the light reached her, like it was contaminating her. She was about to attack Penny when Penny ran forth and grabbed the conjurer's hand. For some reason, the conjurer could not wield her magic. "Let go!" she yelled. But Penny held on tightly until, alas, the conjurer swung hard and threw Penny off, plunging down toward the hard marble floor far below. Everett rushed towards the base of the platform. A fall from this height would kill Penny. Please let him make it in time, he thought to himself. Driven by a strength unbeknownst to him, he noticed his surroundings shrink as he kept his focus on Penny, who was flying in midair. It was a familiar sensation, one he never had for a long time. His arms were bigger now, only those weren't really his arms. Not anymore. He reached out his right wing, breaking Penny's fall and allowing her to land safely on its inner surface. "Everett, you shifted," Penny said. Everett blinked, his then large orange dragon eyes looking into her eyes in relief.
"Seems like it. Are you hurt?"
"Nothing to worry about," Penny assured. Gently, he leveled his wing against the floor for Penny to alight safely. When she did so, he guided her to stand behind him with his wing. The dragons cheered, seeing the powers of their ruler return. Everett, the red dragon, stood up, spread his wings, and sounding a deafening roar at the Black Conjurer, who seemed cowed by his taunt.
"You killed my father. It's time for you to pay."
Jets of red fire poured out from the dragon's mouth, spread out at first, before converging toward the Black Conjurer. She took out a few of the jets, but could not hold back the rest. She flew to the ground. As she struggled to get back up, she looked up at the looming shadow towering before her and looked into the eyes of the huge red dragon in mid-air. A red glow radiated from Everett's belly up to his throat as he prepared to launch the killing blow, but he saw someone staggering up the stairs on the left. It was Tatiana. Her dress and body were bloodied, and murder was in her eyes. She was standing beside Sarah, raising one hand, which was holding a knife. He wanted to do something, but it was too late. The knife stabbed right into Sarah's chest, and the Black Conjurer grinned before vanishing. Tatiana tried to stab Sarah again, but Everett breathed a thin stream of fire which flew just within an inch of Tatiana. She screamed as the heat of the dragon fire blazed past her face and fell unconscious a short distance from Sarah. Everett flew to the top of the stairs and shifted into his human form as he landed.
"Penny, it's Sarah! She—"
Penny ran up to join him, destroyed as she saw Sarah's body covered in blood and Tatiana laying nearby. "Sarah! Oh, God!" Penny said, running over to her.
Penny? You did it, she said weakly. You defeated the mist.
No, we did it together.
I'm sorry, Penny.
No, it wasn't your fault. It was her. She deceived you. She deceived all of us.
But all those horrible things I said, I would be lying if I told you they weren't entirely how I felt.
We all have our own demons. I am sorry I did not know how much you suffered from me. I am sorry to put you through all of that. It's all my fault, Penny said, crying. I'd rather you treat me like Tatiana. That way you might be happier.
What I went through is nothing compared to you. Besides, it was me who chose that path. How can I blame anyone? You are the one he loves. I wish you both happiness. But I'm afraid I can't see your wedding.
Sarah, please, please, don't go. Sarah! Penny cried.
It's time you go live the life you want. Be happy. For me?
With that, Sarah was gone.
Sarah? Sarah!
Penny's cries echoed through the ballroom. Everett was silent, saddened beyond words. "37. The Departure."
Penny, for your thoughts?
Everett said, walking up to Penny, who was peering out the window. So much has happened. Sometimes I wonder if I will just wake up in the cell and realize it's all a dream, Penny said.
Has that happened before?
Everett asked.
Adventures turning out to be dreams?
You have no idea how many times. And every time I hoped they were real. Now that it really happened, a part of me hoped it didn't. I'm sorry. I'm happy you're with me, but
I understand. You wish none of the bad things had happened. Or she would still be alive.
It's already been 4 weeks since she left. But I still can't believe she's gone. I miss her so much, Penny said.
She's just gone to another place, a place where the spirits dwell.
Does such a place really exist?
You have witnessed dragons and mist demons firsthand. What else is impossible?
Everett said, smiling at first, his face turning grim gradually. What's wrong? Penny asked.
She was smiling. The moment right before she vanished.
Who do you mean?
The Black Conjurer,
Everett said.
Remember, you said the demons are linked to the mind of the person it possesses?
Penny nodded.
So, if the person that the demon possesses is dead, the link to the demons will be destroyed, but not the demons.
Yes. That is why it's useless to kill someone whose mind is possessed by the mist, because the mind is just a vessel, and the demons would just find another to possess.
Yes. When Sarah was killed, the conjurer vanished. When Sarah was killed, the link between the Black Conjurer and her mind was destroyed. In other words, she vanished not because she was destroyed, but only because her host, which was Sarah, is dead.
So, you're saying the Black Conjurer is still out there?
Yes. Where there's corruption of the mind, the black mist will be. To think I was so close to destroying her.
If only Tatiana hadn't... Penny couldn't bear to speak the remaining words. The thought of how she murdered Sarah, and the mention of her name, sparked a hidden fury within her. The Black Conjurer is still out there. How can we know whom she possesses? She could be anywhere. She could be anyone.
The Oracle might know.
Wait, didn't the Black Conjurer say...
Yes. The last time I sought the Oracle's advice, the Black Conjurer had taken over the oasis. But things are different now. My powers have returned, and though we did not eliminate the black mist completely, we definitely weakened it. Much credit goes to you. Thank you, Penny.
You're welcome. Everett, I'm sorry that I lied to you about who I was before.
You don't have to be sorry. That doesn't change how kind and beautiful you are.
I was beautiful, but now...
You are beautiful, then and now.
I appreciate it, but honestly, are you saying this to make me feel better? Because you don't have to. You can just say the truth.
The truth is, you are not only beautiful by your family's standards. They only know beauty to be the way they think beauty should be, and they fail to see all other looks of beauty. You are not ugly, Penny. Having brown-colored hair doesn't make you an ugly blonde. It just makes you a beautiful brunette. You have been told you are ugly your whole life, and as a result, you think it to be true. But it's not. Beauty is not defined by the color of your hair, or your eyes, or your skin. It's how well your own features complement one another and shine through.
I didn't expect a dragon to know this much about beauty, Penny said.
Well, there's still much you don't know about dragons.
And what is that?
How romantic we can be?
Everett said, his face moving gently toward Penny's. His lips locked onto Penny's, and they began to kiss. Penny could feel her face and neck heating up as she felt Everett's soft and warm lips gently brushing hers. The musky scent around him was even more obvious now that she was so close to him, and she allowed herself to get lost in his scent. A knock came on the door. Their passionate kiss gradually slowed, and Penny pulled away unwillingly. Well, I will go get the door. Everett smiled mildly, watching Penny walk away from him with a pained look. It was Hector.
Penny, no, forgive me. I should say, Your Highness.
Hector lowered his head, bowing. It's all right. Penny will do, Penny said, not knowing how to react to her new title.
Your Highness sounds perfect,
Everett said, smiling.
Unless you don't wish to be my queen.
Oh, it's not that. It's just... Everett and Hector laughed at Penny's expression. That's not funny, Penny frowned.
Ahem! Jokes aside, I came here to report that our men have recovered. We're ready to leave any time,
Hector said to Everett.
What about your arms? Everett said.
They're as good as new, see?
Hector said, stretching both arms. Everyone, including Penny, had thought it was the end of Hector when parts of his wings began to turn to stone after they were hit by the conjurer's magic. Thankfully, the effects of the black mist lifted right after the Black Conjurer vanished, which was partly the reason why Penny thought she was destroyed. "You're leaving already?" Penny said to Everett, who looked down, his eyes filled with dilemma.
If the Black Conjurer lives, I have to find and stop her before she finds another host and regains her powers. Are you willing to go with me?
"Me?" Penny said.
You are the reason why we were able to come this far. We need you. I need you.
Everett corrected himself. Penny felt heat rise in her cheeks once again. "I wasn't the only one who led us to victory. If she's really out there, I will do my best to stop her. Besides, there's not much point in staying, too. But before I go, I would like to have a word with my mother." Everett nodded. The Queen was not in her or the King's chamber. When Penny asked the people of the castle, they said they hadn't seen the Queen around. Penny figured she could only be at that place. She made her way to the door leading to the underground cellar. Thomas was standing near the door, and a joyful smile broke out across his face when he saw Penny. "Is Mother here?" she asked.
Yes, she comes here every day. Seeing her like this reminds me of those days when you were just a child. Just like this, she came to see you every day."
Thomas fell silent, cutting out his reminiscence, and pushed the door open for Penny. Down below the familiar corridor, Penny saw the Queen crouched outside the cell where she used to live, staring into the cell. Penny walked over to her, looking inside the cell at the girl laying on the bed. Her bed. Cinder was not there, for Penny had taken her with since she was freed. Tatiana was mumbling to herself non-stop. Her hair was messy. Noticing Penny, she turned around.
"You! I know you!"
She leapt from her bed, running over to the cell bars, her face glued against them as she barked at Penny. "You are just as evil as that witch! But you know what? I killed that wretched witch! I killed her! She deserved it for how she tortured me!" Tatiana began to choke on her words like she was about to cry. "I saved you all! I am the chosen one!" Tatiana stopped laughing, cringing as though she was in pain. She then laid one hand over her right face, which was wrinkled and scarred by Everett's dragonfire. "It hurts! My face! Why does my face hurt so much? What happened to my face?" She flicked around, scanning the cell for a mirror, but the Queen had ordered it to be taken out after Tatiana couldn't stop crying and yelling the last time she saw her reflection. "What happened to my face?" she asked Penny, looking to the Queen and back at Penny. "Your face is beautiful, as always," Penny said. "Really?" "Of course. You are Princess Tatiana, the most beautiful princess of Lion's Gate." Penny sniffled as tears welled up in her eyes. She hated Tatiana, but seeing her in this state, she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. "That's right. I am Princess Tatiana. The princes will be happy to see me. They can't take their eyes off me. It's annoying, really." Tatiana giggled. "Oh, I have to be going now. I don't want to be late for the ball. Father's gonna get so angry at me for being late." She kept her head lowered and slowly sat back down on the bed. Her eyes staring off into space. Penny wiped her tears off. The Queen stood up, looking at Penny with watery eyes. "Mother," Penny said, "I felt like the world ended when your sister became like this. My heart bleeds to see her going through all this torment. But at times I wonder if it's her punishment for the way she treated you and Sarah." The Queen said, "Maybe she will be happier this way. At least she won't hurt anyone or herself anymore. Do you have something to talk to me about?" "Mother, I'm leaving Lion's Gate." "Leaving? Where are you going?" "Dragon's Rift. The evil we are fighting is still out there. I have to help Everett stop it. The Oracle at Dragon's Rift might know where the evil is," Penny said. "When will you be back?" the Queen asked. "I don't know. I will only return after we defeat the Black Mist," Penny said. "First, it's your father, then Sarah. Now, you are leaving me too?" "Mother, don't be sad. You have seen what the evil of the mist can do. I cannot risk it returning to hurt anyone again." "You've grown so strong, Penny. Sarah was right. I was never there for her. I was never there for you, too. I'm sorry, Penny. I've failed you as a mother. You had your difficulties, too. I understand that. Besides, if not for you, I would not have the chance to see what the outside world looks like. Penny, whatever your decision is, I will support you. Please take care of yourself. I will be waiting for your return." She hugged Penny tightly. "I will, Mother. Please take care of yourself and Father while I'm gone." The castle of Lion's Gate was no bigger than the size of her palm when she peered down over the scales of the red dragon she was riding. She could see the entire landscape of Lion's Gate now as the wind blew strongly against her hair and face. Not far to her left was a blue dragon soaring alongside Everett, and behind were more of them. The land of Lion's Gate came to an end as the dragons flew over the sea toward the horizon, toward the kingdom of the dragons, at the far reaches of the world. She had dreamed of such a moment, but in her dreams, it was always at the part where her dreams were ending. Now, it was just the beginning. She did not know the path that awaited her, but whatever it was, she would not hide any more. Epilogue. Beautiful gleaming blue poured through the mouth of the cavern. A shard of light shone onto a certain spot of calm water where a hermit crouched on an edge of rock. The hermit did not turn to acknowledge them. Such was his sad reverie. "You have returned, my lord," he said in his old voice. "I need to speak with the Oracle," Everett said. "She's waiting," the hermit said, putting a hand inside the oasis before them. The hermit then turned to face Everett with closed eyes. "At long last you have come, Everett, son of Hivor." The voice of the hermit reverberated across the cavern. "You set out on a quest driven by a false prophecy, yet you found the true, undying strength within you. But your quest is far from over." "Oracle, I need your guidance. I need you to tell me where the Black Conjurer is."
"The path that you seek is not as direct as it seems. And the threads of destiny do not flow straight, but are ever intertwining. Seeking the Black Conjurer now will only lead to your demise, and the world to destruction.
I don't understand.
The Black Conjurer is one of the most ancient and powerful beings. She cannot be defeated by the force of magic or weapons.
Is there no way to defeat her?
Find the core, the intertwining threads that define her existence. Only then do you stand a chance. Only then can the world be saved from certain doom.
But how do I find this core?
Everett asked.
I shall reveal to you the ones who will lead you to the answer you seek. Look closely.
Everett looked at Penny, then at the rippling water surface of the oasis.
A silent, dying girl who holds the key to the ocean's secrets.
Suddenly, the image of a port town appeared on the oasis's reflection. At the backdrop of the town was a castle atop a hill. The image changed into a girl with long red hair, sitting on a street with an alm in her hands, begging passers-by for money. The reflection blurred and rippled away, revealing another place.
A slave girl who holds the key to the most powerful magic.
The reflection showed a vast desert and a masked girl jumping across rooftops of run-down houses. The reflection closed in, revealing the face of a tan-skinned girl with straight, shoulder-length black hair.
A royal chosen by magic and haunted by a bloodthirsty monster.
Next to appear was a beautiful and troubled girl who stood at the window of a castle, peering out at the dark and foreboding forest lying at the borders of a kingdom.
A cursed princess who holds the power of dreams.
The last to appear was a blonde-haired girl, sleeping beneath a withered tree where flowers began to bloom out of the grass. The end. We hope you have enjoyed The Hidden Princess, a young adult Cinderella romance. Book 1 in the Princess League series. Written by Mira Crest. Read for you by Ashton Haugen. Copyright 2020 by Mira Crest. Production copyright by Mira Crest.